fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over, tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic tree. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gat strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet is you find me. The back of the club macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to seize. Put the truck up front and roll up the next brunch so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imagine ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. It's a good fucking day. RIPBOZO, fucking crab dance time. It couldn't have happened to a better person. Well, maybe I could think of a couple, but that aside. Feel bad being like callous. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're so desensitized, but also Dyin Feinstein was kind of a piece of shit. She voted yesterday. That's simply inexcusable. You should not be voting up until the day you die. That's insane. Do your moment of silence. Definitely nothing. Dyin Feinstein. Oh, that's good. I should have put that in the blast off tweet. She was 90. She had her run. It's not sad. It's about time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, she had more than enough time and more than a few suggestions to retire. You know? So sad for Pelosi's daughter having the power of attorney. She must be so sad. Wait. What? Why does she have power of attorney? Over Diane's? Wait, what? Or are you talking over Nancy's? Because that is also, that's a thing. Yeah, I only feel bad as a passing thought. You know, not really. I feel like I'm being canceled as a leftist. Too compassionate. No compassion here. Saying it on Twitch today over Feinstein's. Saying the families are close. Weird. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So they worked together a lot and shit. Worked. I.e., collaborating on how to do nothing as a political strategy. The do nothing tactic. Good stuff. Do nothing and embezzle money. I don't know. It's not embezzlement. What is it? Just like insider trading, I guess. But it's legal. Love that for us. I love that for us. I have a few things lined up. There's this like story I didn't know about, related to Diane's career. And then I want to get into leftovers, but I have so many other things also. Like, I want to talk about fucking Jordan Peterson's at university he's making. I guess he's like doing it like with his daughter, or at least like the announcement is. I haven't really watched it yet, to be honest. So we're just gonna look into that. And Ro Ramdin did something 6 days ago about Jordan Peterson, so we're gonna do that as well. Some Twitter news, a little snippet from Representative Jasmine Crockett, just absolutely reading Trump to filth. Love that. Delightful. My alien guy came back with a banger, the dark enigma of UFO whistleblowers. About the David Grusch testimony, I suppose. And then, oh yeah, Fox News Chud was clowned. That's very good. Delightful. We talk about the university during leftovers. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can skip. Well, I still want to do it by myself because I just love Ro. So I do want to watch that. It's only 20 minutes. But, I guess I was going to start here.
Senator Dianne.
Fucking TYT did a fluff piece on Dyin Feinstein. Y'all are not leftists. What the fuck is this?
Dianne Feinstein has passed away. California, 90 years of age. Here's a review.
Dianne Feinstein, a leading woman senator for generations, whose political career in California was launched by tragedy. November 1978. San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and Board of Supervisors member Harvey Milk were assassinated in City Hall. Then Board of Supervisors President Dianne Feinstein tried desperately to save Milk's life.
I just don't want to crab dance about Harvey Milk. That's not good.
Both Mayor Moscone.
I don't know why you watch TYT at all. Okay, I only watch Rashad, Richey, and that's pretty much it. Like, I don't sub to the main channel at all. And I don't watch him that much. It's mainly, like, his cop watch shit. And occasionally he'll do, like, an interview or something that I find interesting.
And Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed.
The event cementing her passion for gun reform. She was elected mayor and became a national figure on Democratic nominee Walter Mondale's shortlist for running mate before he chose Geraldine Ferraro.
I've had an opportunity now to be the first woman and the first mayor to be asked to go through an interview process. And I view that as a major opening of a door and something that's very important to do.
It was the Clarence Thomas hearings before an all-male Senate Judiciary Committee in 1991 that got Feinstein to the Senate, as she recalled in 2018.
And what did I see but an all-male Senate Judiciary Committee grilling Anita Hill? And it was not nice. And it was not what one would like.
Okay, the one good thing she ever did.
To see. And that was my incentive to run in 1992.
After her decisive Senate win, then Senator Joe Biden made her the first woman on the Judiciary Committee. In Congress, she quickly made an impact, leading the charge for an assault weapons ban in 1994. As Senate Intelligence Chair, she took on the CIA's waterboarding of prisoners, holding hearings into the Bush administration's harsh interrogation techniques. But in later years, colleagues faltered her performance during Supreme Court confirmations, praising Republican Lindsey Graham for getting Trump nominee Amy Coney Barrett confirmed just weeks before the 2020 election.
This has been one of the best set of hearings that I've participated in.
But through political and personal trials, Dianne Feinstein's legacy as a trailblazer endures.
All right, let's put up the picture full mass. A lot of background, obviously, and a lot of...
Okay, they did a fluff piece, but then they cut to this photo. Okay, all right. I do love that. You guys have to crab dance with me.
Political foreground. U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein of California passed away at the age of 90. She died Thursday night at her home in Washington, D.C., her office said on Friday. She struggled with multiple health issues this year, leading to an extended absence.
It's almost like she shouldn't have been in office.
From the U.S. Senate. She confirmed that she would not run for re-election, telling CNN the time has come. Opening the Senate floor, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced that earlier this morning, quote, "We lost a giant in the Senate. Dianne Feinstein was one of the most amazing people who ever graced the Senate, who ever graced the country," Schumer said, his voice cracking. As the nation mourns this tremendous loss, we know how many lives she impacted and how many glass ceilings she shattered along the way. President Joe Biden, who served with Feinstein for years in the Senate, called her a pioneering American, a true trailblazer, and a cherished friend.
Boo.
California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Okay, just because she was one of the first women doesn't mean we like have to hand it to her. You know what I mean? I don't.
Newsom will now appoint a replacement. He has echoed the sentiment that it will be a temporary hire. and there is sure to be a spirited battle to succeed her. Politics already at play. Many are pontificating as to what will happen next. I want to take an opportunity just to provide some nuance to this. Obviously, I've disagreed with the senator in some of her public proclamations and policy dynamics. I would have considered her a moderate at best in the Democratic arena. But with that being said, she also did make a way. She created avenues. You cannot take those things away nor dismiss them. Because I am a man of faith, I reserve the politics for a more appropriate conversation and time. Today, we will honor the trailblazing accomplishments as they are. Senator Turner, your thoughts?
Well, amen to everything that you said, Doc. She was a trailblazer. She has a storied career. It's a long career.
Boo, I am not a man of faith.
So moments, one or two moments in that.
Whoa, let's go. Let's fucking go. It's been a year. Holy shit. Wait, this is the best gift I could have had on my 1 year. I was looking at it. I got a notification that I have my my 1 year coming up. My 1 year of affiliate. So I don't know how that's possible. It's supposed to be on the 17th. I don't know how you're already at a year. That's weird.
That career over the course of it do not account for the entire career. I'm most impressed with the fact that she spoke out during that Anita Hill hearing in the way that she did, laying out a not so long ago time in the Senate. That's not ancient history. I mean, hell, our country is not even 250 years old yet. Sometimes people think back then is a long time ago, and it's really...
Yeah, and Diane's been alive for like a third of it. More than that.
Not, and she should be lifted and honored. And Doc, again, because there's gonna be a whole bunch of folks acting foolish. Tricks are for kids. Yep. This is, as you said, not the time to evaluate whether or not you agree with her politically or not. This is a time to
No, it's a perfect time, actually.
Well, celebrate her legacy, but to lift up her legacy is probably a better way to phrase it.
Her legacy of white supremacy, we're gonna dive into it. You bet, Nina.
And to offer condolences to her family and to her friends.
I concur. Well said.
Let's discuss what we're doing with Peterson.
No, not yet. Okay. All right, so I'm sure y'all have heard about this by now. But I just came across this, someone said it in Mari's chat. Remember when Dianne Feinstein flew the Confederate flag in front of San Francisco City Hall to pander to the Dixiecrats visiting the DNC in hopes of getting her VP ticket? And then a black activist dressed as a Union soldier hiked the 50-foot pole and tore it down. That was awesome. Okay, this is a misleading photo because this, I thought, based on this photo, that this was in the 60s or something, and there may be two incidents. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it happened more than once. I don't know. I don't know all the history of everything Dianne ever did, but yeah, I have the Democracy Now! From when it happened fucking 8 years ago. Oh wait, this is in South Carolina. Oh no, I've pulled up the wrong person entirely. Why are there so many Confederate flags? Wait, fuck. Because Democracy Now! Also covered the other thing. Let me just... Goddamn America, I swear to God. I'll just play this really fast.
Bree Newsome Bass, a voting rights activist who entered the national spotlight when she climbed a flagpole at the South Carolina Capitol grounds on June 27, 2015, to remove a Confederate flag. The supporters of the flag say it honors Southern heritage and soldiers. But as a symbol of the Confederacy, it's a reminder of systemic oppression and racial subjugation. Removing the flag changed the power paradigm. Her action was a clear statement that symbols of oppression have no place in a 21st century America.
My name is Bree Newsome Bass, and I am an artist and activist. I feel like tensions were building over the course of a couple of years. By the time we reached June of 2015, the Trayvon Martin case in particular was very pivotal. And then we had back-to-back cases of unarmed Black people being killed by police. Then Dylan Roof walked into Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, sat down at a prayer meeting and shot and killed 9 Black parishioners during the prayer meeting. And it was shocking in its violence, in its brutality, and its just sheer racism. So in the aftermath of the killings in Charleston, we had this horrific visual where the United States flag was lowered to half staff in the Capitol, but the Confederate flag was still at the top of the pole. And so when I had the opportunity to collaborate with other activists on a way to take the flag down, I said, yes, this is something I definitely want to do.
Get off the pole.
I, for some reason, thought that I would be able to scale the pole in silence. But then, of course, once the police showed up and they were yelling at me to come down.
You come against me with hatred and oppression and violence.
I couldn't be silent. And so I, said to them, this is a nonviolent action. I'm prepared to be arrested. But I also started to pray out loud.
My Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
I was motivated in part by the prayers of my great-great-great-grandmother who was enslaved in South Carolina. I was told about how she prayed for her children to be free. I think every generation has to take responsibility for the time that it holds. I think a lot of times when we talk about things like racism, there's a lot of pointing to the past, but it's not just something that happened in the past. It's something that's happening every day.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, how many Confederate flags are still being flown by state houses? Like, that's
it's something that is only held up by collective decisions and choices. It's one thing to say, look at the mess that we inherited, but then what are you going to do with that mess? Are you going to handle it now, or are you going to pass it on to the generation that comes after you? Part of what drives me to continue taking a stand is that I only have the freedoms and rights that I have because other people took a stand that cost them so much more than it's cost me. And I simply do not believe you can go wrong if you do the right thing. In the end, history will redeem you.
He makes me to lie down in green pastures.
This is so annoying. This is like the only thing I can find on the Richard Bradley thing.
Really interesting story that broke a couple of days ago about Dyin Feinstein. Now, it's old, so I don't want you to get the wrong idea. It's back from 1984 when Feinstein was the mayor of San Francisco. I'm not telling you this because I think Dyin Feinstein, it's not a good story. It's about her defending the Confederate flag. I'm not saying that because I'm telling you that she believes the same things today that she believed in 1984. I'm not telling you that she put up the Confederate flag because she's deeply racist. No. And I'm not saying that like, haha, I'm not saying that wink. No, I'm really.
I am saying that she was probably at least a little bit racist.
Really not saying that. But I think it is an important story because it gives you a sense that Dyin Feinstein, her whole career, has done nothing but political calculation. Everything is political calculation. So that was also in play in this case. So let me quote Law and Crime, Colin Kalmbacher writing here, and then I'll explain the context. They explain that California's senior Senator Dyin Feinstein once fought and pushed for the prosecution of Black activists who opposed her repeated efforts to fly the Confederate flag at San Francisco City Hall. Now that is bizarre. Why in the world would you want to fly the Confederate flag on City Hall in San Francisco? I mean, you got no excuse about history and heritage and culture and all that stuff. So, and they explained back then in '84, early in the year.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it was not your history. I don't know what you're talking about.
Feinstein okayed the flying of the stained banner, also known as the Confederate battle flag, at City Hall as part of a, quote, historic display. Again, absolutely bizarre. It's not Tennessee, it's not Mississippi.
Oh, thank you. Also tell us, your viewers, not 15 minutes ago, that you don't watch TYT. Convenient excuse. Stop it. Look, if you can find a better coverage on this, I will happily watch it.
I don't know why San Francisco would want to honor this, the Confederate flag with a historic display. Okay, on April 15th, 1984, a communist organizer, Richard Bradley, outfitted in a Union Army uniform, scaled a 50-foot flagpole at the Civic Center in San Francisco and removed the Confederate battle flag. The remnants of that flag were then burned by a Union member. Go get them. As a small fire raged, a crowd of black activists, socialists, and unionists broke into a chorus of the anti-slavery anthem, John Brown's Body. Okay, look, things like that just happened recently with the covering of the Confederate monuments, some of the Confederate monuments being taken down, etc. But look, you gotta be careful and you shouldn't break the law, and if you're the mayor, you gotta enforce law, I understand that, but it's not the hill I would have fought on, but she was apparently very mad about that. So, at the time, Feinstein, who was in the running for the Democratic vice presidential nomination, was seeking to curry favor with the Dixiecrats, who would be arriving in town 3 months later for the Democratic National Convention. She had the flag put back up. Look, I'd be really
multiple times too. Like, the woman was a racist.
surprised if Dianne Feinstein is racist and loves the Confederacy. That would be bizarre.
Why is he so afraid to say that? Pussy.
I don't think that's the issue here. She wanted the vice presidency in 1984, and they were saying,
like, even if she isn't personally racist, like flying a symbol of racism, like, does it matter? Potato, potato.
that it was going to be a woman, and they were right. It was a woman. It just happened to be Geraldine Ferraro. So she's angling for it, and she's like, how can I convince the Southern Democrats? Because why? Why in San Francisco? How can I convince the Southern Democrats that I'm with them? Oh, I got it. I'll fly a Confederate flag in San Francisco. Elect a real progressive. Okay, so the activists are like, no.
Spoiler, they did not elect a real progressive. This was 5 years ago.
We're not going to let a Confederate flag fly over San Francisco. Not going to happen. So they take it down again. And of course, again, Feinstein is enraged. This time, however, Bradley was arrested on charges of vandalism, the second time he took it down. According to a contemporary account of the pretrial maneuvering by the Spartacist League's in-house publication, Workers' Vanguard, which features a roundup of black press coverage on the issue, Feinstein's office worked with San Francisco's then District Attorney Arlo Smith on the prosecution. Of particular concern to Feinstein was that Bradley make restitution to the city of San Francisco for the destroyed flag. So she wanted a black activist to pay for the Confederate flag.
Ridiculous. Fucking absurd. No, piss on your flag.
Let it go, man. You made your point. Hey, Dixiecrats, I'll do whatever you want. I'm your girl, whatever, okay? You made your point. You're gonna go and insist on his prosecution and insist that he pay it back. All right. As news of Bradley's prosecution spread, phone calls and telegrams swamped Feinstein's office, and finally, Feinstein relented. The exhausted mayor promised not to fly the Confederate battle flag again. Only after she had to be convinced, and there was a world of pressure. Aren't you exhausted trying to get so-called Democratic politicians to be progressive. But wait, the story isn't over. Feinstein apparently wasn't quite content with this turn of events and still had time to make her case to the Democratic Party power brokers. So after Bradley's trial faded from the headlines near the end of June, Feinstein raised the stars and bars, the first flag of the Confederacy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, that's not a progressive. And
yeah, what? It's such an America moment. Like, you're in San Francisco. Like, I don't think any Republican is like voting for you regardless. What are you, like, just move to Georgia or something? I don't know what you're doing.
And it's certainly not someone who's gonna fight for you. And look, and if you don't know the context, one last thing that's important. Again, it isn't to go back in time and say she can't change. If you asked her about the Confederate flag now and she still wants to fly it, Mike, you never know with Dianne, but I'd be really, really surprised. I'm trying to be fair to her, okay? But every time that she's had an opportunity to make a political point like this, she has attacked the left, not supported it. It's not the only time. So one time, Kamala Harris, of all people, was doing a prosecution, and it was a really high-profile case of a murder, but she didn't want to pursue the death penalty. Feinstein called a press conference and attacked Kamala Harris back then and said, no, we need a death penalty. Why? She wanted to appeal to in the general election to the right wing and say, don't worry, if you need someone to punch the left wing in the face, Dianne Feinstein is your person. Over and over and over again. She says on Medicare for All, she's not gonna do it now. She's been in office for 50 years. That she might do it at a later time. She says, no, it's not the time. It's not the time to help progressives. For Dianne Feinstein, it is never the time to help progressives. It's always the time to help herself. Elect a real progressive in California. You know who I think?
If only they did. If only.
I think it should be Allison Hartson. AllisonHartson.com will have the links below. But if you think it's someone else, do what you gotta do, but make sure that California gets the senator it deserves, a progressive one. You just watched the video by the Young Turks.
Okay, Uncle, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, will you do the Jordan Peterson bit thing real quick?
Let's discuss what we're doing with Peterson Academy.
We thought, what if we could make getting a degree 95% less expensive? Because that's a pretty funny target. It's like, we're gonna undercut you by 95% and offer a better
Right, that sounds like a winning business plan, Jordan.
better quality experience along the way. Why wouldn't it be good to provide everybody, at least in principle, with access to the best lectures? And you might think, why should you be at least in principle?
Who are these people? I don't know any of these people.
On the way, why wouldn't it be good
Heather Hagen
to provide everybody?
Brett Weinstein. No relation?
At least in principle, with access to the best lectures. And you might think, why should you be generally educated? Because otherwise you're going to be a useless, resentful, bitter, pointless, counterproductive lump. And that's not a good
Is he talking about himself?
strategy. So that's why you think. You think so that your stupid thoughts can die instead of you.
Is this real? Am I dreaming? Right? Is this a nightmare? Every time I listen to Jordan Peterson talk, it's like a fever dream. I don't know.
It's counterproductive lump, and that's not a good strategy. So that's why you think. You think so that your stupid thoughts can die instead of you. If
you think so your stupid thoughts can die instead of you. It's a drug
you
truly.
get to the upper echelons of any hierarchy, you'll start encountering people who know a lot about almost everything. And so if you're stupid and you don't know anything about anything, they're just gonna look at you and listen to you for like 2 seconds and think, well, I don't know where this clunk came from, but you know, he's not come along for the ride. You need to be enculturated.
Enculturated. Enculturated. What the fuck? Man's just making up words now? That's not a word, right? I feel like, oh, it is. I am stupid. I'm the stupid person he's talking about. The fuck? God, he's just so annoying.
So that you can play with sophisticated people and you could play a sophisticated and productive game, but also so that you've informed yourself with the greatest ideas of history so that whatever problem you're tackling, you're going to have tools to tackle it with. Once we get it well developed, you'll be able to take all these courses and then, you know, you won't be a complete embarrassment to yourself.
I didn't.
Jesus Christ. Is he doing like an Andrew Tate thing? You're fucking brokey. You're stupid. You're boring. You need to be enculturated.
Enjoy my university experience. The professor wasn't interesting. I was like, I'm pretty sure what they just said wasn't true. I got a psychology professor tell me rats weren't social creatures because they lived in cages. Literally that happened. I was like, what? Not traveling.
What? I feel like you didn't understand what your teacher said.
40 minutes to go to this class. And I think it's cruel that people are told they have to go to university, they have to spend $100,000 to $200,000 to get a degree so they can get a job, otherwise they're screwed. It's just a scam, but it bothers me that people are being scammed to learn to not believe in themselves, assume that they can't fix their problems, and then hate their country, basically. It would be funny if we could blow apart the university system a little bit, because it's
It would be fun. It would just be fun.
broken because of what it did to you. Like, you were alienated out of your job.
Oh, we should just be really vindictive. We should do vengeance on all of the universities.
Basically.
You'll be damn fortunate if we can provide you with a list of people who've graduated. And if you had any sense, you'll employ them preferentially because we did the rigorous screening work. And I know how to do the rigorous screening work because I studied that for like 25 years.
Man is melting down. Is this real? Is this real? I feel like I'm watching AI.
A degree from our university.
That's his daughter.
Will signify high-level conscientiousness and general cognitive ability, and those are
Imagine you're trying to talk to your dad and this is how he reacts.
valuable for any employer with a clue. So I think we can just skip the accreditation process and go right to the employers.
We are planning a soft launch in November, and we might be able to change the education system. That's funny. It's weird.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Exactly.
That sort of funny.
That kind of funny.
Oh yeah, that kind of funny.
That kind of funny. You're not funny. I am laughing at you, but not because you're funny. That is a banger, though. Up yours, woke moralists. New grift level unlocked. Seriously. They saw, like, what PragerU did with, like, getting into schools, actual schools, as curriculum. And now they're all gonna do it. And I hate it here. Please save us. Please save us. Please help us. America is not okay. We're not all right. We're not gonna make it, y'all. On steroids. And ivermectin. God, not the steroid ivermectin combo. Chicks visit clouds. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much me right now. Just bring me into the internet void. You couldn't even launch with the school year? What the fuck is a November launch for a curriculum? What does that mean? When does it start? When does it end? Are there semesters or is it just all the time? What? get broken. Oh God, no.
So, Jordan Peterson. He blows.
Clean up your room.
He's weird.
Yeah.
He's a weirdo. He thinks weird. He thinks bad from brain damage, from Russian-induced steak coma.
Hey, well, if you want to organize your psyche, you could start by organizing your room. Can you even clean up your own room? No.
What?
He literally decided to go into a medically induced coma to come off of benzos because he was just like too scared to do it sober or whatever. And yeah, I do believe it permanently altered his brain chemistry.
Jordan D. Peterson here. Jordan D. Peterson here. What if cleaning your room was more important than the Mali Civil War? Inside of you is a lobster. You have to boil it until it is tender. Jordan Peterson is a Canadian professor, transphobe, philosopher's apprentice, right-wing mouthpiece, Joe Rogan Experience, ultimate ability, and today we...
Not a professor anymore, right? Wait, no, he's not a therapist anymore? He got his certification taken away or something? Or was he also fired from his job? I can't even keep track.
You're going to be taking a look at his YouTube shorts.
Okay. Well, I thought he lost his therapist license as well because people spoke out against him with like negative experiences.
Hey girlies, welcome back to the Tower of Babel. I'm the only other person who speaks the same language as you, and I hold questionable opinions about the poor. We should make them race on all fours if they can't pay utilities. Impoverished Olympics. Who's with me? They can all compete for an entry level.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think he lost his license for doing therapy, and then because of that, he lost his job. Hey, shut up. No. Jordan Peterson loses appeal against College of Psychologists of Ontario over controversial tweet. Yeah, he appealed it and lost. That's embarrassing. All because of his tweets. Okay, so he has a directive to undergo a social media training program to keep his license to practice psychology. That's hilarious. I'm gonna get my facts straight, right? Social media training on professionalism following complaints it received regarding his comments about transgender actor Elliot Page. Certain politicians in a plus-size model. You know the ones. It's crazy they just asked him to do training and he's like, no, I won't, and appealed it. Like, what a little bitch. To be dismissed. Crazy. You can't just like act like a reactionary fool, dude.
Level managerial position at Kroger's. Thank you so much for clicking on this video. I know in today's attention economy, you could have watched the porn equivalent of Decalogue or a Mr. Beast video that would befuddle Mansa Musa in terms of display of opulence. So thanks so much for coming to your local small channel. We remember our customers here. Like you, your name is, and as a special deal, if you subscribe right now, I'll start mailing white powder to protected officials. So get on that and click the bell, the like button, go to YouTube and search Ro Ramdin, well liked and endowed to influence the recommended searches. Okay, so before we get going looking at the YouTube shorts,
the least they could have done for him to basically inciting an online hate mob of millions to attack trans people, right? Yeah, the bare minimum, and he's still like, no. Like, just a baby.
We're gonna do an obligatory Jordan Peterson roast. Jordan Peterson, you know him, he's the guy your ex-boyfriend mentioned in passing before putting on the Joe Rogan episode that would end your relationship. Jordan B. Peterson, the internet's adjunct absentee father. Guinness World Record holder of man who acts the most divorced. I think I speak for all of us when I say, where's the alimony, Jordan?
Yeah, what was that survey? It was like 60% of women find it a red flag if a guy listens to Rogan. You know? A great reason to just not.
Jordan, your kids want to go to Six Flags. He looks like a ghostly apparition, like he turned to sand in a light breeze. When people talk about Civil War ghosts appearing on Antietam cobblestone roads, this is what they look like. His facade is equivalent to that of an 1800 soldier who died by musket fire and was trampled by pack mules. He dresses like a fantasy tonic vendor, like the manager of a Renaissance fair who mandates metrosexuality. I'm pretty sure every morning he wakes
Every time. Is this a real person? Is this a real man? I feel like he's entered the metaverse. He has reached the singularity. He is half man and half AI. 100 million plays a month on Spotify. The world is ending, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. How is he still like the number one or number two like all the time? That's like I got bored of him in like a day, like less than a day. I was interested in him, like
the manager of a Renaissance fair who mandates metro.
That's not a real photo. That can't be real. Why is his body so small? It could be like edited or the focal length or something, but it just doesn't look real. This looks fake.
Sexuality. I'm pretty sure every morning he wakes up and the suits
Benzos
meld onto his body.
Yeah, when you take benzos, you actually enter into the Matrix. It's true.
Like he's Iron Man, or animals dress him like he's Cinderella. Just the racist animals, though. Like, we know woodpeckers believe in IQ and skull science. In another life, he's a soft-spoken audio engineer for the Lumineers, or an adult herpetologist, but in this world, he has to be the Mother Teresa of 4chan perverts. He looks like he's allergic to the sun. Like, life has not been kind to him, but the devil has. His body looks old, but his eyes look like they've genuinely seen nothing. You could show this guy a Rubik's Cube and he'd freak out. I just know he doesn't play about bug spray. I know he tears up looking at Excel. The horrors of modern life. R.L. Stine created this guy as a cautionary tale. He's got the face of a man who's never peeled a potato. Zero manual labor. If you gave him a rake, he would start sneezing. I see him and I think, is that a malnourished?
He looks like if you ever read 1984, like actually read it, he's like what I imagine every man in that world to look like.
Slovenian folk artist or a patient in a commercial for beta blockers. All right, let's head over to the React chamber so that we can see some of these Jordan Peterson videos. Welcome to the React chamber, a hermetically sealed bunker that will contain every molecule of Jordan Peterson content that we watch during this video. Let's get to it. Now, a cool tidbit about the React bunker is that it's also actually my room. And as you can see, it's pretty clean. That's so Jordan can't use that as a point against me. As many of you know, one of Jordan's favorite things to say is that before you criticize other people, you should clean your own room. Get your own life in order. So now that I've got that covered, let's see what you'll do about it, Boredom P. Fuckerson. I didn't mean it. His name is Jordan. I'm sorry. This first video is called Fatherlessness is Destroying America, which, bold claim, Mr. Peterson. This guy hasn't heard of inflation, or lobbying, or systemic racism, or incarceration, or the justice system, or Congress, or white supremacy, or patriarchy, or...
Girls who don't have a father will hit puberty on average at least a year earlier, which is substantially earlier, and that indicates a real biological impact of the lack of a masculine figure in the household.
Okay, no, this is actually AI, right? I can't tell anymore. Nothing is real. Oh yeah, send me that thing, Jesse, that you were talking about.
That's a walloping.
He looks like he smells like day-old soup. Oh my god.
Physiological difference.
I know Jordan must have nightmares about the sentence that I'm about to say, but I think I found the study that he's talking about, and I want to read to you the conclusion. Conclusion, among girls from higher income but not lower income families, father absent.
You were talking about something about the metaverse and everything is fake for sure, something.
Is linked to earlier puberty. This was partially true for African Americans in terms of pubic hair development. These effects are not explained by body weight. Future research is needed to identify social and biophysiological mechanisms through which father absence, ethnicity, and income impact puberty onset. Okay, do we understand how different that is than the static thing he is saying without factoring anything in? It's like he ran the whole study through a context colander, and now we're just left with a few loose words. I'd like to say that when he does this type of thing, something, that's a lie. He's lying. I'm not sure why he's so into stripping things of detail and circumstance, but good lord, man.
Who have lack of father at the age of 12 have telomeres, so this is a genetic difference, that are on average something approximating 15% shorter, which means that all other things being equal, they're already doomed to a much shorter life. And so we don't know what the pervasive multi-generational consequences of the breakdown in familial structure in the final analysis are.
Yeah, so let's look at this paper, okay? Father loss and child telomeres. Results: at 9 years of age, children with father loss have significantly shorter telomeres, 14% reduction. Paternal death has the largest association, 16%, followed by incarceration, 10%, and separation and/or divorce, 6%. Changes in income partially mediate these associations, 95% mediation for separation and/or divorce, 30% for incarceration, and 25% for death. Conclusions: father loss has a significant association with children's STL, with the death of a father showing the largest effect. Income loss explains most of the association between child STL and separation and/or divorce, but much less of the.
Oh, interesting. When your income is bad, then your nutrition is probably bad. And that's just bad for you overall. What? Wow, shocking.
Association with incarceration or death. This underscores the important role of fathers in the care and development of children and supplements evidence of the strong negative effects of parental incarceration. So first of all, death and incarceration just destroy divorce in this debate in terms of shortening telomeres or whatever. Death of the father and incarceration are the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to divorce his Airbud. Plus, my dad died when I was 7 because he was allowed to, and I just checked my telomeres this morning in the mirror. Perfectly normal length, perhaps even longer, stronger, and about the thickness of cable car wire. I don't know what telomeres are. But really, Jordan Peterson with the remarkably hot take that kids don't like it when their dads die. I could have told you that. After my dad died, I got like 75% less Thomas the Tank Engine toys. From that point on, my mom just got me like Legos and grief workbooks. And Lego grief workbooks. Additionally, income loss explains most of the association with divorce. Check and mate, Jordan Peterson. Pull up your white underwear with hearts on them and go back to the doghouse you sleep in every night, you fucking Looney Tunes ghoul. So what is he doing here, right? Why is he saying these things that aren't fully true? To me, it seems like he's arguing for the importance of a strong man in the household, and most likely for the relevance of the nuclear family. So for conservatives, the nuclear family is important, and heteronormativity is important. They want men and women to have children, and for that model to be the best. So it is ideologically convenient for Jordan Peterson to stretch the truth here, to say things that aren't super true, as though he can form a scientific basis for the necessity of the father in the family model. It also acts as a convenient opportunity to say strong men belong in the household, that if men are not in the household, there are problems. Now, if this is part of a...
Yeah, notably, I will say I've never seen Jordan Peterson with a wife or anything. Is he married? What happened to her?
Larger video where he explains different things, perhaps he's speaking out against parental incarceration, that's totally fine. But considering that this is clipped out of context in a short form medium and then given to people as though it's a full analysis or piece of information on the situation, that means that people can come to their own...
Oh, they are married still. Oh. Tammy Peterson.
Conclusions about this. And that's not to say that telomere shortening isn't good. My telomeres are probably shorter because my father passed away when I was young, and according to the National Institute of Health, accelerated telomere shortening is associated with early onset of many age-associated health problems, including coronary heart disease, heart failure, diabetes, increased cancer risk, and osteoporosis. But to people who see this clip, and maybe Jordan Peterson himself, he can say, telomeres are shorter in people who don't have fathers, ergo, if no father increases the biological likelihood of death, he can present it as a pernicious lurking evil slowly destroying the world in America. In reality, the truth is much more mundane. It is likely that losing a father or your father being incarcerated is a massively stressful, life-changing event for most people, as is the economic instability.
Oh my god, she has her own channel. What?
You want something. You want to.
Why hasn't anybody talked about this?
Find, so you'll seek. How hard are you going to seek?
Why is she just advertising his shit on her homepage? What's happening? One day ago. Wow, she's like still just like uploading. Wow. Unvaccinated woman dies after organ transplant refusal. Tale of a trans widow. Dude, what?
You know, I'm starting to think about these mental health professionals and the church and the demise of the church.
Yes.
And the growth of this mental health profession. All of these health professionals have affirmed people's mistaken identities, and now they're going
Jesus Christ.
down this path of destruction, the surgical destruction, at all sorts of ages. It's another sign that
Your husband is literally a psychologist. What is happening?
the church has been abandoned.
For me, I'm starting not to trust doctors.
Not just medical doctors, but psychologists and psychiatrists.
Yes. I taught in early childhood for more than 20 years. And over the course of 20 years, I had 4 students who were 4 or 5 years old who came in saying, "I'm not a girl. Don't call me Sarah." And this was never taught. I have a master's degree in early childhood education, and that you need to be open to.
Is this the trans widow? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What the fuck? Underlying trauma, destruction of the church. Jesus. Wow, this is a treasure trove. No one has talked about her at all. She gets like between 4K views and 400K views. That's crazy. That's crazy range. Society is ruined. Oh my God, what is this?
Women have been in this role since the beginning of time, to support our children and to support our husbands. And it's not as if she didn't go along with him. You know, she was a part of what he was doing.
Because in modern times, people have basically done everything before they got married. When they have their wedding, they suffer from a depression afterwards because it's like an anticlimax. She, in this documentary, she said, well, liberation didn't happen. And she said sexual liberation didn't happen. She said what happened was commercial pornography was liberated, fantasy was liberated, but people weren't liberated.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to the Tammy Peterson podcast. Today I'm speaking with Shika Fatima Barkatullah. Shika Fatima Barkatullah is an
She has to look at it every time.
Islamic scholar and director of Muslim Womanhood, an organization set up to educate and build resilience in Muslim women in the West. Fatima was born and grew up in London, where she lives with her husband and 4 children. She studied classic Arabic in Egypt and completed her Islamic education at seminaries in the UK. She went on to complete her master's degree in Islamic law and was awarded the Doreen Hinchcliffe Memorial Prize for...
Okay. Wow, so she just finds like minorities who are also reactionary and talks to them. That's so interesting. Wow. Wow, she started this a year ago. Wow. The value of the rosary. My God. Oh my God. Stop. Yeah, Discord, please.
I was always in discomfort from the time my first memories are of a stomachache and not being able to digest my food. And so I knew it was food. And I told the doctors. Yeah. I went to sick kids and I said, you know what? If Michaela eats oranges, her toe swells. And they were like, oh yeah. And they kind of wrote it down, but they were not interested. You know, Jordan and I,
you guys,
we're at home and we whisper. We whisper to each other, you know what? I think we're getting younger. I mean, that doesn't happen.
Oh my God. No, you're not, honey.
Like gum disease doesn't get better. Arthritis doesn't just go away. Depression doesn't just live.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't
evaporate. I have a normal life. For the first time in my life, I was always in discomfort from the time.
A woman from Alberta, Canada, has died after she was refused an organ transplant because she refused the COVID vaccination. What is the situation like now in Alberta, in Canada? Are people still suffering the effects of what I would call authoritarianism?
Absolutely, and not just in Alberta, but in...
What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Why was she? Where is this?
I just reviewed a book by some Spanish feminists, and they were talking about instructions now sent out to Spanish school teachers. And one of them is that you have to watch your students and see if there are any transgender realities emerging among the students. And if you spot one, then you have to call the director of the school.
Dude, what?
And you have to have a meeting with the family, and you have to be like, how are we going to manage the transgender reality of this child? Of course, what they mean is they're going to transition the kid. This is an incitement to discourse. We're constantly inciting kids to discourse, which of course,
Inciting to discourse? Inciting to discourse?
Any thoughtful kid, especially girls, are going to be like, do I 100% want to wear pink all the time? If that's not what I think.
Is that the worst thing in the world?
Think about myself, I must be non-binary, which of course, all of us as middle-aged grown-ups are like, that's ridiculous. We're all grown-up women who know that being a woman, all of us, I'm sure, have non-binary characteristics, but that didn't exist as a category of rumination. I just reviewed a book by some Spanish feminists, and they were
Spanish feminists.
Original sin, which is now seen as something so backwards, oh, that's an oppressive idea that you are sinful. No, it basically just means that you are not perfect, you are not God, and you will have a tendency towards evil things, and you have to work hard to not do that.
Yeah, well, sin, what does sin mean? To miss the mark. So,
yeah.
Do you miss the mark? Yes. Well, then you sin.
Simple, right?
Yeah.
And that's not heavy. That's actually very redeeming, and it's very democratic, and it's very egalitarian, because we all are sinners. Original sin, which is now.
Oh my God. It's democratic and egalitarian. Yeah, except I sin for who I love, and you sin when you have too many cookies? Come on. Shut up.
Ability caused by divorce. To say that, though, is a much less interesting statement than saying fatherlessness is destroying America. I'll give it to him, though. He's a great copywriter for conservative ideology. Fatherlessness is destroying America? Put that on the Goodyear blimp and everybody's going to be saying it for years.
This is one of the things that distinguished communism from Nazism, let's say, and made it even maybe more pernicious. The Nazis basically said, the world, that's for the Aryans, and the rest of you can go to hell, and we'll be happy to aid in the flames, let's say. There's not a
No? Okay, so I'm not going to say that the bad guys didn't say that off rip. What are you talking about? You think Hitler won elections by telling people he would send them to hell? I mean, just give the Wikipedia page a small skim. He tried to appeal to left-wing sentiments and then purged them from the party later. They used anti-communism, anti-Semitism, and nationalism to form a common enemy of the people and took advantage of the economic downturn in the late 1920s. Check this one out. Business leaders, fearful of a communist takeover, began supporting the bad guys party. Business leaders literally supported the bad guys instead of communists.
The bad guys.
The opposition to the communists were opposing those guys.
And it's pretty bloody obvious. On the communist front, though, and this is maybe what made it such a powerful substitute in some sense for Christianity.
Historical revisionism.
There was the notion that what we were working for was the universal brotherhood of man and this intense inclusiveness where everyone could live together peacefully. And so people were also led down the garden path by that presumption and found.
Did you just lick the book? What was that?
And so people were also led down the garden path by that presumption and found out that.
Yeah, that's the key to speed reading is just licking the book right in the scene.
Lying in the service of future utopia turns out to be a pathway to hell, just like lying in the service of an exclusionary fascist state.
He lost me right there. I presume he's talking about the Soviet Union there, not theoretical communism. I can't blame him. The guy doesn't know much about communism. He thinks postmodern neo-Marxists are a thing, so. But I love this guy. He says things that sound like history. They've got the general shape of a fact, kind of the color blindness test of information. Some people hold a dialectical view of history or a materialist view of history.
Some people just have a vibes-based view of history.
Peterson holds a gist view of history. Sparks notes, bullet points. He's using content-aware fill to work the rest out. Also, how is using racism
Content-aware fill
the same as using the
Content aware Phil, I love that joke.
Promise of improving life for all people. At least the people who are saying that they're going to improve life for all people aren't recruiting the racists, right? That's got to count for something. 10 points? Can we please get 10 points?
Oh, 10 points for the communists. You know what, Dave? They've been up against the fascist defense all night, and I've been saying if they get those points in, they're going to be able to clutch out a victory. I don't see the other guys coming back from this one. Wait. McCarthy's at the 30. McCarthy's at the 20.
And I studied antisocial behavior, and particularly at McGill. I studied female and male antisocial behavior. Male antisocial behavior tends to be much more.
I studied male antisocial behavior by being severely antisocial. More of a journal than a study. History doesn't exist. There is no past, there is no future. What type of history is that? Huh?
Physically violent. Mm-hmm. And so most of the people who are imprisoned are male, mostly because we imprison violent offenders, mm-hmm. which is kind of interesting. We don't...
Oh, nothing. Just disparage. You okay there? Help me.
necessarily imprison white-collar criminals, even if they defraud like 60,000 people, but you know, a mugger, well, we're going to lock him up. And yeah, I can understand that, although not entirely. Defrauding 60,000 people out of their pension isn't exactly nothing either. But in any case, it's almost all men in prison, and it's almost all violent offenders. What's the female equivalent of antisocial personality? And it's much more subtle. Mm-hmm. But a lot of it is reputation destruction and exclusion, mean girl syndrome.
Did you know that when girls are mean, it's with words, and boys are mean with guns? I'll take things everybody knows for 200, Alex. What is patriarchy, toxic masculinity, and the legacy of gendered violence? I emailed Alex Trebek to see if he could do that bit with me, but guys, I have some bad news.
Man, it's like whenever Jordan talks, like I actually can't focus. I zone out so hard. I can't take him seriously to the point where I can't even process the audio.
Huh. So this video on its face is not that ridiculous, but it is like promoting bioessentialism.
Oh, yo, shit, hi. Oh, I forgot I turned my alerts off. Hi, Tipster. Hi, readers. Thank you for the raid. Hey, hi, hello. Y'all probably know me by now. I'm Lainey. I'm a leftist, and I do reacts of the political variety. Welcome in, everybody. Talking about Jordan Peterson. It's a good time.
It's also kind of appealing to the idea that people already believe this in some sense. This all feeds into my grand theory that Jordan Peterson is a political theorist for dudes that say common sense in arguments. How do you know that? Oh, common sense. Is that a sociological journal, or can we throw out everything you said for the last hour? But really, what bugs me about this clip is that everything he's saying here is very obviously linked to patriarchy, toxic masculinity, gendered expectations, race, class, and he just ends up saying none of it. He clips this small part where he skims the surface of the subject and conveniently uploads a clip that avoids the much more interesting causes. And that's a part of why these short form videos are so dangerous. They are not only deprived of their context, but they're cut in a way that allows only the most ear-grabbing, repeatable talking topics through. They're also awfully convenient, both ideologically and in terms of consuming. Girls are soft mean, boys are hard mean is a very simple concept. So clipping it and putting it into a video void of any contextual information or analysis allows it to reinforce the beliefs of people who already...
Yeah, he always has like just a very easily digestible like a chunk of info or a take that is just like the status quo, just like the most milquetoast. Yeah, everyone was conditioned to think that take. Like
believe that sort of thing as a default, who refuse to do any cultural or social analysis as to the cause or meaning of these things. And Jordan Peterson isn't talking about trans people here, but it's implicit that whenever Jordan Peterson says something, he's probably being transphobic in some sense. So what I'll say is that this biological essentialism can be used, this rhetoric can be used to say that trans women, like myself, are inherently violent or dangerous around women. That's just something to keep in mind.
And also to keep in mind that trans women are more at risk of violence, like being the victims of violence, than cis women. So just a little tidbit.
The emptiness in your life isn't because you don't have enough rights. You have all the rights there are. You have more than you should. And it isn't because you lack consumerist options. You have Amazon and pornography, man. You can get whatever you want whenever you want it. And if that's still not working...
Wait, I could be watching porn right now. Wait, I gotta go. Guys, wait, I gotta end the video.
Hey, not to brag, man, but earlier today I watched porn.
Are you serious? You go to hell if you watch porn, right?
Wait, what?
Well, what are you missing? Well, maybe you're missing the opposite of that. A little bit of restraint. A little bit of sacrifice, some responsibility.
So this one really cuts to the core of the Jordan Peterson ideology. First of all, he presupposes that you have all of the rights that you deserve and more, which is definitely not true for a lot of people. For myself, a trans woman of color, I absolutely perceive a different truth than that one, but also for poor people, for disabled people, for people living in other countries, the global south. Peterson immediately preaches to an audience as though there is a normative base level of rights that everyone has already exceeded. And past that, he says that the solutions to your problems lie solely in responsibility, self-discipline, and restraint. This allows him to, in one video, both state that systemic oppression, stripping of rights, etc., those are a non-issue, and that the true issue is that you aren't working hard enough. A lot of Jordan Peterson fans will say that he's not a conservative, or that he's not right-wing, but this is a video that really makes it clear that he is a right-wing political figure. It is the exact position of the conservative movement.
It's really crazy that he still tries to maintain that he's not conservative. Everything about him is conservative. That's crazy.
Of the United States. You're not oppressed. You just gotta grind. Go hard in the paint. Start a small business with conflict mineral money. Do jumping jacks. Enlist in the Air Force and fly into the ocean. You know, just focus on you.
And the problem with this ideology is it doesn't allow you to fly a plane into the ocean and die. I've always said that it's important to get your money up. Because when you're broke, you have no money.
I'm still thinking about that, because I know how to vet people.
I've seen the climate apocalypse use fear to induce something approximating the same kind of
Or have you tried exploiting other people?
level of tyranny, as far as I'm concerned, that characterized the vaccine lockdown. Help me sort that out and understand where you stand.
I see these huge levels of depression and despair, loneliness in kids, and I don't think that there's a single cause to it. And I think blaming it on, depression about climate is probably
Well, that's definitely a huge part of it. That's a non-zero part of it. Life shame camp.
oversimplistic. And in fact, I think a lot of the problems we see in kids, and particularly boys, it's probably underappreciated that how much of that is coming from chemical exposures, including a lot of the sexual dysphoria.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? You're depressed because of all the chemicals? I don't, source? Literally a single source, please.
That we're seeing. They're swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals today, and many of those are endocrine disruptors.
Okay, Robert F. Kennedy jump scare. First of all, that guy looks
Okay. He just says shit. He just says shit. Yes, plastics and BPA products are endocrine disruptors. That's true. But what does your endocrine system have to do with your experience of gender exactly? I'd like to see that study that ties those two things. I'm missing there's a missing link here. I don't think that's related at all, actually.
1,000 years old. I'm pretty sure he was built in a lab during the Great Depression. If you don't know him, this guy is the 70-year-old anti-vax Democratic candidate that really makes you think, what is the Democratic Party, right? Just a retirement home for James Bond villains? Every Democratic candidate is either Pontius Pilate or the first queer woman figure skater to kill civilians in Grenada. Go girly, get your murder on. So Jordan Peterson has range, and I think a lot of his strength lies in his abilities to advertise ideas to people in forms that seem almost ridiculous. They grab your attention. I initially thought everything in this video is ridiculous, and they were maybe thinking of the Joker's origin story, where he fell into chemicals and became the enemy of the Batman. But then I researched it, and some of it is actually true. Yeah, there seems to be a connection, possibly, between endocrine disruptors and major depressive disorder. But when you research the causes of increased rates of depression in the modern age, you get different things. Contemporary populations may now be more susceptible to depression because of greater inequality, low social support, intense individual competitiveness, and increased social failure. Onset of a major depressive episode often coincides with stressful life events. Modern populations are increasingly overfed, malnourished, sedentary, sunlight deficient, sleep deprived, and socially isolated. These changes in lifestyles each contribute to poor physical health and affect the incidence and treatment of depression. So it's weird for Jordan Peterson to upload a video called Why Are Young Boys Depressed and to lead with COVID lockdown, tyranny, climate apocalypse, and then pivot into endocrine disruptors when there are just a ridiculous amount of compounding factors that seem to lead to depression. That study that I just referenced, that I will link in the description, in fact does mention endocrine disruption quite a few times in relation to diet, sunlight, sleep, and the mentioned environmental toxins, but those are just smaller parts that make up a huge array of factors. So Jordan Peterson is able to upload this video, pose a question, pretend to answer it, and tell a little half-truth that sounds interesting but really is just a small part of the story. Now, I'm sure the full interview between them goes into more detail, but once again, this is short-form content. This is what we're analyzing. We're literally just looking at a video form of a pull quote. At first, I also couldn't tell what he meant by sexual dysmorphia here until I looked up Robert F. Kennedy's sexual dysmorphia and found out that he thinks that chemicals in the water are impacting
Oh, he said dysmorphia? I thought he said dysphoria.
the sexuality of children. And Jordan Peterson is just uploading this, I guess. CNN spoke to multiple experts who said there is no link between endocrine disruptors and children's gender and sexuality. While sex in frogs is determined by environmental factors such as temperature and chemicals, Dr. Andrea Gore, professor of pharmacology and toxicology at University of Texas at Austin, said the sex of humans is determined at the moment of conception and cannot later be altered by endocrine disrupting chemicals. If this conspiracy theory sounds familiar, it's literally the Alex Jones turning the frogs gay talking point. Like, I'm dead serious. That's what it is. That's what Jordan Peterson is.
Yep. Yeah, I could have seen that coming. Turn the freaking frogs gay.
Implicitly endorsing here. And because it's so short form, because it comes at
How does that song come up, like, almost every day? Like, not even just me. Like, in content, I swear, like, every day.
you so quickly and you don't have time to sort of analyze or understand what they're saying, this can totally go over your head. You might not even understand what you're seeing. You've seen the half-truths that Jordan Peterson loves to tell, and you've seen how short-form content can strip even the most basic things of their context and render them incoherent. So let's wrap this thing up. So when we look at these videos, we need to consider two things. One, what is being said? Is it true on its face? So a direct appraisal of the content. And then two, why is it being said? What framework is Peterson building or strengthening or
Transcends time and platform bans and permeates all content, truly. Truly. Like a staple of the internet. I need some Jones alerts.
alluding to when he says these things? It's a dual structure because it's in this especially heavily curated format. He's advertising his worldview, which of course, as many people have pointed out, is one that is particularly enticing to directionless young men who are struggling to understand why they are suffering in an ever-changing world. But when I show you these videos of Jordan Peterson being a little bit dishonest or weird, I'm also conveniently holding information from you, particularly the information that a lot of these videos are inoffensive and even true or insightful. A lot of the most popular videos on Shorts, when you look up Jordan Peterson,
That's how they get you. That's literally how he hooks his audience. You know, clean your room. Sure, great advice. Everyone loves a clean room. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Are people telling him how he has changed their life and helped them on their way? Combine that with the more approachable informational content said in an academic tone he puts out, and he can suck people in with that way of thinking and pivot to this barely true nonsense. Which is why it's important for me and you to always be a little bit critical of the sound bites and videos we hear on a day-to-day basis, which is why I'm so glad that this video is sponsored by True Media. True Media? No, I'm kidding. Absolutely not. This video is actually sponsored by my wonderful patrons over at patreon.com/Ro Ramdin, who literally make all of my videos possible, financially viable. They support my life. So if you like what I'm doing, if you like this video, go over there and toss me a few bucks and bones if you wanna. But otherwise, that's all I wanted to say for this video. I hope that you got a little bit of entertainment from it, that maybe you laughed or learned something or got a little bit of context as to how to debate these ideas if somebody brings them up to you. Otherwise, have a lovely day. Take care of yourself, take care of others, be kind to yourself and others, unless they're Canadian psychology professor Jordan Peterson. And as always, thank you for watching. Mwah. Bye.
So I wanted to talk about Canada honoring the Nazi veteran. I guess that could have gone better earlier, but there's just like a few more short things, and then we'll get into leftovers, and then we'll do fun. It's true. No, it's true. Mwah. The content it floweth. You know I can't think of that song without playing that song. So, as is obligatory.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like them frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Placeboing.
Due, tre, quattro. No quick head in my bed, I can't have that. Want that long neck, not talking giraffe neck. Ain't no laying down, man, we about to have late fun. I'm about to make your balls stick up like space buns. Want your dick soaked? Place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock a boat. It get live in this pussy, I'm not talking Periscope. In the sheets I am a bully, get more head than a hoodie. Every time you make me come, it looks just like vanilla pudding. Sit on your face all day, please say it hurt me. Then I turn around and give the dick more kisses than Hershey's. Yo, dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I save dick by giving a CPR. I save dick by giving a CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. I think we should fuck up in every zip code. It would make my pussy wetter than a fishbowl. Pussy a kitty cat, I pet it like a pet. I fuck doggy style so much I need to go to the vet. Hot box more like a scorching pussy. Open this coochie up like a fortune cookie. Peel banana in my mouth, watch my tongue go 8. You'll dick getting more blows than a birthday cake. When I'm near it, no I don't fear it. Licking on the penis like a letter when I seal it. Today way better than my past vlog. And if you unemployed, I can give you an ass job. Pussy already wet, don't need no lube ointment. Dick twisting in my stomach like food poisoning. That's how you know when you hit the spot. I'll make your pants unzip more than Ziploc. Yo, dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I save dick by giving a CPR. I save dick by giving a CPR. My mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. Yeah! Anything goes when you open my hole. Dirty panties from the sex, yeah, I got me some loads. Listen, I'm the most explicit. Long stick inside my river, but we not going fishing. Know what to do every time you have a horrible day. I'll eat that sausage all day like it's Memorial Day. I'm tacking barbecue sauce and mustard on it, and the mayonnaise comes when you bust right on it. Name anything freaky and you know I'm about that shit. Only time I'm not on the dick is when I'm about to shit. Pubic hair still in my mouth, not again. So when I suck your dick now I use bobby pins. Who need a gym when you got dick to work you out? I want my face to lose weight, so stroke my mouth. And anytime my pussy wanna be hairy like Harry Potter, Becky with the good hair is what you could call it. Let's get it. A little faster. A little more. Right there. Give it to me now.
A modern masterpiece, truly.
We turn now to the revelation that the Ukrainian World War II veteran honored last week in the Canadian House of Commons was actually a Nazi, setting off a diplomatic crisis. Last Friday, Canada's House of Commons gave a standing ovation to a Canadian-Ukrainian veteran who fought in a Nazi SS unit during World War II. 98-year-old Yaroslav Hunka was honored during a visit by the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who also applauded him.
Here in the chamber today, Ukrainian-Canadian...
Seriously, Canada L, it's rare that it goes this way, you know? I like to revel in the Canada L's. Poor L's.
Ukrainian-Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians and continues to support the troops today, even at his age of 98.
That's the Speaker of the House of Commons, Anthony Rota, who invited Yaroslav Hunka. Rota resigned from his post Tuesday.
This House is above any of us. Therefore, I must step down as your Speaker.
Bye, bitch.
I reiterate my profound regret for my error in recognizing an individual in the House during the joint address to Parliament of President Zelensky. That public recognition has caused pain to individuals and communities, including the Jewish community in Canada and around the world, in addition to survivors of Nazi atrocities in Poland, among other nations.
Yeah.
I accept full...
How could you not, check that?
...responsibility for my actions.
On Wednesday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also formally apologized.
I also want to reiterate how deeply sorry Canada is for the situation this put.
Talk about this on Leftovers too. It's hilarious. God damn it. I should have just watched Leftovers.
President Zelensky and the Ukrainian delegation in. It is extremely troubling to think that this egregious error is being politicized by Russia and its supporters to provide false propaganda about
in the aminals. Oh my God, they're so cute, right?
What Ukraine is fighting for. Friday's joint session was about what Canada stands for, about our steadfast support of Ukraine's fight against Putin's brutality, lies, and violence. It was a moment to celebrate and acknowledge the sacrifices of Ukrainians as they fight for their democracy, their freedom, their language and culture, and for peace. This is the side Canada was on in World War II, and this is the side we are on today.
Meanwhile, Canada's conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, described the event honoring the former Nazi soldier as the biggest single diplomatic embarrassment in Canada's history. This week, Poland's education minister issued a statement calling for Hunka's extradition to Poland to be tried. For more, we're joined by Lev Galinkin. He is the Ukrainian-American journalist who's reporting for The Forward. First confirmed Yaroslav Hunka was a World War II veteran who fought in a Nazi SS unit. Lev has reported extensively on the Ukraine crisis, Russia, and the far right. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Lev. So explain exactly who this guy Hunka was. How was it that he's standing there, 98 years old, in the gallery, and pointed out by the House of Commons Speaker, and everyone applauded. You have Trudeau apologizing. I don't think Zelensky has said anything about this yet.
He has not, as far as I know. Zelensky has condemned this unit, SS Galichina, in 2021 when there was a march in its honor in Kiev. So he condemned it in 2021. He's been silent since, as far as this incident. I'll tell you this, Amy, as soon as I saw the news that he was described as a fighter for Ukraine's independence against Russia, I knew that he was a Nazi collaborator. The first question that just went through my mind was, which unit was he in? Because that's a euphemism that they use to say, we didn't fight for Germany, we fought against Russia. It's a cheap rhetorical trick, because when they fought against Russia, they were fighting alongside and under command of Nazi Germany. And
Curious that.
and honestly,
It's just a matter of perspective.
I have been shocked because I have reported on Canada's dark history in taking in Nazi collaborators, including in The Nation, about Canada's Nazi monuments, which they have monuments to this exact division. This is a country that on its soil has monuments celebrating the Waffen-SS, as does the United States. So in many ways, Yaroslav Hunka belonged up in the parliament because he was there as part of a country that took in at least 2,000 SS Galichina vets, 2,000 of these Waffen-SS soldiers from a division that committed horrific war crimes. And one of the interesting things is because they were taking in...
Yeah, okay. So on this point specifically, I can't really say shit, as an American, because we did the same shit. The very same shit. We welcomed in all the Nazis, we hired them. It was not great. Not great.
Partly because they were enemies of the USSR, so it was Cold War politics. But, and this is something that gets often lost, an ancillary benefit for why Canada took them in was using them as strikebreakers to break the powers of the unions. The unions were growing strong after World War II, and these men were organized and ready to act as strikebreakers. So this is a dark part of Canada's domestic policy and foreign policy together.
So if you can explain further, when it comes to World War II, how these Nazi units were formed, what their relationship was with Germany.
Yes, it's very important to know that these people are described as, they're Ukrainian heroes. The overwhelming majority of Ukraine fought against the Third Reich. 2.5 million Ukrainians perished. They gave their lives fighting against the Third Reich. The only ones who really say that, all of Ukraine collaborated with the Nazis, that's what Vladimir Putin says. That's what Moscow propaganda says. The reality is that a small region in Western Ukraine welcomed the Nazis. And this is the same region where...
I thought it was in Eastern Ukraine. I guess
they started
make more sense in the West.
Slaughtering Jews as soon as the Nazis invaded. In many cases, The SS didn't even have to kill the Jews because the Ukrainian nationalist death squads have already done it. So this small percentage rose up, they joined the Nazis, and in 1943, when Germany needed even more soldiers because Germany was losing the war, they created this Waffen-SS division, which was mostly composed of volunteers, and people like Hunke said that they volunteered for this division. They committed war crimes. At the end of the war, they were taken in and they were released. And many of them, thousands, were taken into the UK, into the US, into Canada. And the biggest thing that people should understand is that when we think of Nazis being taken into the New World, we think of Argentina and Nazis hiding there and keeping a low profile.
Yeah, they weren't hiding so much as being given, high-profile positions.
These Nazis were openly proud of what they did in Canada. They formed organizations, they formed veterans associations. I think, people have been asking me, like, what was he thinking? Why was he even putting himself out there? And the answer is because Canada spent so long turning a blind eye to these people and allowing them to be proud of who they are. The notion that anything would happen, the notion that people would complain, I don't think it crossed this man's mind. Because I and everybody else, the few people who reported about this, we were just called Russian propagandists. And even though this were literal Nazis who were historically proved to have committed war crimes, people didn't want to hear it because it's Holocaust revisionism. They were portrayed as heroes. These are war criminals who successfully painted themselves as heroes. So I was stunned that all of a sudden Canada decided to face its past.
So why do you think the Ukrainian President Zelensky has not said anything, given he's condemned that unit in the past? I mean, there he was, along with, obviously, Justin Trudeau, the House of Commons Speaker, who has since resigned, applauding this man. And how was he brought to the House of Speakers' attention? I think he lived in his area, to be brought to the House of Commons, to be celebrated as Zelensky met with the House of Commons.
Crazy.
Well, this is a man who was active in the community, especially. I think there's evidence coming out that he definitely donated money. Hunke did, and his family did. He donated money to the University of Alberta, for example, for a scholarship that the university just announced they were giving away. So this is a person who was active in the community. So he wasn't just some random person plucked at random. So. As far as Zelensky, I mean, he's in the middle of fighting a war. That's obviously something that's in his mind. He was just away on a state visit. He came back. But I think the important thing is, so far, I don't think anybody's asked him in the media. And I think the important question is not why hasn't he said anything, but why wasn't he asked for his response when Trudeau apologized, when the Canadian Parliament Speaker apologized. And I also just want to say,
no comment. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes it's better to say nothing.
To understand how entrenched this is.
It's not really his fault, right? I mean, I don't think he organized that. Right? And I mean, also he's Jewish. Are you really going to make the Jewish man apologize for the Nazi who was commemorated at an event that he was involved in? Like,
is in Canada. Canada's Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, has spent years presenting her grandfather, who was a Nazi collaborator, as a war victim, okay? So the Canadian Parliament Speaker spent 30 seconds turning a perpetrator into a hero. Chrystia Freeland has done it for decades. And even though it was
explain exactly who her maternal grandfather is.
Her grandfather worked as a propagandist that took over a Polish newspaper. The newspaper used to be owned by a Jew who was sent and murdered in the death camps along with his family. And her grandfather proceeded then to churn out anti-Semitic propaganda, inflaming anti-Jewish hatred as the Holocaust.
This is Michael Tromiak.
Yes. So, and again, of course, she's not responsible for the sins of her grandfather, and nobody's saying that. The problem is that she was actively presenting him as a victim, that she was presenting this narrative of these people were war victims and these people should be idolized. And when she was caught, she basically just blamed Russian propaganda and walked away. And again, it's not the fact that she's not responsible for her grandfather. She is responsible for twisting history and for revisionism and for presenting a perpetrator as a victim. And that just shows you that, of course Hunka didn't think anything would happen. Because you have the deputy prime minister who was caught whitewashing a Nazi collaborator and nothing happened. So
Lev, if you can now,
Canada's looking at it.
Can you talk about Poland and the education ministry saying that they want Hunka extradited to be tried? I mean, the man is 98 years old.
There's a mix of politics and real pain happening there. The education minister is part of a far-right section of Poland. Okay, so it's hard to say that he's simply doing it because of his care for this. It's a political issue. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this has led to a lot of tension between Poland and Ukraine because Poland is one of Ukraine's greatest allies. But because these units like SS Galichina, they had committed horrible crimes against Polish civilians. This unit, it wasn't good at actually fighting. It lost when it fought actual troops. The only thing it was pretty good at was suppressing resistance and committing war crimes against unarmed civilians. So Poland very much feels this pain when Ukraine, which is its ally, insists on honoring butchers of Poles. But Russia is also using it, and pro-Russian factions in the Polish society are using it to drive a wedge between Poland and Ukraine. So the Polish, he's doing it because there's genuine pain there, because SS Galichina did commit war crimes. But there's also a political aspect to it that it's not 100% simply just wanting to get justice. There's a lot of...
At 98, man, like what? Is he going to serve a year? 2 years? I mean, come on.
Unfortunately, dirty politics involved in it on both sides.
I don't know. It seems like odd timing, you know?
CEO Linda...
Like, prosecute the war crimes. Absolutely do it. But, like, we should have done it, like 40 years ago or something. You know?
Yacarino? Is that how I pronounce her name? Yeah. How much time do you think she's got left? Like, she's just been brought in as the fall guy, right? Like, for when this all falls apart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You are going to be... This is what, like, Tony Soprano did in, I think it was, like, the first or second season of The Sopranos. He let Junior pretend like he was the head of the mafia so that he could just run it from behind and have Junior take all the, slings and arrows. I think Junior ended up in jail for a while because of it, too, actually. So this is Junior, essentially.
I haven't actually heard much from Linda. I don't know. I haven't kept tabs. Has she done anything, actually?
In The Sopranos.
But so then talk to me about this comment that Elon Musk made just a week ago saying he wanted to make it all subscription to fight the army of bots. And when I heard that news, I thought two things. Number one, I would be surprised if you, whose background is in free ad-supported content on all the broadcast
my background is being a very senior executive.
Senior executive, but I would be surprised if you didn't want to have some free version of X. And I'm curious if you agree, or if you think it all should be subscription-based. And my question for you was...
What the fuck? I can't get over a very senior executive. Very senior.
Right. The two things I thought was I would be curious to know if you thought that was a good plan. And second, how much he consulted you, because yes, you were brought in as CEO, that is your title, but you don't cover product. Right. All of the product teams report to Elon Musk, and as a result of that, there's been a lot of...
If anyone in this room...
Can I finish, please? Wait, Linda,
sure.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish.
Sure.
As a result of the fact that the product...
Sure.
Product team does not
Wow. Has she ever been interviewed?
Report to you. The product team at Meta reports to Mark Zuckerberg. Because the product team does not report to you, there has been speculation that you are in more of a COO role or a CBO role, a CEO in name only role.
You know what's funny is that we talk about that a lot at X.
Pause it for 1 second. I'm going to bet this isn't actually funny.
Well, I think
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Man, she has zero riz.
after this, we have to go to the very beginning of this because, like, why she's so pissed. But, I mean, first, a little context. Elon Musk, a while ago, said there are actually only 3 titles that actually mean anything for a corporation: president, secretary, and treasurer. All these others are basically made up. So CEO is a made-up title. CFO is a made-up title. General counsel is a made-up title. That last one, I would say, like, maybe don't have your general counsel. Maybe don't look at that like a made-up title. But
I don't even have a lawyer for our general counsel. I just got a guy who's just like
Reddit. I just got some guys on Reddit. But if we go to the very beginning,
well, wait, should we hear this first?
Is there
or
more of this?
Yeah, just
yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Because what she's so wrong-footed by this because she was sort of ambushed by a Yoel Roth.
Okay. Let's do this a little. Just go back a little bit and we'll.
That you are in more of a COO role or a CBO role, a CEO in name only role.
You know what's funny is that we talk about that a lot at X. As you know, it's a very flat organization, and the teams are very empowered to perform at their highest levels. So I'm not sure what your definition of, or how you want to kind of wiggle me into an answer of, are you really just a COO or a I don't know.
CEO in name only.
Oh, okay, yeah, not nice. But that being said,
Oh, wow, not nice.
I think.
Oh, God, this is just miserable.
I think what Elon and I talk about a lot, number one, always starts with the user experience, and that has to be primary. But
well, it's dog shit. Can you fix that? What the fuck?
I want to go back to your, he runs product, he runs technology, he leads a team of exceptionally talented engineers. And who's kidding who? I don't care what the structure is at Meta, but who wouldn't want Elon Musk sitting by their side?
God, I hate her, like, whole body language. What, like, she's just so stuck up.
Running product.
I see a show of hands.
There may be a few show of hands to get the cute chuckles you're getting, but I would say the percentages in this room are about 99% who would say no to that, and 1% of maybe personal opinion.
So,
personal opinion.
Well, one thing that I think we can say safely about her is that
She's just like used to like strong-arming her way into like winning a conversation.
her math skills not so great.
Everyone, yeah.
My goodness. But yeah, so the reason this entire thing has been a train wreck is because at this conference they had this Yoel Roth who has been very sharply critical of Elon Musk because he was involved in safety for a little bit until he was fired. But this is the very beginning of it when she's like the host is sort of apologetic for it, but like wants to give her a chance to address it, and she doesn't address it well.
But I want to make sure to get. To give you an opportunity to respond to Yoel Roth.
I pause it. So he came on before this? Or
yeah, he was a surprise addition to a different, earlier panel about an hour earlier.
Okay.
About an hour ago.
Chuckles. You're chuckling.
Just for full context, you joined Twitter in June. And Yoel did leave long before you got there. He was at Twitter for about 5 weeks after Elon Musk took over the platform. So you did not overlap. But he's describing, terrible things that happened to him and also his experience at a company that months later you have come to run. I want to give you an opportunity to respond to him.
I'd be happy to respond. I think I've been given about 45 minutes.
Yes, and also
to do
full
so.
disclosure, as many of you saw, he was a very late addition to the schedule. A surprise both to me and Linda that he was added here. So not something that either of us were fully prepared for.
I think many people in this room were not fully prepared for me to still come out on the stage. But here we are.
You shouldn't have.
So
Yeah, I kind of wish you didn't.
thank you for asking the question. And Julia's right. We have known each other for a very long time and have had a very long, deep, strong relationship.
Yeah.
So when situations like this happen unexpectedly,
So mad.
maybe they were unexpected, we stay strong together. So we're going to move on. But I do want to address.
Oh my God.
I'm going to address it by saying we're going to move on.
Let's go a little bit more.
Yoel and I don't know each other. He doesn't.
Oh shit, hi. You gotta be ready for the cum. You gotta be ready for the cum. Hi. Hey, hi, hello. Hi, Raiders. What's up? I hope you had a good stream. What's up, Environmental Frog? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Lainey. I'm a leftist. I do political reacts and news and fun stuff. Welcome in. We're talking about Elon / Twitter / Linda Yaccarino's disaster of an interview. It's so bad. It's so very bad.
Doesn't know me. I don't know him.
You know the company?
What is a leftist?
I work at X. He worked at Twitter. X is a new company building a foundation based
Is this real?
on free expression and freedom of speech.
That costs $8 a month.
Twitter, at the time,
free.
Man, nothing feels real today.
was operating on different sets of rules, as said by himself, different philosophies and ideologies that were creeping down the road of censorship. It's a new day at X, and I'll leave it at that.
It's just, it feels so absurd. The word salad. It's on par with like Kamala Harris. That's crazy. She's just saying things. She's just saying stuff in her inside out suit. I hate this. Why? I really hate this. Like, unfinished edges business. Why are you doing that? Trump spike. A new day.
Yeah, incidentally, I had only 12 posts yesterday responding to me saying that you are Jewish.
That's, if we wanted to.
Honestly, it's amazing. The number of times that I get, you are Jewish. They either write it out or there are a lot of memes,
As if he doesn't know.
apparently, where there's somebody pointing going, you are Jewish.
The follow.
I've got to come up with like one that goes like maybe like where I'm going, I know.
Right.
Like the Kevin James sort of hands in the pocket.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Well, if they could follow up, and maybe we want to move on, but they follow up with saying, yeah, Yo Ross says that he and even you get a lot of death threats. Like, how do you deal with those? And she's like, it's part of being in the arena, basically, but if executives are having trouble with death threats, they should contact me directly. It's like, that's not really a solution.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a systematized, like, if they're
What year is it? Is it 1999?
important enough to know me, then maybe we can do something about it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, absolute car crash of an interview. And you don't see those very much and for so long.
Yeah, she's like really seriously weird. Almost like off-putting for a CEO.
I mean, how normal are you going to be if you're going to take a job with Elon Musk? And get up there and defend that cesspool. It really is a cesspool.
I think a lot of people are surprised I even showed up at all. Like, no, you're a CEO. This is your job. Like, what are you talking about?
we're on the edge of our seats about what you're going to tell us about. And incidentally, the only things that people cared about, she didn't talk about.
Right.
The thing that people care about is he really going to charge for this?
And did he consult you at all, or was he just talking?
Is this like Donald Trump saying that we're going to war with China and didn't do anything after that, or whatever it is?
Yeah, Mike Isaac, a good reporter for New York Times, said this may be one of the poorest executive interviews I've ever seen. A pro would spend maybe 60 seconds addressing the ambush, even if they were caught off guard, and then quickly move on to what you actually were there to say, not dwell on it.
Meanwhile, here's where Elon Musk was yesterday.
This is real time, unfiltered, there's no preconditions, no nothing. This is what you see is what I see. So, it could be like a little bit, herky-jerky at times, because this is not like, a piece that's being filmed and then subsequently edited and whatnot. This is, live. This is the raw feed you're seeing right here.
Pause it for 1 second. Just want to make it clear what you're watching. You're watching the owner of one of the largest social media.
Literally, what is happening today? Maybe my tooth infection, it got to my brain, and none of this is actually happening. I think that's probably it.
Media companies in the world, spend a couple of minutes explaining the concept of a live stream.
In the few minutes of solid connection he has, he redundantly explains the form he's on.
Let me explain to you what's going on here.
Ooh, teeth. I know it's the worst.
This is going to freak you out, but this is totally live. I'm doing this from my phone.
What?
Just want you to know that. So there's no editing going on here. This is live.
There's no camera guy. If you couldn't just look into my sunglasses and see my...
I always, whenever I've got a camera guy following me, I always do this. Yeah, go ahead. All right, keep going.
A piece that's being filmed and then subsequently edited and whatnot. This is, live. This is the raw feed you're seeing right here.
Yeah.
So,
9,000 viewers.
All right, with that. Oh, and let me preface this by also saying that I am, as an immigrant to the United States, I'm extremely pro-immigrant. And I believe that we need a greatly expanded legal immigration system, and that we should let anyone in the country who is hardworking and honest and will be a contributor to the United States, we should have expedited legal approval for anyone who sort of falls in that category. But then by the same token, we should also not be allowing people in the country if they're breaking the law. That doesn't make sense. The law is there for a reason. I think we want to do both things: smooth out legal immigration, and then stop the sort of a flow of people that is of such magnitude that is actually leading to a collapse of social services, where even America's largest city, New York, is buckling under the pressure of just how many illegal immigrants are going to New York. If New York can't handle it, well, pretty much no part of the country can. So if we don't do something soon, we're just going to have, like I said, a collapse in social services, as we're already seeing in New York.
I mean, I don't really have much of an issue with what he's saying here. And in fact, he also gets it right in terms of the sequencing. We need to make it much easier for people to become citizens of this country.
Fully protected citizens.
And fully protected citizens. And if they're, willing to come and work, I mean, assuming it's not, obviously sometimes maybe they're old and their kids are here, which I think, then they'll be doing social reproduction by taking care of their kids at one point. But yes, we should
the Democrats
streamline. That's exactly what immigration reform is. And there is one party that is standing in the way of that. And that is the Republican Party. And they've been standing in the way of that for decades now. Decades. And he just said it in that thing. We got to do this, then we got to make sure that nobody's breaking the law. And let's be clear. When you come in and ask for asylum, and AOC made this point the other day, I guess you played the clip. When you come in and you ask for asylum, U.S. law, international law says, step 1 foot in the country, you declare that you're here for asylum, you get an expedited hearing that says, like, is there any real, legitimate, even claim associated with this? If there's not, you get deported. If there is, then you wait for an actual hearing because that's the law. So when you enter in and if you ask for asylum, you are legal. Just in the same way, if you come to this country from, you know, I don't know, Turkey, and you have a visa, and you come off the plane, and you got a visa, and they stamp your visa, you are legal. I just use Turkey because I'm pretty sure you need to have a visa to enter in the country.
And to your point, Sam, about like the Republican efforts on immigration relative to Democrats, behind him in that video is the guy who invited him to Eagle Pass, Texas, which is Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez.
I mean,
like,
he's retweeting Stephen Miller. Like,
Yeah,
he's a Republican op.
if there was anything even remotely earnest about him thinking that there should be more benevolent legal pathways to citizenship, he would not be with the.
Let's get a number. Yeah, put a number down, Elon. Have the GOP say this is how much more immigration we're going to allow into this country, and how much we're willing to like put towards funding, you know, processing people.
And then we can start trying to figure out, like, actually sit down and figure out how can we, in some way, attempt to repair what we broke in these Central American, Latin American countries. And that's basically just sort of like figuring out which entities in any given country have the best shot at trying to rebuild civil society and maybe providing them funds.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, we'd afford everything. We could house the entire population in Texas. We would just have to not give all of our money to the military. Like, that's all. That's all.
Democrat Jasmine Crockett goes off during a GOP conversation. Here it is.
President of the United States has committed. But when we start talking about things that look like evidence, they want to act like they blind. They don't know what this is. These are our national secrets. Looks like in the me. This looks like more evidence of our national secrets, say on the stage at Mar-a-Lago. When we're talking about somebody that's committed high crimes, it's at least indictments. Let's say 32 counts related to unauthorized retention of national security secrets, 7 counts related to obstructing the investigation, 3 false statements, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, falsifying business records, conspiracy to defraud the United States, 2 counts related to efforts to obstruct the vote certification proceedings, 1 count of conspiracy to violate civil rights, 23 counts related to forgery or false document statements, 8 counts related to soliciting, and I could go on because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But I will tell you what the president
91 counts, dude.
Has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my...
It's true. All the evidence they have is that Biden answered Hunter's calls.
Parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield.
Perfect timing. Put up the picture full mask. I got some things to say here. First of all, madam, I appreciate your continued leadership. Representative Crockett presented a fact sheet from the Congressional Integrity Project detailing Trump's financial dealings with China. The representative said the GOP was too focused on Hunter Biden instead of allegations against Trump. Quote, if they would continue to say if or Hunter and we're playing a drinking game, I would be drunk by now, because I promise you, they have not talked about the subject of this, which would be the president. Crockett said, she found it disturbing that no one can point to a crime committed by the current president, Joe Biden. Even each of the expert witnesses called by Republicans to the hearing said there was no current crime, no evidence, not enough evidence to impeach Biden. Their witnesses.
Yeah. It's really crazy. Like, to bring this without any evidence connecting them in dealings, like, at all.
Said this. Let's talk about the government shutdown. The looming, the reality of Matt Gaetz and the extremists of the Republican Party not getting their ish together. This is not about Democrat versus Republicans as
their ish.
It has been traditionally, right? Comes down to the wire. You got red versus blue, left versus right. Not anymore. You literally have right versus right, conservative on conservative. They cannot figure out a pathway forward. Why? Because they lack leadership. They are feckless. They are cowards. They have no actual moral compass, no ideological floor. There is no purpose other than power and proximity to it. And so when you have that as your reality and your standard of how you politic, then you become as volatile as the wind, changing what you believe by the moment, electing leaders who have no backbone as well. And here we are. Federal government is about to shut down. Here's the reality.
Classic.
The number one employer of Black people in America is the federal government. So please understand who's being harmed the most by way of demographic.
Yeah, well, also the military is the largest employer of everybody, I think in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Who's being harmed the most when these things happen? Isn't it ironic that members of Congress during the shutdown, they still receive their paycheck? I have one proposal.
Typical.
Let's tie their money to their employees' money and watch how the government never shuts down again.
True.
Senator, thoughts?
Yeah, their money in that public health care they getting off the taxpayers' dime.
That's right. Great public health care.
They don't want universal health care. I digressed a little bit. Yeah, the representative went off there and they need to make the main thing, and that is keeping the government open. All types of services, the everyday people that they claim that they care about, that they ran to serve. They only got one job and they can't even do that right. I mean, if they were on any other job, they would be fired. They wouldn't have a job, but this is just one job. Keep government running, and they just playing games. Like, I want to list some of the things that are going to be at stake.
He literally had one job. One job.
Here, 65,000 children will lose access to child care. We got 60,000 seniors that will not be able to get the nutritious meals that they get via Meals on Wheels. Just one example. 2.1 million women and children through the WIC program. Border and custom agents gone, as you laid out, the furlough of federal employees. This is an example of absolute power corrupting absolutely, and just people who don't give a damn. They just don't. This is all about them. It's not about the people they serve. No way, no how, because if it was, they wouldn't even put us in this situation. And the impact that it's going to have on the economy, there's going to be a
Come on, Nina. I don't give a damn about Border Patrol. Come on.
ripple effect that's going to be felt. Some people are going to be directly impacted. All of us will be indirectly impacted. And this is no way to govern.
That's right. And the reality is also, these individuals making the decisions, they are in a bubble. They don't have authentic connections with folks that are adversely impacted. They may have some association, but if they had authentic connections, you got to think about this. Who would make that kind of decision if they had a socialized family life, personal life, and professional life where the people they know, love, and trust would be adversely impacted? The reason why they can make these decisions typically is because they live inside of a bubble where those individuals are not truly inside of that bubble with them. All right?
I could offer you my.
Okay. Maybe we save the alien stuff for fun afterwards, because I'm not sure like how long this is gonna take. I'm gonna grab some snacks real quick. I'm just gonna play it out. Don't cancel me.
Let's go! We are all domestic terrorists.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
That's right.
we are all domestic terrorists.
That's right. We're going to Cedar Rapids to chill. Man, this coffee's crazy. You should try one of these.
What are you drinking?
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
It's like a donut house, like a K-cup thing.
Oh, I hate those.
You know about this?
Dude, bro, that literally gives me like PTSD flashbacks to like working at a startup where that's
the sweet creamy one.
Oh no, I've never had that.
You haven't had this because this is crazy. Can you make it?
But I don't like I don't like sweet and creamy coffee anyway. I don't until I break my fast like a little bit later in the day. I don't have any sweets. Don't oh my god me, okay? You're wearing a large t-shirt this morning. Don't fucking oh my god me. He came in thinking I wouldn't notice. Like he just like showed up with a large t-shirt. I can't even see you. Don't stand sideways.
I'm in my large era. You're
becoming invisible.
Well, I have this rack of clothing that I have there.
Yeah.
And I told Lena, listen,
Extra
I need
large and extra hard.
larges.
Yeah.
XL's too big, man. That's too. I was at 2XL. I was almost to 3XL.
Yeah.
Tell me to that.
Yeah, I see it.
Thank you.
What are the haters gonna say when they can't say fat man bad?
Fat.
Okay, fair. That's true.
Always fat.
That's true. I mean, we're talking about the intellectual problems of people who look at Sneeko and go like, "That's a masculine alpha dog."
Yeah. No,
versus.
I don't think they'll ever move past the fat man bad.
Yeah.
But welcome everybody. It's Leftovers. Thank you, Hassan.
I thought we were canceled. I thought we were done. And then, I got the memo, I guess, that we weren't.
We tried to have a socialist revolution. It got bloody. Love died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
the Pinkertons got love.
He was skewered by Dan.
Love.
Yeah. Rip to the goat.
The Bolshevik.
No, but I'm going to abstain from having this conversation today. It's been 2 episodes. Let's just get back to the.
I mean, there's a lot happening in the world.
It's been 3, I think, actually.
I'm always happy and comfortable having these conversations. That coffee is not good. You're insane.
Bro, just try it.
Bro, you said the donut hole coffee is
What
good.
is it called?
It's like I know exactly what it is. It's like an orange and it's like a donut, right? It's like a sprinkly donut on the top of the K cup. I know exactly what it is.
Try it.
It's like the state
Yeah, everyone has had that. It's not that good.
people in every startup.
Try it.
I don't think any Keurig is that good. I'm gonna be real. I haven't had a Keurig that's like, wow, this is amazing.
No, but you said you haven't tried it.
No, I have a Nespresso machine. Okay, I have a Nespresso machine. That shit is like literally primo. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. No,
just have a sip.
I drink from the fountain of gods. Okay, I drink the nectar.
Make him one, please. Yeah.
I'm used to.
He only has cold brew.
I put Prime in all of the water fountains around my house.
Yeah. Prime water fountain.
Yeah.
Man, that shit sucks, bro. They sent us a bunch of them. It's so sweet. It's just so sweet. And like, you don't want, when it's artificially sweetened, then you really don't want it too sweet.
You are. Actually, I do agree with you on that. It is too sweet. Artificial sweetener does need to strike a delicate balance.
That's it. And they're
yeah, not because it's bad for you, just because the aftertaste.
And Diet Mountain Dew has struck that balance, and so is Diet Coke. Prime not so much.
Well, I've been playing and diversifying myself in the Zero game. And I'll say this: Dr. Pepper Zero is premium. Dr. Pepper Zero Cherry, bro. They brought all the flavors together.
I don't fuck with any Dr. Pepper. I've drank it like one time in my entire life. I think
you should revisit it.
I've taken a sip.
But But then here, I tried the Zero Mountain Dew, and here's my problem with it. It's not carbonated enough. Like I pour it out, and it has significantly less carbonation than the other colas that I enjoy. And I like Mountain Dew, but I just think they need to bubble it up.
That's actually a very interesting take. I've never thought about it that way. I don't really mind it. I love the radioactive look and feel to it.
No,
There's
I like that
something
too.
about it, like, I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm a child and I'm drinking like Nuka-Cola or something. It's awesome.
That color is fucking from another world, man. But they did it.
You kind of are. I don't know. I don't know how good all that dye is and shit. Like, I just don't know.
do it, and we love that, huh?
Yeah. And it's illegal in Europe, which makes me feel much better about it.
Root beer Zero is definitely goated.
Okay, if
Cream
you're
soda Zero, goated the fuck.
Okay, if you're in the Zero game, why are you
They're
touching?
all there, bro.
You're touching the weirdest shit. Like you got Diet Ginger, you got Canada Dry. Diet Canada Dry is basically.
I don't do that.
It's top shelf.
Okay.
Diet Canada Dry, no caffeine, top shelf. Okay. Diet Sunkist does have caffeine. I used to think that it didn't, but it does. That's
Wait.
pretty.
Sunkist has caffeine? Wait, that's crazy.
Decent too if you want something with a little orange flavor to it.
Try this. Just take a sip.
Sprite Zero is
I'll
very
drink it if you don't mind.
carbonated.
It's really
I'm just gonna take a little sip of it.
Just take a clean sip, give it a clean sip. One pinky up. Is that how we're doing it?
Fancy.
I mean, yeah, it's all right.
It tastes like sweetie.
It does taste like it tastes like you're eating like a glazed donut.
That's a 10.
You're drinking a glazed donut.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's
That's
a
my
10.
point. That's a 10.
Decent.
But I think all the zeros. So this is a fantastic breakthrough in technology.
Yeah.
With the zeros.
I can't disagree.
It's just amazing.
Revolutionary.
I mean, it's
Dude,
amazing.
I agree. We're probably gonna get like
Who's gonna
ass
get the
cancer.
Nobel Peace Prize for that.
We're gonna get ass cancer in like 15 years or whatever. But I've realized like that's a L.
I don't think so. I don't think they've actually proven that it's bad for you, though.
I will take because man, that shit is so good.
Or maybe it's not bad for you at all. Not that it matters. I'm gonna drink it either way.
Maybe, yeah. I'm still drinking.
cancer and die, you son of a bitch. I'll cut your
All right,
throat.
chill.
I'll come to your house and kill your children.
Jesus
What is
Christ.
wrong with him, man?
In the words of Donald Trump, I'll still keep.
Chill.
I'll keep drinking that garbage.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So let's see. What do we have today? Oh, just a short reminder to our audience. Tickets are on sale tomorrow for our next live show for members. It'll be interesting.
Steamies.
You think it's going to sell out? I don't know. I don't think it's going to sell
You
out.
always say that,
No, but
bro.
it's a lot more tickets.
You always say that, and
It is
then
a
it
much
always
bigger venue.
sells. And then there's like 1,000 posts in the Reddit being like, I had to fight someone with a shank under a bridge to be able to get my ticket. Fupa Troopers, have you guys had this same experience?
Listen, I think that it will sell, but I think that the non-members.
I love how small Hassan's computer is compared to him.
They're going to get a crack at it this time. That's all.
Which is fine.
I don't know.
I don't think that is going to
I don't
happen
think
at
so. I think
all.
you're.
3,300 tickets.
That's going to sell out in a
Yeah.
minute.
A lot of tickets.
Wait, didn't we sell the last one in like seconds?
But it was well.
It was. It was more than half the amount of tickets.
God
At
damn.
the Ace than we're selling this time.
You want mine?
15 seconds.
Yeah, slide it over here.
But if you also take into consideration what was on the waiting list for that, I mean, come
There
on.
was a big waiting list too. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, and people that are asking what day it's going to be, it'll be on December 17th.
Oh yeah, and I need to say this here because we're all the
Let's go.
yes, all box office sales go to the crew. Thank you, everybody who says I'm
Let's
capitalist.
fucking go.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
as a result of that, I just want to warn
W.
everybody, this is going to be a very minimalistic show. We're not going to spend any money
That's
on
right.
it, really.
That's
I
right.
don't think we'll stream it, you know.
That's
It's
right.
a real low-key affair. More of a
Well-
Q&A.
Well, we
Have a
were
ball in a cup.
listen. We were discussing ticket prices, and ultimately, I was like, "Listen, it's kind of up to you guys because it's your money at the end of the day."
That's true. That's true.
But we all advocated for more affordable prices because we, at the end of the day, all care about the people. Isn't that right, Dave?
Yeah. I guess we should say, too, it is a more expensive venue. Not like radically more expensive, but the tickets are a little bit pricier than that.
Just a
Fancy?
little bit more, though, right?
Seeming
just a
seeming a little socialist there, dude. I don't like this profit sharing or like decision making process where the
I've
workers
always
also
done
have a
that.
say.
I've literally
It's
always
true.
done that.
Ethan has given us a cut of all of the live show proceeds for
What a
for
fucking
all the ones we've
fake,
done.
dude.
Well, people think that they assume that like the conversation I'm having, I'm literally talking about my business. I'm not.
I know.
Sure.
Talking about whatever. Let's not get into it. So
It's gonna be, we're gonna get sucked into it again. We're not gonna have a show, but
so let's see. Biden impeachment inquiry. Oh, this is exciting. Dan, you'll be monitoring this. This is breaking news, right?
The impeachment inquiry, yeah, I was watching a little bit before the show. It was all the typical shit, Hunter Biden, blah,
justice
blah, blah.
being served, typical, not so typical for the American Congress.
Right.
Justice is rarely ever served. Oh my God, they have my favorite, Professor Turley on.
Yeah, actually, there already, let me go back and find it. There already was a pretty funny exchange where this guy, Professor Turley, is one of the Republican witnesses.
Well, it's funny because he's not a Republican witness. He's just a Fox News legal analyst.
Dude, don't demean his accreditation.
No, Professor James Turdley. Okay, he is literally
Turdley.
I assume that they're just gonna run like everyone who's been on Fox News. Like they're just gonna have the Fox News brigade at Congress.
Listen, this is an official proceeding sanctioned by the Senate and with the full authority of the.
The way they still make journalists just sit on the floor. Why? Why?
Congressional hearing that they're doing.
The American government would never have a shitty ass congressional hearing for no reason other than funsies.
Oh wait, hold on. Actually, that's not true, right? This is just a couple of people doing pretend.
Order. Chair now recognize Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An impeachment inquiry is a grave undertaking that is supposed to be in response to evidence of a crime.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you have questions. Many of my colleagues on
Dr.
the
Frost?
inside of the aisle.
That sounds like a Batman villain. I like that. That is a Batman villain.
No, that's Maxwell Frost. He's the Gen Z. He's the Gen Z Florida Democrat.
That's sick. I love Mr. Frost because his name is Frost. Is first of all sick.
Oh, noted that
we need Mr. Ice.
Special impeachment
Sorry, that was me. My bad.
Christmas is one day.
I'm trying to find a specific part I saw when I was kind of half listening this morning. One of the Democrats jumped in and was questioning Mr. Turley, and he was bringing up his history as a lawyer defending a bunch of Mormons, polygamists in Utah, and specifically, I guess he went to bat for this guy who's a convicted pedophile. And, and Turley responded with something to the effect of, well, I admit I do have libertarian leanings.
Tucker Carlson did that too. Fuck, what's his name?
That statement needs to be analyzed a little bit.
No. Tucker Carlson is also.
I'm trying to find it right
at
now.
the time, like every conservative shock jock in the nation was like actually defending this guy for facilitating child marriages. Fuck, what's his name? I can't believe it.
The chat will probably help on this. Let's crowdsource it.
Well, besides that, we'll be checking in on that. Oh, the shutdown. How is this happening again, man? This is embarrassing.
Government's gonna shut down. It's very real. That's a real thing. Shut up. That's a real thing that has to happen.
Very happening.
For sure.
Let's see. Well, let me check the stock market. That's how I know if it's happening or not. S&P 500. Let's see.
No, they never.
It's up.
Yeah, it has to be fixed by the 1st.
So I don't think it's happening.
No, it doesn't matter. It like even when it shuts down, sometimes the stock market doesn't respond. At this point, the stock market is just propped up by vibes, and the vibes are always good in America.
That's right. It's true. All right, but let's talk about some fun stuff before we get into that. For example, Jordan Peterson, friend of the show, is launching a college, and this is fantastic because I think he's well equipped to be a headmaster, a principal, an educator, and he's in a really good state of mind to be
very very stable, very normal.
Warren Jeffs was the guy, by the way. I'm seeing
Warren Jeffs. Yes.
Warren on kids.
Let's discuss what we're doing.
Panties.
Warren Jeffs facilitated child marriages between members of his cult, including between children and like full-blown old-ass adults.
What's your argument?
And then Tucker Carlson and many of like the conservative libertarian sickos at the time straight up went out the bat for him. Constantly went into like deflections about like, well, there's a difference between child arranged marriages and like child rape. How
old are we talking?
I think like 12, 13.
It was 13 was the girl he was convicted of.
What's the
R-wording.
difference exactly?
Props. Dennis Prager already did this bit. Yeah. I think Jordan just saw how successful it was for him. Wants the bag, you know? And I mean, it worked for Prager. He's in Florida schools now.
Well,
that's crazy.
They're trying to find the nuance, okay?
13?
Yeah, they're trying to find legally permissible ways to fuck 13-year-olds, which is exactly what they're doing. It's the classic, like, actually, it's a phobophilia argument. You know what I mean? It's just.
Well, that's even 13 is cutting it close on that argument. The Jeff's family vlog. This is actually, I saw this advertised on Fox News. It's pretty cool. It's about a Mormon family. They're really wholesome, and it's just about the inner workings of how one man has, like 25.
Oh, you didn't know he had a YouTube channel?
Oh my God! I thought this was real for a second, dude. What the hell's happening?
No, it's like some sex.
I'm next up on fucking blocking Ethan on Twitter, thinking it's the fake Ethan.
Yeah, no, this is some Mormon cult where he was like screwing kids, and he was trading kids like currency to other guys.
Dan, you can very easily find Tucker Carlson defending him. By the way, like if you look up Tucker Carlson, Warren Jeffs, like he very clearly says like, well, what did he do that's illegal anyway? I mean, that's the country. Like, basically.
I'd like to see that.
My internet is not working on my computer for some reason. It's like very slow.
All right. Well, in the meantime, let's get a look at Jordan's pitch for his online university. Let's take a look. Him and his daughter, Dragon Energy, Michaela herself.
It's just very slow.
With Peterson Academy.
What if we could make getting a degree 95% less expensive? Because that's a pretty fun target.
Yeah, 95. Yeah, that's easy when you have no infrastructure building. It's just online. You don't have you don't do accreditations. You don't have real professors. Shit, it should be even less than 95%.
Right.
It should be 99%. Probably a decimal.
Probably be free.
I think the real cynical reason behind this is because, thank you, in the culture war, like everyone is always going after the abolition. Well, Republicans want to abolish the Department of Education. That's number one, right? That's the first priority. That's why they always go with the school choice narrative. That's why I always try to funnel public funds back into charter schools. They want to destroy the teachers' unions. And now the culture war has gotten to a point where schools are so under attack by the Republican Party, and it's so well established that public school is where you learn homosexual Marxism.
Yeah.
That the Republican boards of education,
homosexual Marxism. Oh yes, my favorite.
in states are comfortable giving money to PragerU.
Make it 100% cheaper. Seriously, I mean, he has already been making a lot of content online. You could just do that. Just keep doing that, maybe.
Right?
Wait,
this
Prager
happened.
gets government money? But it's
You didn't
not a
know
real
this?
place. It's just a website.
Prager University courses are now being utilized. The kids, specifically Prager University kids, is being utilized in the state of Florida, in the state of Oklahoma, and if I'm not mistaken, New Hampshire is one of the other states that's slowly implementing it, phasing it in.
Wait, do we have an example of what they're using from PragerU?
Yes, they do. Media Matters did a deep dive into all the PragerU kids stuff. I've looked at it on the stream as well. It is disastrously bad.
It's just some dumbass with a YouTube channel advocating for incest. I don't understand.
There isn't any.
It's worse than that. It is a dumbass with a YouTube channel advocating for incest with
adult incest
with animation.
Let me watch one of these to see what's happening here and publicly funded.
I'll try and pull one here.
Oh,
wait a second.
so
Yeah, I mean that is pretty cynical. I think Jordan just trying to get paid on the backs of this sentiment you're saying.
Yeah, there's a Robert E. Lee one, which is pretty funny. I think that they get together, two generals, and they're yeah, you were just misunderstood.
I forget which one I watched. I think it was with Gremlo. It was about slavery, I believe. Something like that. A civil war, maybe?
Good. We just had a simple disagreement, but I really respect you, Robert E. Lee.
I mean, I learned a lot about Robert E. Lee in school. He was,
good guy, misunderstood.
He was a great general, they said, and we need statues of him up all over
outside of courthouses.
Every courthouse. He's a man of the law, and we need to basically worship him.
He was upholding the law.
Right.
And law is always right.
It's the blue line, baby.
Yeah. He was upholding heritage and not hate.
95%.
95.
And offer a better quality experience along the way. Why wouldn't it be good to provide...
Let's get everybody in a white, empty void and talk about birds, evolutionary science.
Did you put the music or did they do that?
I did not do that. Let me see if it's on his channel.
Wait,
this is him. This is him. This is all.
That's the ominous ass music that makes it look like they're a university for villains.
Hold on, let me go back.
Bro,
It is
this
very
like,
Joker-esque.
It literally looks like, what are they teaching? Like how to be a Bond villain? What the fuck's happening here?
Let's hear. Let me hear again.
That would be sick.
Target. It's like, we're going to undercut you by 95% and offer a better...
That's crazy ominous. It's like hitting that apocalyptic cello.
Classic.
Nice, good.
I feel like
Hey,
conservatives
dropping the
are
bell.
on their villain shit. Like they are just straight up like, no, we're the bad guys, and that's cool. You gotta have the good and the bad.
It's been that way for a while. Like they embraced the Joker like what, 10 years ago or something?
So I'll be the bad guy. You've made me this way.
Let's see.
He's
martyring himself.
Quality experience along the way. Why wouldn't it be good to provide everybody, at least in principle, with access to the best lectures? You know, you might think, why should you be generally educated? Because otherwise you're going to be a useless...
Why is this like a fever dream? Like they're cutting it more and more.
Thank you. I said the same exact
Like
thing.
he's rambling. It reminds me of like Willy Wonka in the boat ride of madness.
This is unnecessarily scary for like lectures that are almost always going to revolve around like transgenders are actually morally wrong and you need to stop. You need to stop doing that. No more wokeness.
I mean, what do you think they talked about?
The prologue to the redemption arc? Oh, come on. Please. What would that even look like?
An evolutionary biology. If you look at the bird, there's not one transgender bird. Take a look.
Yeah, this is 100% going to be a biological predeterminism 101 that like, you know, that subtly gets into
It's
like race realism.
95% cheaper.
It'll subtly get into race realism, but like not fully invest itself in it and just be like, yeah, I mean, we're just biologically predetermined to be, and we've evolved in a way to be right-wing capitalists. It's just normal. It's good. Natural.
This is phenomenal. Let's see.
At least in principle, with access to the best lectures. You know, you might think, why should you be generally educated? Because otherwise you're going to be useless, resentful, bitter, pointless, counterproductive lump.
Which is hilarious because that's who he is.
I mean,
he's been educated.
Well, he's rich, so he's right. Sometimes when you're rich, you're just right by default.
Yeah, okay. Not if you're a socialist. Then
Right.
you're wrong.
He's not, and he's
then you're wrong. And yeah, he definitely
he's
is.
pretty far.
He literally said Nazis were worse than socialists, and it's not even a contest the other day.
He said it's not even a contest. Like we can't even compare them.
Yeah, he was like he's like it's really hard to be worse than the Nazis, but the socialists somehow did it, which was.
And he becomes the new Snopes. Oh my god. That's crazy. I don't know. You know, I like the hopeful thinking.
Talking about USSR probably.
But even then, it's just like pure ahistorical like nonsense that literally borderlines Hitler apologia at that point. It's like, if you are looking at a situation, on the one side you have the Nazis, on the other side you have the guys who killed the most Nazis, and you say the guys who killed the most Nazis are actually worse than the Nazis, you're just doing Holocaust apologia.
Yeah, the
I would tune in. You're right.
USSR was pretty bad though.
I agree, but there's a major difference between what the fuck. Sorry. There's a major difference between saying like due to authoritarian struggles, due to political struggles, due to economic struggles, lack of planning and the like, that an entire system that was trying to collectivize over the course of 100 years in comparison to the 400 years of collectivization that the Western capitalist nations have engaged in with slavery and brutal conquest in the form of colonialism. There's going to be hiccups. Not all of it is excusable, for the record. Obviously, it's not. But like comparing that to deliberate ethnic cleansing and then saying the other side is worse, especially when
it's not an argument I would necessarily want to put out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially at a time when the fucking Canadian Parliament literally had a straight up SS guy. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
you didn't hear about that?
No.
Yeah, man. They're talking about all the same shit I pulled. I feel so dumb. Oh my god.
It was a big yikes.
Wait, what happened there?
The Canadian Parliament, the Speaker of the Parliament, brought a actual Waffen SS Galicia division.
What? Oh.
Ukrainian volunteer Nazi that's 98 years old.
Oh shit.
And everybody gave him a standing ovation.
Wait. Because of Ukraine?
Because they
missed the point on that one a little bit.
They presented him.
Yo, this guy was like, I never thought I would get a standing O in Western society. This is beautiful. I'm crying.
No, in that moment he was like, oh my god, we lost the battle, but we won the war.
What's happening? Oh no.
What's happening?
Yeah, he actually he resigned as a result of it yesterday.
Yeah. The speaker.
Wait, I want to see the clip of this.
This is such a Kevin James meme face that he's making.
Yeah.
When you accidentally give a standing O to a Waffen
this guy's in his
SS
writing,
Whoops.
right?
The whoopsie, the oopsie doopsie. I just did an oopsie in my pants, but my pants is Parliament.
And he's like, this is my guy. I want to celebrate him as like a Ukrainian veteran, right? So he presents him in Parliament as such. He says, we have a wonderful, bold, beautiful, brilliant Ukrainian veteran who fought in World War II. And up to this point, you're like, okay, great.
But whose side?
No, he did say it. He literally
Nazi
said
veteran?
he fought in World War II against Russia. And at that moment, everyone was like, wait a minute, what? Against Russia?
Nice try, bro.
Yeah.
This man has been against Russia his whole life.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny because like now the Polish officials they want to extradite him.
That's what I'm talking about.
Kind of fucked him over here.
Israel needs to send Mossad after him, man.
The man is 98 years old. You're kind of late.
Dude, it's like
that's awesome.
This guy volunteered in the SS Foreigner Brigade, like went to Nazi Germany, trained there, went back, talked about in a blog post for Ukrainian veterans.
Yeah.
In Canada, because there's like a big
Yeah, I feel like nothing here was on my bingo card. I would not have predicted most of the happenings this year.
diaspora, right? Wrote in 2010 that the Holocaust, the years in which the Holocaust were happening, were some of the best years of his life.
Yeah, those are his glory days, man. If only I could go back to those good times, simpler times. Yo, he's like Nazi rookie trading card, mint condition, boy.
Yeah, he's a PSA 10, dude.
For sure.
He's just, it's crazy.
Here's the
Cam just sent it.
Hold on, I gotta see this. So did this guy who brought him out, who resigned, he
said he didn't realize.
He didn't realize.
They all know. It's fucking ridiculous.
But
dude.
then he resigned, so I'm confused about what the fuck he thought would happen.
We have here in the
I mean, is
chamber
it possible
today,
it's just a
Ukrainian
massive fuck up?
No, I know exactly what it is. I covered this
I
extensively.
can't imagine he would willingly bring a Nazi out.
No, they're okay. Well,
Because then he resigned. Why would he resign?
The Ukrainian diaspora or the Canadian Ukrainian diaspora, and it's like questionable figures or depictions of Nazis is not. This is not the first time it's happened. There's two different places where like they've built memorials. Like a lot of times when you look at like victims of communism memorials, like they do this sneaky thing where they add the Nazis in there as well as like victims of communism, and not necessarily like victims of famine or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like literally they will put like actual Nazis. In two different instances in Canada, there were two memorials. I forget the exact names of the two different memorials, but like both of them were on the Nazi side. In one of the districts, they wrote literal Nazi memorial on it in red graffiti paint, and the police launched a hate crime investigation.
Huh?
The police launched a hate crime investigation.
Well, Nazis
to find
are a
who
protected group.
defiled. No, literally. And then when the media covered it, they immediately dropped it because they were like, "Oh fuck, what are we doing?" And then in another district, there was a progressive journalist in Canada who was writing about these
But is it possible the police didn't know it was a Nazi and they just thought they were being like derogatory? They're like, he's not a Nazi.
I mean, maybe they should have done an investigation before launching one.
Right? I mean,
to just Google
the
it.
writing said, I mean, they were trying to tell them on the.
But my point is, I think this is a lot of like anti-communist, anti-socialist fervor in the Western world that like gets a lot of people swept up and causes them to forget like what the alignment looks like in regards to who you are offering support to, because like, oh, they're an anti-communist, I'm an anti-communist, like we're friends, we're allies, you know what I mean? That's usually the attitude, without really realizing like, oh fuck, this guy's like straight up Nazi, because those were the major anti-communists,
right?
You know, like the early German generals that were brought on to NATO.
Actually, I've been hearing whispers of a celebration honoring the greatest anti-Russian warrior, Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still removed from that. I think he's still seen as like the ultimate evil, you know, luckily. Holy shit.
So let me see this. This dude really came up here in this goofy outfit to defend a Nazi. Let's see.
Bro, some people were trying to fucking... Why wasn't he wearing his... He was wearing his goofy outfit. Why wasn't the veteran wearing his uniform? When do you ever see veterans...
True.
When do you ever see veterans in an official setting not wear their uniform, Ethan? A question one must ask.
Usually they're proud of that.
Yeah.
They want to show it off. Why does this man have 2 bookmarkers on his chest?
That's the frock coat. That is like actually...
You want to go down?
You want to shouts out to D Workwear on Twitter. That is like the original elite outfit, where suits and ties apparently were the commoner's garb, and this was the original outfit of elites.
We should go back.
Yeah.
Why?
I think
the high neckline
weird.
frock, and whatever that
good.
fucking tie thing is.
All right, let's see what this guy has to say.
Ukrainian-Canadian world veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians.
Say what? Okay,
Bro,
he fought for Ukrainian
With the Nazis, for the Russians. Same, right?
independence against the Russians.
Against the
But
Russians.
Nazis, was that something they did for Ukraine or something?
Okay, that's even funnier and even more sad. Yes and no. There were Ukrainian nationalists of varying different backgrounds that thought, oh, we can just align with the Nazis and they'll give us independence. And the Nazis were like, you're a Slav dog. What are you talking about? You're not even human in my eyes. So they literally arrested half of the fucking Ukrainian nationalists, although they were still facilitating in the pogroms, doing the Holocaust, and also a lot of anti-Polish, like they killed a fuck ton of Polish people too.
This guy is
I think
truly
is why
like
they're looking to extradite.
The worst part about
this guy has no. He's like, what is happening? This is awesome.
The worst part about
like, I
the
wanted
story,
to kill all these people.
The worst part about the story is that, like, obviously Ukrainians. I think the official number is like an insane number of Ukrainians were in the front of the Red Army. Like, Ukrainians were fighting the Nazis, right, at the time. A much smaller number were aligning with the Nazis, and these motherfuckers still somehow find a way to be like, yeah, those are the guys that we're gonna prop up here.
Is this our boy here who's being honored?
Yeah.
He's got his own Wikipedia page, bro.
I think they made the Wikipedia after, but
dude, they got the lightning bolts, they got the Swazi.
Is that Kanye?
Yeah, you can't even do like
no.
Like
no, it's not. That's somebody else.
You can't even do like the clean Vermont theory, which I don't agree with anyway. But you can't even do that for him because he literally volunteered for the Waffen SS Foreigner Brigade.
I'm sorry, but like this is proof there's no God. This Nazi lived to be 98 and then to be honored in the Canadian Parliament.
Henry Kissinger, also alive and well.
Right.
You know?
Okay, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, Dick Cheney.
Five-year-olds are dying of leukemia.
Yeah.
And Dick Cheney, who's literally looks like the human embodiment of cardiovascular
Doesn't have a heart. He doesn't have a heart.
He got the infernal engine?
Yeah, he does not have a heart.
For you,
like
Dan.
there's like 8 different batteries pumping blood in his body.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
That's good.
And also, big penis. Has
We've
a fat
heard he's
cock.
stacked?
Yeah, he has a fat cock.
Where did that?
How do we know that?
I've seen it.
What?
I don't know why I said it like I've seen it in person, but I've
Wait,
there's a
no,
photo.
we did talk about this on the show.
Wait, was it in his pants? It was just a cock.
It was just like there was a picture where you could kind of see his bulge, and it was like.
The rumor is
Really?
that Dick Cheney.
Wait, Paul, send me that.
So Dick Cheney is like of not a great background. Like originally he's like a lineman, putting up electrical and telephone poles and stuff, and he's like a fucking
great background.
Like his background is not similar
Holy shit. Dick Cheney has had 5 heart attacks.
to like a lot of the elites.
He came up. He's a working class.
Yeah,
guy.
he's a working class guy
He doesn't
who
have
was like a
pedigree.
real and a real piece of shit too. Like he would get in fucking fights. Like he's gotten arrested for drunk driving at a time when like
let me see.
It's
this.
basically legal.
Can we?
Dude, bro, are you sure that's his pack? It looks like his diaper's hanging. Like I have kids,
No,
and that's what it looks like when their diaper
No,
gets
that's his
too
cock,
full.
man. That's his fucking
There's
cock. You
no
wanna know-
way. Dude, that's like a 10
I like
pound
the
cock.
theory that he shit his pants too.
Dude, there's
I'm willing to
no
go along with
shot.
that.
Okay,
His
listen,
cock.
listen.
That's his
He
dick.
in college
No.
when he was in college.
Why is it so? It's so hefty.
In college, he used to
No shot.
pose in the nude for art students, and they used to call him Big Dick Cheney.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, so there's like documented evidence of it.
Yeah, that's
they
the rumor.
saw it.
That's like really big though.
Zoom
Face to
out.
face.
Who's he talking to? Why is he flexing on this
The ice cream man,
this
dude.
ice cream guy? Like, bro, you gotta dress.
That's a soda jerk. That's what that is.
That's how old he is.
This
Yeah.
man is like.
He was old when there were soda jerks.
Yeah, that's like a dying thing now. There's no more soda
Let me
jerk.
look at this. Don't
What
you all
is a
think
soda?
that
What's a soda jerk?
there's too? It looks like he's torqued. Like, it's too. It's too. There's too much
Or
mass.
why do you think his heart can't pump any fucking blood into his brain and the rest of his body? His cock's too fat. He's suffering.
too full, bro. I don't know.
He's suffering from success, dog. That's what's going on.
All right, Big Dick Cheney. Shrek cock. Well, he's got a big dick to fuck Iraq with and all the.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you.
True.
So anyway, back to this fucking idiot.
And continues to support the troops today.
What a
even at
guy.
his age of 98.
What a guy. Standing O.
Dude, everyone did it.
I support the-
Zelensky. Like every motherfucker in there was like, hell yeah.
Wait, Zelensky's in there?
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't know, right? I mean, they didn't know.
Like nobody
Because
thought about
Zelensky's
it.
Jewish. He wouldn't, you know what I mean?
That's what I mean, though. Like, you didn't fucking think about it when he says like he's an anti-Russian nationalist. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, I think that
I
you
hear
would have.
that. I immediately have red flags. Like alarm bells
For
are ringing
sure.
in my
Right.
brain. I'm like, what?
Wait, but for sure they wouldn't expect him to pull out
Explosives
like a
in my
Nazi to honor. Standing O. Meanwhile, dude, he's doing the Heil Hitlers, bro.
No, he
Look at him.
isn't.
Look
No,
at him
no,
up here.
no, he's not.
Yo, he's going Heil Hitler.
No, he's not.
Heil Hitler. Look at that. His hand.
Yeah.
Force of habit. The muscle memory is coming back a
Yeah,
little.
that was a little strange.
Wait till.
hand.
Nah.
Yo, he's going Heil Hitler.
No, he's not.
Heil Hitler. Look at that. His hand.
Yeah.
Force of habit. The muscle memory is coming back a little bit.
Wait till you find out that.
Heil Hitler. He's like, I cannot believe this shit. I gotta
He's
kill
like,
all
yeah,
guys.
he's like, he put both of his hands up.
What? He's like, bro, do you know how many people I've killed?
Oh, that was close. That was close.
no.
He went, the fuck.
How could they let this happen? This is so fucking embarrassing.
This
dude.
is so embarrassing.
You know what's really funny? Because like everyone was like, "Oh, Justin Trudeau, what a fucking idiot! He did that, right?" Like everyone's dunking on him, and then like, including even the NDP. You know, shouts out. I listen. Jugmeat. I've supported him before. You know, he's my homie, but I'm sorry. Every single motherfucker in the parliament was giving him a standing O, including the Conservative Party, which was really funny because they immediately started cutting attack ads, and people were like, "Bro, you're on camera celebrating."
Like they
this.
were like this guy did a standing O.
Yeah, he
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
yeah, like the guy who was doing this fucking 5 minutes ago is now tweeting on Twitter, being like, "Justin Trudeau, you're a fucking idiot! Like, I can't believe you brought a Nazi into our parliament."
The best part is that the authorities in Poland are like, oh, we found him.
Yeah, make
Isn't that crazy? That's the
we
part that
found
really.
him. We
broke
need
me.
him.
Yeah, wait
It's
till you
like, oh
find
my
out, by the
God.
way, that Justin Trudeau's Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland's grandfather is a Nazi collaborator who she openly is aware of and knows and has defended. to this day.
I don't think you can write this shit.
It's like
it does have an air of like Curb Your Enthusiasm, doesn't it?
Cody, why? Why are you being
So
like
absurd.
that?
Alfredo.
Play.
Oh.
He wants to play. Here, I'm gonna put you down.
What's your wait,
What is you afraid of? Yeah,
he's scared.
Like KG. Alfredo, why are you being so?
What's you had a nickname for him when he gets like that.
Alfrico.
Alfrico. That's right. He goes Alfrico mode.
Yeah, he gets Alfrico. But he's usually really sweet with dogs.
Yeah, Kai is a big baby, so that's probably why. That makes sense.
She's a big girl. Hey, come over here.
Here, I'm gonna put you down.
Come cuddle with me.
You guys can be friends, Alfredo. You guys have met so many times already. Kai just wants to play, Alfredo. I know she's scary because she's so big.
She's just a baby.
It's okay, Alfredo.
She is a baby. She's a big baby.
She's just massive and keeps getting more massive every week. And he's like, what the fuck, man? What's this Godzilla in here?
The big baby.
She's a friend, Alfredo. Yeah, she just wants to play.
I'm so worried when she gets her first period.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's going to be a fucking massive issue for me.
It's okay.
Right.
She just wants to play.
That's the thing you got to deal with, isn't it?
I'm going to have to get her diapers.
She wants to play.
Oh, that'd be kind of cute at least.
It apparently
Wait,
goes.
you do? You get diapers?
Yeah,
Dog
bigger
diapers.
dogs
She's so
especially. Yeah, bigger dogs especially. Like they bleed a lot apparently.
Wow.
I mean, her shits are like
It's okay.
human size.
It's a thing.
So I suspect that her period will also be
Human size.
She is 80 pounds.
You're gonna drive all the dogs at the park crazy.
No, I'm not gonna let her out.
Dogs will be running from like blocks.
No, the problem is that they get aggressive from what I understand. In the first week, yeah, they get like really, really violently aggressive against male dogs. And then in the second week,
good job.
They get aggressive towards female dogs when they're ready to mate.
Kaya's laying down with Alfredo. See?
Interesting.
That's very sweet, Kaya. You see Alfredo? She's big, but she's nice. She's big, but she's nice. Okay. Okay. Good boy.
You did it. You facilitated peace.
Let's see, though. Alfredo, she's so nice. She just wants to say hi.
Ethan the diplomat. Give it up. That's soft power right there. Flexing.
Good boy, Alfredo. See, she just wants to lay with you. How nice is that? Okay?
Kai's not the best with little dogs. She always wants to play with them. Like she's really good with big dogs. She'll play with them all day, every day. But little dogs don't want to play with her.
She's really big.
Yeah.
I think Alfredo's a little cagey too since Shredder passed away. He doesn't know how to act because he took all of his.
Doesn't have his
from
leader
Shredder.
anymore.
Feels a little like
leader of the pack.
Oh.
All right. But anyway, that was a fun little
I'm enjoying it. I want to
random side journey that we took with like Canada's Nazi oopsie.
Can we please continue? Yeah, no, I want to watch it more.
And,
I hope they extradite him to Poland.
How can they not?
Oh, no. Well, Canada does not like extraditing people to
what are they going to say?
Foreign
No, we're keeping
countries
this
famously.
Nazi?
I think in this case they might make an exception.
That'd be really funny, dude. I hope it happens.
I hope he gets hanged, dude. That'd be. Fix that, or is that like a technical issue?
It's a technical issue.
Okay, hold on. We got just a little technical issue here.
We have some technical issue. It sounds like.
What do we do about it? What are we gonna do about it?
Side.
All right, fuck.
You want justice to be served.
I don't know if I got it. I might have waited.
I think it was Just less than about. 20 seconds.
You want what
I was
you
kind of
want
watching the
is
stopwatch.
justice to be served, and if the punishment for it is capital punishment, then maybe that'll happen. It's out of your hand.
There, that's a more
So
diplomatic
what
way
is
of
the
saying
what is the punishment in most?
Oh, dude, you
societies?
literally buttoned in right after. Like I just saw it.
Oh no.
So I said, I hope he gets hanged.
Dude.
Now you just said it again.
But well,
but he's a Nazi. Can't we hang Nazis?
I mean, historically, yes.
That's what we do. That was what the whole
Nuremberg
trial.
I don't know. I was just listen.
Wait,
Ethan said that, and I was
what
like,
did they do with the Nazis in Nuremberg?
What
What did they do with the Nazis in Nuremberg?
We're talking about the Nuremberg trials. We're talking about
We hung them, man.
Justice. What Ethan's trying to say is that hopefully justice is served.
Who's
That's
going to
what he's trying
complain?
to say.
Oh, Dan.
Ethan's being mean to Nazis. Try that.
You really think in our liberal landscape, motherfuckers aren't gonna come at you and be like, wow, wow,
hang Nazis.
He wants to kill this 98-year-old man who, look at how pleasant he is.
He just got a
like,
standing O. You know, and I'm not even talking about like, oh, you're a Nazi. No, this guy was literally a member of the Nazi
well,
party.
I'm sorry. Did he?
Like, I'm not even. This isn't like an interpretation.
I agree. I'm just YouTube is a little crazy.
But
about the whole
I didn't even say I hope. I said
harm
it'd be
on people
funny
thing.
if they hang him because he's so old.
In Minecraft.
This would be the wildest way to get banned.
Yeah, right. Like getting a strike over this would be.
Yeah.
That would be something.
Yeah.
That would be insane.
He's at the top of the mountain being applauded, and then he's gonna go right to the
Dude, he's right in the gallows. The balcony floor is gonna fall out under him, and he's gonna hang.
He flew way too close to the sun, dog. You can't be that confident. Like, what are you doing? You were a fucking Nazi.
Like a
Bro, he
vampire.
wrote a blog post like at 80. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this motherfucker wasn't hiding it either. You know? That's the craziest
He's like
part.
a vampire. He stepped out into the sunlight, thinking it wouldn't get him.
Yeah.
But you know, like, thank you. It's your move, YouTube. It's me or the Nazis. You decide.
Well,
people saying the button
YouTube
failed.
famously has always sided against the Nazis, Ethan.
Right, yeah.
I can't wait for a sponsor to be like, your comments about killing hanging Nazis are disturbing.
A protected group.
Yeah.
We were
It's a
talking
hate
about
crime.
the historical events of the Nuremberg trial.
What
That's
happened?
all we were doing.
Yeah, it'd be really funny. It's like BetterHelp.com wants everyone to get access to therapy, including Nazis, which is why that was not very cool of you.
You know, the thing is that I'm not pro hanging. Hanging's barbaric. I don't think it should happen to anyone.
I agree.
If anything, he should just be thrown off a cliff or something.
Stop! Oh my god. Wait, you didn't button that?
Which is less barbaric.
Let's see you all next week.
You just flat.
Midsommar style. And when they don't die, you hit them with the fucking sledgehammer.
Yeah. No, but like in terms of weight, I mean, if you throw them off a high enough cliff, then it's just lights out.
Chill.
Yeah.
And you have time to reflect. You know, maybe I shouldn't have killed all those people. Time to regret. Hanging is barbaric.
Yeah. It just sucks because you can't go back in time. Yeah. Like, he already lived that moment where he was like, damn, like, did we win? Like, what's happening right now?
right.
I really hate to say this. I think there's someone hanging right there.
Yes. But the Canadian Parliament be like, Logan, when did you become the Canadian in the Canadian Parliament?
Me too, that. But I'm very proud to say that he is from North Bay and from my riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming.
He's proud, dude. What do you mean?
This is my favorite thing that's happened this year.
It's so funny. Look at how happy.
Very proud.
He is.
He's so thrilled.
See, this is why I say, like,
Just shameless. Like, what? Zero thought went into this, or a man's just a Nazi? Like, how do you just, like, not give any fucks about who it is that you're honoring? It's so bad. It's so bad.
And I don't know how, but like, I feel like he couldn't have known. He couldn't have known. I still think he should resign. I mean, obviously that's such an embarrassing.
No, dude, I'm telling you, I know exactly what it is. I'm telling you, it's the anti-communist fervor like people get so invested in, where they forget that like there was a time when, you know, the USSR was aligned with the Allied powers and was, you know, doing great stuff in terms of killing Nazis, you know?
Yeah.
So
world record holder.
When you forget that, you know, when you're so swept up with like anti-communism, anti-socialism, and like you're so fucking aggro, you forget that like you're aligning yourself with Nazis. And then, you know, that also leads me into the development of NATO. When Germany was brought into NATO, they literally took German Nazi generals and put them in charge of NATO.
Right.
Like, because they were the most rugged, experienced.
They had the resume.
Yeah, they had a resume of anti-communist
They had a great CV.
battles. So they put them in positions of power.
This is my face at the Nuremberg trial when they hang the Nazis.
I see.
I don't know. I'm trying.
It wasn't on the screen. I thought it was going to cut to either Kevin James or the chiropractor lady.
Yeah, that's what.
He looks like an actual goblin. Like, Like a gargoyle.
I should have done. That's what I should have done. No,
We're just having so much fun, dude, with the Nazi.
He's a Ukrainian hero, a Canadian hero.
What am I? Yeah, hey, oh, yeah, I'm the worst person. Remember when the United States government invaded Germany? Yeah, they killed a whole bunch of Germans. I just want to hang one Nazi. No, I don't want to do it, but.
I mean, technically, you're right.
On the scale of
they were pretty good.
On the scale of things.
Yeah, you want only one, not as many as the American scale.
Well, I'm saying, yeah. It's just like a little cleanup. It's just a little follow-up.
Yeah.
Maybe let's
move on.
Let's get on to
this. By the way,
we were talking about Jordan Peterson. What happened?
Well,
we're talking about another Canadian Nazi.
No, I see the connection.
We're talking about a Canadian Nazi.
I didn't segue that either, I think.
Nazi literally said basically what's happening right there, but he verbalized it in a even more clear and concise way, where he was like, well, USSR is worse than the Nazis, and that's a tough competition.
I just have to say that guy looks so fucking proud.
Yeah, no, he is.
Zach was dying there.
He's like, we did it. Yeah, he had the "we did it" joke.
His proudest moment.
Face. We did it, Joe.
He got all these people. Like, look what I've done.
Listen,
oh boy, fucking Nazi.
Listen, if I get in trouble for saying that, I'll happily take a break.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
What's the expectation there? Like, YouTube's like, hey, when you come back from your break, you better not fucking say that Nazis should be criminally tried.
No anti-Nazi rhetoric.
And then at the end of it, maybe face capital punishment for their crimes.
Right. Yeah, or
that's killing.
Oh my God! Not again. Your podcast goofed too hard and had to hit the button. We're just debriefing a bit, and then we'll resume with a sketch.
I hit the button.
Stop pushing.
What was that? That was awesome.
I hit the button.
Stop pushing. Stop.
Don't push.
No more pushing.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Right up to the edge.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
I'm only talking about members of the Nazi Party. That's it. He's not
feedback that maybe I should just let you cook so we get a break.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We all need a break, man.
Why does the studio today smells like buttermilk waffles?
It's my coffee.
Is it the coffee?
Somebody might have been cooking. Somebody
smells
cooking?
awesome.
I've been cooking.
On
all this Nazi shit.
I think it's the coffee.
This is, by the way, this is his face after the gallows is done.
Okay.
Oh, dude. Okay. Oh, this video is so.
You saw.
You know this one?
Of course, dude. I hate the chiropractor videos.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm doing a war against chiropractors. I think they're the biggest quacks alive right now. I think their whole profession should be
fully on board with everything you're saying.
I mean, it's just these guys are just scammers, and they hurt people.
Yeah,
they paralyze
100%.
people. Look what he did to this poor woman, man.
I don't know.
He's treating her like a ex-Nazi party member, man.
Okay. Let's move on.
I wouldn't even subject him to that.
Never
Chill.
shown this to you. God damn it. I take full responsibility. I'm sorry, everybody.
All right, Jordan, go ahead.
Strategy. So that's why you think. You think so that your stupid thoughts can die.
What?
That's why you think. So your stupid thoughts can die. Write that down.
You think so that your stupid thoughts can die.
He's such a skilled orator. He's so powerful.
Love it.
Instead of you.
Oh, okay.
If you get to the upper echelons of any hierarchy.
She's got her phone in her
She was bored.
Dude, she's reading tweets.
You see that?
Look at her phone.
Think so that your stupid
You ever seen a
thoughts
serious?
can die.
I think it's her script.
My queen. She can
Instead
do no
of
wrong.
You. If you
Look at this phone placement. It's interesting.
Oh my
I'm pretty sure it's her script.
God, you're right.
She's
How
just
did
browsing.
you catch that? What the fuck?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what the fuck is that? She's like,
Dad. Yeah, right.
You know, I did not notice it because I'm not a misogynist. And I thought she was in deep thought.
Right. Well, I just looked at it and saw
And
it.
you were looking at her eyes.
I was looking at her brain.
Yeah.
I'm so much less misogynist than anybody.
I was looking at her soul.
Yeah, like Shallow Hal.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
What
he's
a
that
great
for real.
reference.
I'm saying,
Great movie.
People say
Classic.
Shallow Hal is misogynistic. Like you. All right,
What?
Stop. Let's watch.
to the upper echelons of any
Upper
hierarchy,
echelons.
you'll start encountering people who know a lot about almost everything. And so if you're stupid and you don't know anything about anything, they're just going to look at you and listen to you for like 2 seconds and think, well, I don't know where this clunk came from, but you know, he's not come along for the ride. You need to be enculturated so that you can play with
Enculturated. Just say cultured. I mean, come
sophisticated
on.
people and you could play a sophisticated and productive game, but also so that you've informed yourself with the greatest ideas of history so that whatever problem you're tackling, you're going to have tools to tackle it with once we get it well developed.
Damn, there's
Okay.
I'm not understanding.
We're gonna learn. So we got to talk about these people to be sophisticated.
those are all.
It's just the list is a little light, I feel like, but you know, there's.
Yeah, and like including Freud of all people. And then directly after including Jung, like didn't they disagree on like a whole lot?
There's a lot of other sophisticated people that Jordan Peterson has declared firmly in the Frankfurt school of thought, and is you know, they're doing cultural Bolshevism. Well, he doesn't say cultural Bolshevism. He says what does he say? Fuck.
No,
cultural Marxism.
Yeah. Cultural. Yeah. Right. Marxism. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take all these courses, and then you know you won't be a complete embarrassment to yourself.
I didn't enjoy my university experience. The professor
Yeah. Jung thought that Freud was too focused on sex and its impact on behavior. Yeah, Jung also had like some weird ideas. Like everything is like driven by like a life force, like a psychic force.
It wasn't interesting. I was like, I'm pretty sure what they just said wasn't true.
Yo,
But
she's so bold. She's so brilliant.
Because they lived in cages. Literally, that happened.
She said, "Hold on.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Tell me rats weren't social creatures because they lived in cages.
Rats weren't social creatures because they. Okay, so what?
I loved it. I love the presentation.
Can I have some
here.
context?
Rats will dance for money if you pay them.
I love the presentation of this because she's like saying, like, I Googled something that my professor said, and I found out that, like, you know, I got the woke mind virus. Like, I found out that my professor was like lying to me about rats and it being social creatures, which, by the way, we have no idea if that actually happened or not.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's more context than that. Her professor's like, did you know rats aren't social creatures, you guys?
It's really funny to say this to Jordan Peterson because Jordan Peterson gets pretty much.
Probably, like, if anything, the professor was probably referring specifically to rats in captivity, where they won't be in, like, a social setting or something. Like, I can't imagine that they just said, rats aren't social.
Everything wrong all the time when he tries to talk about things that are completely outside of his field, where, like, whenever he tries to talk about, like, animals specifically, to reinforce like this fallacy,
gay birds,
this natural this naturalistic fallacies, he often forgets that, you know, the animal kingdom is gay as fuck, for example, or even very queer, very trans.
Bro, when I saw my 2 male dogs having sex, man, I mean, they got off big time on that. I didn't even have to leave my home to see it.
Yeah.
They love that shit, man. They go dick to dick, you know what I mean? All different dick to
I did
whatever.
not fuck my dog.
I just knew there was only 2 dicks and lots of humping.
Whatever.
I did not come on my dog.
Here, okay, all right.
I'm not traveling 40 minutes to go to this class. And I think it's cruel that people are told they have to go to university, they have to spend $100,000 to $200,000 to get a degree so they can get a job. Otherwise, they're screwed. It's just a scam, but it bothers me that people are being scammed to learn to not believe in themselves.
In a sense, she's right that college has become a scam. But what's the best part is they're going to be like, okay, so let's not do that scam. Let's
Yeah, let us scam you.
do this scam.
Yeah, let's do an even bigger scam than, like, at least accredited institutions.
Yeah, this one you get nothing for.
Yeah. No, it's great. I mean, this has already happened. Obviously, Barry Weiss did this with the Texas.
What the fuck was that?
She did one in Austin, Texas, basically, and it's a massive failure so far. But like I said, I think the cynic in me looks at this and thinks, there's a profit motive.
Definitely.
And I think that the reason why they're doing these like unaccredited institutions is because they believe that like the next wave of conservatives in positions of power will just offer them fat government contracts to just churn out like right-wing agitprop that they will pump in our schools.
Jordan seems very motivated by money. I've seen and heard him say certain things where I was like, man, this guy seems like solely motivated by money.
Yeah, well, there's another motivation out there. It's called benzos.
Well, and yeah, those ain't cheap, man. When you got a heavy habit, tell you what, boy. You know, what's a stick run on the street? Like $20?
I fucking don't know. I don't know what the market rate is.
It would be funny
by the way,
if we could.
This is my face when
Doesn't even know it's spelled with an X.
I finally find out I don't have to go to college, but I can just go to Jordan Peterson's college instead.
Oh God, so cursed.
That's the Nazi.
He's having such a great time,
He's
dude.
so happy.
Blow apart the university system a little bit because it's broken because of what it did to you. Like you were alienated out of your job, basically.
You'll be damn fortunate.
Still milking this shit, man.
My favorite
Bro,
thing.
how is he milking
6 years ago, bro.
I'll tell you how.
Crazy.
My favorite thing. This is what Trump does really well as well. He takes personal grievances and people like slighting him for behaving in an inappropriate manner in like polite society, and he turns that into like structural critique that like the elites aren't simply saying, no, you're not allowed to be in our circles because you're you're rude or you're kind of gross.
Right.
It's not that's happening. It's actually that like elites have disdain for me because I'm a part of the working class just like you. And Jordan Peterson has done this very well as well. He has a way of communicating his own personal grievances that is absolutely motivated by uplifting his brand, where, you know, he just wanted to be fucking transphobic. He's got a lot of like backwards right-wing reactionary ideas that are outright either ahistorical when it comes to plenty of the historical background that he offers with respect to like Nazis and socialists and whatnot, or reactionary when he talks about the biological predeterminist opinions that he has about like male and female social hierarchy and how they are supposed to cohabitate spaces. So those are genuine opinions that he has, and he's a stubborn asshole, as most professors are, and he won't give up. So inevitably, there's like going to be a lot of people that were protesting against him, and he became further and further openly, more and more openly right wing, and now this personal.
Yeah, and then Elon started like boosting his shit like hella, and he saw how popular it was with reactionaries, and here we are today. Oh, hi, Reading Rap. What's up?
Conquest that he has against like University of Toronto and all these other like academic institutions that have banished him, in his words. He must attack back, and the best way to do that, most effective way to do that, is by saying they're not just after me; they're after me because they're after you. I'm just in the way.
Right.
Classic Trump phenomenon.
Great. And I mean, I don't know, man. He's still this would be like if I was still complaining about YouTube demonetizing my Joey Salads video 5 years ago or some shit. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just time to move on a little bit.
And if you literally made a killing off of that, you know what I mean? If you made like tens of millions of
Joey
dollars.
Salads University.
Yeah, if you made tens of millions of dollars over the course of this past like half a decade and became profoundly successful, like went from a relatively unknown
aggressive can opening I've ever heard in my life. Dude.
Yeah, all right, because I shake it.
Oh, you do?
Can provide you with a list of people who've graduated, and if you had any sense, you'll employ them preferentially because we did the rigorous screening work, and I know how to do the rigorous screening.
I know how to do the rigorous screening work. He's so insufferable.
Because I studied that.
This is a Tim Heidecker character, isn't it?
Yeah, that delivery was insane.
But he said so. His theory is if you come to my school, you're gonna get your employers are gonna look at your pseudo degree from Jordan Peterson University and hire you immediately.
Yeah.
Also, he's saying I'm
Take
gonna
my word for it.
He's gonna say, I'm going to screen people that are allowed in. Like, bitch, you're going to take money and let anyone in who wants. Shut up. Are you kidding me? But look at this Tim Heidecker sketch.
You'll be damn fortunate if we can provide you with a list of people who've graduated, and if you had any sense, you'll employ them preferentially.
Right.
Because
Oh, he's speaking to the employers.
I know how to do it.
I know how to do it.
Because I studied
I
that
did
for
it
like
myself for 25 years.
A degree from our university will signify.
Bro, he's a
high
confidence
level
man. This is just a
conscientiousness and
con.
general cognitive
Very
ability,
good.
and those are very.
And the
valuable
difference is
for any
like,
employer.
unlike Andrew Tate, he's like not even entertaining. He's Andrew Tate for he's Andrew Tate for a different generation of people who at least want like the presence of pseudo intellectuals. Like Andrew Tate at least is like straight up, you know, he's like, women are bitches, they're whores.
Right.
You should
Yeah. Jordan Peterson lets people feel like intellectuals in their bigotry. It's kind of fucked up.
kill them with a knife or whatever the fuck he says, right? Whereas like Jordan Peterson will go on these like convoluted tangents about how like we simply do not know how women and men cohabitate in spaces. Like we haven't had, you know, hundreds of thousands of years of development on that front.
So this is launching in November of this year. That gives them like basically 1 month to finish this. And this to me is looking like WordPress first day of a website, isn't it?
Huh.
Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's not looking
definitely.
totally complete.
Like what's the deal with
Generic,
these stock
kind
photos
of just
on the
like
top?
texture stock art up there.
Learn from the world's best. How to think, not what to think.
How much do you think they're going to charge for this?
Like, it's not even relevant stock photos.
Dude, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a few thousand. Because that's it. You know, you have to make them feel like they're getting something valuable.
Awesome.
Because if you just charge like $10, then
oh, good point.
It won't feel like a real education.
Right, like a real school, like it is.
Exactly. Anyway, that's taken a long time to get through. Like, here's Tim Pool's Russell Brand take. I don't know. Is Tim Pool getting dumber? He's becoming more dumb and more.
God, I don't know if I have the brain cells. I don't have the spare brain cells. I've managed to avoid talking about this because I don't want to bring out all the crazies talking about fucking Russell Brand. I don't. I'll just wait for the conviction, which I'm sure it's happening. You know, we're just gonna move on.
We should probably.
We got to skip ahead.
Yeah, because
so Trump organization. You touched on this, but this is pretty spicy. Actually, this is like mega spicy. This is like nuclear. A New York judge ordered the dissolution of businesses owned by Donald Trump. And
he did everything right.
He
did everything right, and they're indicting him again.
He's been found to have committed fraud in terms of declaring his net worth in loan documents, which is a big fucking crime. That's a serious shit. The judge found that Trump and his company fraudulently misstated the value of their assets, canceled their certificates for business, as well as any entity owned by Trump, Eric, Donald, or Alan Weisberg, or Trump Organization
RIPBOZO.
executive Jeffrey McConney. That's pretty serious, dude. The ruling implies that Trump Organization is no longer recognized as a company in New York. A court-appointed individual will take over its assets and distribute them as deemed appropriate.
Let's fucking go, dude. More of this, dude. It's the woke communists coming to get him, but like, wait, actually though?
Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. So what he's been doing essentially is getting tons of loans, which billionaires do. The problem is he puts down his assets and his collateral to guarantee against the loan. He's been saying that Mar-a-Lago, for example, just one example, is worth 1.5 billion, right? I saw it said it's 700 million, but I thought he said it was 1.5.
There were two instances here. I have exactly where the judge breaks down what they found.
Here, highlight it for me.
Here is this one.
Yeah. So oh yeah, here's the judge's ruling on the matter. Let's read this. From 2011 to 2021, the Palm Beach County assessor appraised the market value of Mar-a-Lago at between 18 million and 27 million. Notwithstanding, the SFC's value do not reflect these lands use restrictions. It says it very clearly, actually. Donald Trump's SFC Values Mar-a-Lago between 400 million and 600 million, an overvaluation of 2,300% compared to the assessor's appraisal.
That's wild.
The best part is when he is actually like,
It's worth all the money, the most money in the world. You wouldn't even believe it.
like the difference between him going to a bank versus him going to the federal government and the IRS and like showing his properties is the exact opposite. So like he's undervaluing it every single time he's talking to the government and saying this is a depreciating asset. Look,
Right
I have
here.
land use restrictions and this is like a piece of shit, right? But when he goes to the bank, he's like, this is the greatest fucking place of
In
all time.
2020, Donald Trump sued the municipality because they overvalued the property because he wanted to pay less property tax. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Tax representatives acting on behalf of Trump filed a petition this year to state authorized value adjustment board challenging the valuation assigned to Mar-a-Lago and the Trump National Golf Club in Jupiter, according to spokesman. The petition for Jupiter property was subsequently withdrawn, said agency spokesman. A virtual hearing has been scheduled for December 3rd to consider Mar-a-Lago's valuation, which at $2.6 million is unchanged from last year.
No, 26 million.
26 million.
Yeah, it's not 2.6 million.
So
that would be great.
but here it says also the judge wrote, critically, Moans does not opine at what price he is confident he could find a buyer, although he opined separately without relying on any objective evidence that he believes that as of 2023, the property is worth $1.5 billion.
That's awesome. So,
On vibes.
a couple things to note here. I think one of the scariest and most insane things that Trump actually dropped in the deposition that suspiciously is not getting a lot of media coverage is that he said he basically has an unlimited line of credit from Saudi Arabia, that he could just sell. Yes, that's what a footnote. That's what the judge says. He said in the deposition. I haven't seen it, but
Well,
yeah,
I definitely trust the judge if he said
well,
that.
he basically says I can sell my properties for 10x, 20x, whatever the fuck I want to Saudi Arabia at any given moment, which technically isn't false. He is right about that. Saudi Arabia did give Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, $2 billion in the sovereign wealth fund for Jared Kushner's new venture. And that obviously came with, that didn't come for free. They didn't do that out of the kindness of their hearts or think they didn't do that because they think Jared Kushner is like an incredible fucking investor. They did it because they like having an inside guy. They like having control over.
I mean, it's exactly what they accuse Hunter Biden of doing, frankly.
Yes.
Except it's what Hunter did is even less direct.
Yes. Because
he wasn't even serving as his advisor.
Unlike Jared Kushner, Hunter Biden never had any fucking sway in the Obama administration nor the Biden administration.
Well, the Kush he's an official advisor. He even had security clearance for a while.
Yes, he did the fucking he facilitated the Abraham Accords.
He was Mr. Israel Peace.
Yeah. So yeah, he was put in an incredible position of power with no fucking background.
That's sick. Now that's a bribe.
And he
I got to say it to his credit. I see people getting bribed, and it's always too little money, like the moron, the Democratic.
Bob Menendez?
Yeah.
Now that's a bribe. You're gonna do it, I guess.
Yeah, like what? I mean, he got a couple
gold bars.
He got paid, but like Jared, he got 1.5
Yeah, he made out like a fucking bandit.
That's a bribe.
$2
billion, 2.5 billion?
No, just I think $2 billion, roughly.
$2 billion. That's
$2
a
billion,
bribe.
and Saudi Arabia, MBS recently, because he's doing he's doing his charm offensive again. Because like enough time has passed since the Jamal Khashoggi shit. So like he's back on U.S. soil talking about golf courses and how awesome it is. He gave an English interview to Fox News this past week, where in the interview he basically said, we gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner, and we'll probably give him more, and that he loves the idea of another Trump presidency.
Nice. Well, anyway, according to according to the documents reporting, he apparently overstated his worth and assets to banks and insurers by as much as $3.6 billion.
Did you see the Saudi Arabian line in the deposition that they just pulled up? There it is. But in a deposition, Trump seems to imply that the numbers cannot be inflated because he could find a buyer from Saudi Arabia to pay any price he suggests. New York State Supreme Court Judge Arthur Engoron wrote in his ruling.
Despite the disturbing suggestion.
No, it's worth that much, you see, because I have a wealthy benefactor in Saudi Arabia.
Suggestion that's not how evaluations work. That's just not how you're like, no, trust me.
I could find
I know a guy. That's not how it works. You know.
And I mean, obviously there is the market on top. Like Eric Trump, and we have that in the doc here at number 6, was trying to argue it's ridiculous that the judge was saying it's worth 26 million or whatever, because look at how expensive all of these other properties in Florida are.
Exactly.
Well, he says 1/30th the size. So what he's saying is their properties worth 30 times whatever.
Yeah. No, but he's right and he's wrong. He's right that the properties next to Mar-a-Lago are residential real estate properties that are going for that amount, right? It is to show the market consideration for real estate in that area, but those are residential properties. While they are tiny in comparison to the massive plot of land that Mar-a-Lago sits on, they do not have land use restrictions that specifically detail that you cannot use Mar-a-Lago as a residential real estate. You cannot chop up Mar-a-Lago land to turn it into residential real estate. So you can't do that, which the Trump organization knew, and as you also correctly showed, has used to their advantage year over year in an effort to pay less taxes or actually show Mar-a-Lago as a depreciating asset so that they can cut taxes in general.
Yeah.
Classic.
We knew about all of this because Donald Trump literally, not the overvaluation of his properties, but we knew about Donald Trump undervaluing his properties and showing them as depreciating assets.
Dude, just in 2020, he was arguing that they overvalued it.
Because of the whole Trump tax return shit. Remember when we were talking about how like Trump paid $75,000 in tax, and we were like, "What the fuck is that about?" Yeah, that was because of this. Because he was openly stating that his land use restrictions was making Mar-a-Lago a depreciating asset.
Dude, the brazenness, like I feel like if I tried that shit on my taxes, I would get fucked immediately.
Yeah, you got to cut the candle on both ends.
Any accountant I've ever worked with would be like, "That's fucking insane. I'd be arrested if I signed off on this."
Well, yeah, but
like,
then you can do the Trump thing. You can do the Trump thing and like go accountant shopping until like the one accountant will say, "Oh yeah, no, we can do that."
Yeah,
I guess
we'll find a way.
But I'm trying to see how much of the property is unusable. From air, you know what I mean? Like how much of it is just totally
It's like a country club essentially,
yeah,
right?
It is.
So like there's like it's kind of a hotel in there and stuff, and like
nice spot though. Oh, this is the whole area. This is his plot.
Yeah,
yeah.
Which when you look at it,
this is all unused.
Yeah, and you cannot turn that into residential real estate.
Right,
you can't do that.
Can't build on it.
You cannot sell or use this land for any commercial purpose. Therefore, it doesn't get
for any residential purpose.
Yes,
right?
it's commercial real estate. The reason why it's only valued at $70 million in comparison to like all the other properties is because those other properties are houses, right? A house has upkeep, especially ones as large as that one in that area. But like Mar-a-Lago and the upkeep required for it is an insane amount. So obviously that's the reason why there's a limitation to how much you can, how expensive you can claim this thing is, and how valuable this is.
Shame he owns this because that shit looks nice. I've never been to what is this, Palm Beach?
Palm Beach.
Is that what it's all like? Just this peninsula?
It's shit. I think.
Really? I've never been there.
It's one of those places where it's like, I mean, it looks like it's going to be underwater and like.
Oh, that's no question about it.
In like 10 years.
There is that too.
That's
probably hurting the property value too.
Bro, look, it looks like it's under sea level. Like this looks like a seawall. Yeah, that's true. I mean, how much is that shit worth? It's not going to exist in 10 years, probably. Enjoy it while you've got it.
It's a narrow strip of land.
Okay. Well, there he is. So Trump is getting absolutely fucked, dude, by New York State.
I
And
did everything right, and they
I don't know what to say. I mean, the guy committed fraud on a massive scale. What do you want?
The craziest part about this too is that this was all over a civil trial. He was being sued by what's it called? The not district attorney.
Was this a
attorney
discovery
general
thing?
Huh?
Was this a discovery thing?
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that this was supposed to go to trial like next week, and the judge, after looking over the evidence, just thought it was so egregious that they were willing to dissolve his business before even going to trial. Like that's how like on its face obvious it was that he was doing this fraud.
Yeah, there's different types of fraud aside from like obviously hyper inflating the value of your assets, but like he lied about the square footage.
That's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like that's so measurable.
Yeah, that's like on record already, dude.
Lie about the square
Doesn't
footage.
get much more measurable than square footage.
That's literally a
measurement.
How do you lie about that?
I mean, yeah.
I guess he lies about his height, so that's even more measurable.
Yeah. It's just you can get away with it, right? I mean.
Yeah, so the interesting part of this is to see which banks and loaning institutions are going to sue him for fraud. That's going to be real fun to follow.
I mean, it entirely depends on whether or not he becomes president. Because if he becomes president, he's going to give them favorable deregulation, so they will not do that, and they love that.
True.
So we'll see. We'll see which way.
I mean,
which way
I
this
don't know.
goes. Like,
there's still like limits to what banks can do. A huge risk.
a lot of this. Okay, I have two conflicting thoughts on this. On the one hand, when Trump says like what I've done is not out of the ordinary, he's not wrong. Okay, real estate and the way that the real estate industry works is this is all not necessarily legally permissible, but things that a lot of people do all the time and completely overlook.
Lie about their assets?
Yeah,
by
depreciating.
1,000%?
Yeah, depreciating the value of your depreciating, like showing your assets.
Depreciating, inflating, it's all just, cooking the books.
Says depreciating assets in an effort to get, in an effort to significantly cut your tax burden while simultaneously showing it as much as you can.
That is common. But like lying to loan institutions about the value of your assets, that seems crazy.
I think not to the degree that Trump did it, but and not with like lying about your square footage and whatnot. But yeah, I think people do it. People definitely.
There's
do
a difference between
fudge it a little bit,
right? Fudging,
and
which is probably very
not,
common,
not
and what he did.
Yeah, not 2,300%.
This is
like
brazen.
that's insane.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, well, let's move on. We don't have a lot of. We have about 30 minutes, so let's keep it moving, right? You got something else you wanted to close it out on?
There's a lot of stuff that we can talk about. I don't care.
Well, I want to talk about the GOP debate.
We can talk
That paid well 30 minutes.
about the UAW auto strike that's going on. We can talk about a lot.
Let's talk about the debate, as in. Let me look at the title. We got
Those two kind of flow into each other because of the Trump connection, anyways. So why don't we do those two?
The debate, which again Trump wasn't at.
He won. He won that debate last night.
Well, what's interesting is that all the debaters are lower in polling than they're all just. They're being worse. They're just losing by being there.
Yeah. Yeah. They look unserious. They look pathetic. They look terrible. Overall, I think like Nikki Haley, maybe, in my opinion. Did you watch it?
I watched clips of it. I heard people like that she did well.
Yeah, Nikki Haley does a decent job. It's very interesting, though, because like every time she speaks out against Trump, it's almost in a way where like Joe Biden can use that against Trump as well. Because like it's always like, how much Trump imploded the deficit, right? Like things of that nature. But I think she is probably the smartest old school Republican that is like clear with her message. Still ruthless, still brutal, still awful, but in comparison to the rest of those fucking losers, like she comes across as like at least relatively intelligent.
She went after our boy Vivek.
Oh yeah, Vivek had, I think,
ate like cake.
The biggest L's.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that because I was getting tired of that guy. And please come on our show.
Vivek.
No, he ghosted us. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Vivek and Ron DeSantis are in the same camp where the more they
that
talk,
would have been content.
the more people go, "Oh, you're gross," and I don't like you. And obviously, politics is a lot. I mean, politics for the most part in America, especially now, is like very vibes based, right? And if you are coming across like a smarmy, annoying debate pervert who's constantly going, actually, the Constitution says I can do this, like then, you know,
it worked the first time.
Television watchers, no, it actually didn't.
People loved him.
No, he saw a little bit of a boost initially because he was like riding Trump's dick so fucking hard. He was doing tricks on, he was blowing bubbles on that shit. But then eventually, the more he like had to defend himself in a defensive posture in mainstream media, the more his approval rating started plummeting.
After the debate, I saw a lot of people being like, this guy's full of shit. But anyway, here's how the debate started.
So much
Let's
more
take a look.
pushback after after the debate than like during.
Thrilled to be sitting alongside my co-moderators, Fox News Channel Dana Perino and Ilya Calderon.
Ilya Calderon is my goat. She's woke.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
I gotta go back.
Perino and Ilya Calderon, Univision.
What?
Univision.
I think he surprised himself that he got the pronunciation correct.
Yeah, he hit that Calderon.
Yeah, and then he would like kind of stumbled after that. He's like, shit, I nailed that.
Smooth, man. Smooth sailing.
Univision.
Dude, that was rough.
Good evening.
That was rough. He made it. He stuck the landing. I mean, it could have been worse. You remember Jesse Wellen?
Oh my God. Jesus. I haven't thought of that in so long.
You remember that, Hassan?
Wait, what happened?
Do you remember Jesse Wellens,
at the
YouTuber?
Jesse Wellens at the games.
It was E3.
E3.
Yeah, E3.
Yo, this is... All right. I got to go back and enjoy this real fast.
This is bad.
Dude,
legendary. I haven't thought of this in so long.
That was a good year for content, I feel like.
What up, guys? Thank you for having me, EA. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Jesse Wellens, and I am a YouTube creator. So I am here to talk about Need for Speed Payback. If you guys didn't know, Need for Speed Payback,
Pain.
Oh no.
Pain.
Yeah, it's a great game. But all right. All set aside.
Bro, people from
I'm a YouTube
Philadelphia
creator,
can't
Need
read,
for
dog.
Speed
What
Payback
the fuck?
Coming out. I got my boy
just-
Marcus, executive producer here.
I
He
believe
is
this
the
firmly
producer of the
now.
game. Thank you, Nick, for having me.
Hey man, thanks Jesse. Obviously we're really excited to tell everyone about Need for Speed.
That was...
I love that he is so aware that he fucked
He
up.
is, yeah. We actually had him call in. It was pretty funny. He said
No, he
something like...
came in person.
Oh, he
we talked
came
about
in.
it. And yeah, we talked about it at length, how embarrassing it was for him.
He said the teleprompter was off and the cue to turn around was off.
Yeah, there were some production issues. It wasn't totally his fault, but...
OG prankster.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out Prank versus Frank.
Yeah. You know, he lived with, I think he lived with Andy Milonakis for a while. Do you know that?
Yeah. I
remember hanging out with him way back in the day. Like randomly.
So let's see. Yada yada.
That is random as
Chris
fuck.
Christie, our boy, back from the buffet for this epic thing. That's Trump's words, not mine. That's his words.
Whose words?
Trump's.
Trump's words.
He does the
Right,
buffet
okay.
gag.
Don't
I
call
wouldn't
him a
do
fat
that.
pig. Right.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Oh.
And I won't.
Oh.
So here we go. Tell me what you think about this.
Camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Has this name thing gone too far?
Definitely.
Donald Duck.
Bro, that oh God. Oh my God. If I was ever ashamed to have been from New Jersey at any point in my life, this is the worst this is the worst time.
You kind of hit the Kevin James smirk at the end there.
Bro, you know his ass practiced that in front of a mirror, okay?
Bro, that was like, he probably spent $100,000 like in marketing gurus to formulate.
They workshopped that.
Yeah.
You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that.
Look at that Kevin James face.
No, they're a little bit longer.
Right at the end.
Ride.
Right after he hits him.
Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Oh, that's good.
Got him.
Donald
That's that Christie face, dude.
He thinks he's so fucking he's clever as fuck. He cooked on that for so long. Like this is gonna get him.
Dude.
Like
I might get a standing O with this one.
I like the.
Okay. Actually, I'll be back in 1 second. Classic. Haven't gotten to play that one in a while. Good, good.
theory, but calling someone Donald Duck is just. I mean,
It's just
Donald
Trump's just going to call him Porky Pig.
Well, Trump literally said,
or he'll just tell him to kill himself or something.
I mean, he
He's
did.
like,
He
Chris
basically
Christie should
did.
be executed.
He basically did. He responded on Truth Social. He said something along the lines of like, I'm pretty sure he said something like, "Shut the fuck up. You had 5% approval rating." Like by the time you left office, like, what the fuck are you talking about,
Hold
idiot?
on. Send that. I want to read that. But in the meantime, this needs to be a new chat emoji.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's a good ass face right there, boy. You know. So yeah, Porky Pig. But that's all, folks. That's all, Christy. Thanks.
No, not that one, Zach. That one's a classic, though.
Oh, I know. I just
Chris Christie at Roy Rogers at 11 p.m.
It's just the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
You know what? I have to say, this photo is pretty incredible.
I relate. This is me. Me in the kitchen at 3 a.m.
Well, there's nobody else in it. It is
perfect.
late, and he is the only one there.
Yeah, trying to console himself. Look at his head. Like, he's just head sunken in.
A fat pig.
Oh, God, he is such a demon.
It's crazy because I talked about this last night. Big boys are doing really well in the polls. Like, big boys across the board, from John Fetterman, J.B. Pritzker, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's big boy season. and yet Chris Christie has not seen a single piece of that big boy action because he's so pathetically unlikable and is basically running in the Democratic primary while actually running in the Republican primary. Like, all the messaging he engages with is like, are you trying to be the fucking Democratic president? Like, what's happening? He only goes on CNN. He only goes on MSNBC. He's just trying to get the liberal vote for some weird reason. I don't know why. I guess he's just trying to get a CNN job.
He just wants clout.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to translate to a lot of money for him in terms of whatever book deals, show deals. I don't know.
I'm trying to find that Trump response to this, but Truth Social is seemingly down right now. So
no. How can this happen?
Oh, wait, it finally loaded. I kept refreshing and it popped up. I'll try and find his tweet.
Anyway, meanwhile,
yeah, it's on the Hill if you want.
Why are we watching these Yanks? Jesus Christ. And what are you, a Confederate? Excuse me?
The Hill? Okay.
Yeah.
While you look for that, here's DeSantis saying Donald Trump owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now. Joe Biden responded.
In action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt.
Yeah, it's smart. Use what he said.
Do you share the same disdain that I do for California Republicans? Like, the most annoying, in my opinion, like one of the more annoying type of Republicans. Like, I'll talk to a fucking racist ass Alabama Republican all day, every day, because like I get where they're coming from, but like the California Republicans irk me.
Who are you talking about?
A scanned a euro a lad, I'm sure. All right. Well, good for you. I like this podcast, so.
The people that are in that room right now, because this is in Simi Valley at the Ronald Reagan Library, and it's obviously
I don't know a lot of them, but I know they're all
California Republicans in there who fucking want California to be Florida so bad. It's like, just move to fucking Florida, dipshit.
Well, I know that when I go to like Orange County, I just see a bunch of MAGA voters, but I guess, yeah, I see why they want it to be Florida. They already live in like.
No, yeah, there's a ton of Republicans in California. Like, a lot. I think, the cities are blue, but otherwise they're not. Not all Democrats.
Like the most Florida part of California.
I hate them so much. I have so much passion in my heart for California Republicans. Like, all 4 million of you.
What should we do with them?
We should send them to Florida. I have talked about this so many times.
Should we force them on a train to Florida?
Yes.
Do North California and South California.
Bro, put him on a fucking train to Florida, okay?
Trail of
put him on. Yeah, no. Take all their assets. They can live in a libertarian utopia, build a wall around Florida, and routinely fly in there and extract babies out of Florida to make sure that they are not suffering the consequences of living in this fucking libertarian ANCAP dystopia in Florida.
All aboard!
It's going to sink in.
Couldn't H3 do some bad things? Yeah. Yeah. They sure have. Yeah. It's a podcast made up of people. I'm sure you've made mistakes in your life. Have you grown from them? Because Ethan has.
Anyway,
speaking of ANCAP dystopia, whatever happened? Remember one of the first episodes of Leftovers, we talked about Glenn Beck starting like his own like little nation. You remember what I'm talking about?
Starting.
I don't even remember that. It was like they got like a Micronesia type thing.
Like it was like what's the utopia from Atlas Shrugged? You wanted to do that in real life, basically.
I don't remember that.
I'll
Gulch.
I'll find it.
What is it? Something Gulch. I'm forgetting.
Yeah,
the name.
something Gulch. Gaunt's Gulch.
No,
something like
stupid
that.
shit. You know, you fly into it. It's like Wakanda.
Yeah. It's like Wakanda.
It's Wakanda for cryptocurrency pedophiles.
Gulch Gulch. Thank you.
Gulf's Gulch.
So let's see what else we got here. Thank you to President Joe Biden. Wake up. Here is Nikki slamming Vivek, and it's pretty like I don't know. I feel like if I was in a debate or argument, if I said this, I wouldn't say this, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, this came off to me as like, whoa, chill, but
listen, this is what you're about to show is Daisy on Daisy violence, and I'm gonna tell you something. I was here for it. Nikki Haley popped the fuck off.
I would think that, I guess it's a different breed. I feel like if I said something like this, people would be like, whoa, dude. In a debate.
Every time I hear you, I feel, they would be like, ad hominem, which is, I'm shocked that Vivek, who is such a petulant little child and like such a smarmy little debate lord, he didn't hit the, that's actually an ad hominem.
I'm surprised too. That seems like definitely a line he would pull.
Ad hom moderators.
Actually, but it is a smart diss because I feel like his whole thing is like, I'm the smart guy. Nobody can say I'm not a genius. That's what everyone says about him.
Right.
And so she comes right for that.
There's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have.
Agreed.
Right.
And what you've got, honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
Damn, bro.
They hear you've got
That's good. That's good. I might need that as an alert.
She hit it in such a way that,
bro, he's look at him. His pride is demolished.
yeah, like that cut for some reason. Just something about the way she said that didn't come across.
It was just, and the thing was like people weren't like booing her. They were like, yeah, you're kind of right. I kind of
like, he is pretty annoying, isn't he?
Yeah, he got shitted on.
Honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say because I can't believe they hear you've got a TikTok situation.
No.
What they're
Haley
doing is
By the way, can I say Vivek looks like Butthead?
His hair is getting taller every time. I don't know what's happening there.
Wait,
Like-
Beavis or Butthead?
No, Butthead. Pull up side by side of Butthead and Vivek. They have the same
I
like
never
hairline
thought
and dome
about that,
shape.
but I kind of immediately know what
He has like a bump it.
you mean.
Yeah, they've got the dome shape. Who would be Beavis? I don't know. He needs a Beavis. Mike Pence? Nah. Yeah, that's him.
I can see it.
I said the energy's there a little bit. I kind of get it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But yeah, here the most accurate summarization of last night's shenanigans was who's gonna invade Mexico harder, who's going to put a bomb in the Department of Education harder, like who's gonna nuke it? You know what I mean? That's what they were like stepping over one another. Mike Pence came out of the gate swinging on abortion again because he's a actual psychopath. Like, I think Mike Pence is one of those like honest sociopaths, like honest to God. Like, abortion is the hardest and yet most important point of contention here in the Republican primaries, and it's going to, in my opinion, basically make or break the general, unless the Democrats somehow find a way to fuck that up too, which they might. It's a massive erosion of civil liberties. Republican.
Dude, honestly, like Hassan was even saying earlier, like we just don't even know if Biden's gonna make it over the finish line at this point. You just never know. Get your COVID vaccine, by the way.
Women hate it. Republicans don't even like that this is happening. It is deeply unpopular in deep red areas and deep red states. Anytime it's on a ballot, you end up allowing Democrats to win by like reverse Ronald Reagan margins. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. And that's precisely the reason why on the Republican primary debate, they put it at the tail end of the commentary, the tail end of the broadcast, so that, less people pay attention to it. They asked the abortion the question to like 2 people, and then they redirected the conversation to Mike Pence, where the Univision lady asked him, like, what will you do to earn the Latino vote or something, right? And Mike Pence was like, instead of taking this gracefully and going, oh, thank you for allowing me not to talk about abortion because I'm a psychopathic freak, took that answer and redirected it back to abortion to.
It's like, no, actually, I want to answer a completely different question. For no reason. Bro, come on.
Be like, no, we're doing a federal ban. Which is insane because it is so incredibly unpopular.
Mike Pence is like, he's truly one of these like husbands from the Gilead from Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, no, he wants like,
Truly.
He wants like breedable, he treats women like cows. Baby incubators.
Here's DeSantis answering the abortion question.
This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year.
Bro, can you like stop
His face.
making that face?
You can't stop.
Can you please stop, bro? His advisor's like, bro, please work on this face. Look at you, man.
He really looks like he's suffering. Like, he's about to cry or shit his pants or something.
There were so many weird ones last night, too.
Oh, dude. He's awesome.
Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot.
What? Why did he do that? He did the weird lick thing.
Weird.
Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot.
What?
Ozempic.
His listening face, dude. It needs work. It could use work. I mean, mine's not great, but I also am not running for president. So.
Big face, dude. Oh, when that Ozempic hits.
That's something else, man. Something else he's
in
on.
Arizona. That is a must-win state. Governor DeSantis, how are you going to...
He like cocks his head like a confused dog. He's like...
This election could come...
Oh, that was it? Just how fucking weird he is?
Yeah.
Nice.
How are you going to win Arizona? I'm pro-life. It's like, you're so fucked, dog, and you deserve it. You deserve to be fucked. The Republican Party deserves everything that's coming for them. Oh, God, I just, it's deeply frustrating to see them in this bind and not necessarily any, like, clear way out of this bind because they are suffering from success.
Just like Khaled. This is the last thing I want to show. Okay, so DeSantis and Gavin Newsom are going to be having a debate for some reason. Now, I'm looking forward to this because, say what you about
the Achilles heel. Yeah, I mean, Republicans are losing on that across the board. You know, it's not a popular thing. So I don't know why they're clinging on to that so bad.
About Gavin, but he's very smart and he's very well spoken. He's going to decimate DeSantis.
I think so too.
And it's going to be spectacular.
He can't do any pushback. Like, he's really fucking bad at the debate stage or even appearing like he's a human being.
Seems like he gets too mad. He gets like triggered.
Yeah,
which is ironic because they're always
the
like
worst on a debate to get angry.
Right.
But like, he's doing Gavin the fattest favor because like Gavin's just getting more and more media attention. He's going to look like a genius, slick politician extraordinaire next to DeSantis. And listen, here's what he had to say about DeSantis agreeing to it. Apparently, DeSantis even been
talking to my boy Alex.
He's spending money promoting this this debate they're having. Listen.
Between you and Ron DeSantis, November 30th, Fox News Channel, Sean Hannity in Georgia without a crowd, just the two of you.
God, he's got beautiful hair, man. I can't deny it.
He does. He's so stunning. Fucking hot, dude.
I mean, he does, but also I can see like maybe it's the lighting, but it's thinning here. Like he's got a little bit of a bald spot.
You know, he's got the voice, he's got the posture, he's got the hair.
I just wish he wasn't such a fucking neoliberal demon. You know what I mean? He's like the governor of the bluest of states, with a.
Wait, maybe it's just a reflection, and that's actually just like brown hair. Now that I'm looking at it, enhance. Computer, enhance. Maybe not. Maybe I'm slandering him.
$80 billion budget surplus, and like, as I'm gonna fuck his name up. Edinger Mentum last night adequately put, he is to the right of the state legislature, which is insane. Like, the California state legislature is literally more progressive, even though they could be significantly more progressive as well. And like, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is the most annoying type of neoliberal.
Well.
Yeah, he's
But
like a moderate lib, I guess you could say.
Did you see his hair, bro?
I mean,
just
yeah, he's
crazy.
hot. He's hot.
No arguing there.
I agree with that.
That's like perfect hair, man. I mean, get out of here, dude. He's
That's
gonna
how
be president.
That's how we got
someday.
Kimberly Guilfoyle.
He's
you
gonna
know?
be president.
He
will be.
No, he won't.
With that hair, he's gonna be president.
No, he won't.
Guaranteed.
Big Gretch, JB Pritzker. There are significantly better governors out there with less.
I'm not saying he's good. I'm saying he's gonna be president.
No.
I'm not saying I
think the problem with Newsom is that he's a Democrat from California.
Yeah.
Which to a lot of the country is a problem. You know what I mean?
There's two different reasons.
they
There's
see
the
his-
fake reason.
yeah.
There's the fake reason why he will never be president, and then there's the real reason. Fake reason being that everybody thinks California is a crime-ridden shithole, and like it has like insane crimes happening all the fucking time because mainstream media constantly pumps that narrative, despite the fact that California's violent crime rates are lower than the national average, gun violence lower than the national average, and crime in general is
Yeah, and violent crime is higher in all of the red states. All of them, especially violent crime.
not on the rise in California in comparison to other states. Red states are significantly worse on violent crimes, especially gun violence. Like, not even a comparison, okay? New York and California have lower crime rates than South Carolina and Florida. Suck my dick, everyone who fucking constantly cries about crime in California. So
Yeah, there's just more people. There's a shit ton of people in California.
that's number one. Number two, that's the fake reason as to why he won't be able to, make gains, no matter how well he is perceived. The real reason is homelessness. Homelessness is a gigantic issue in the state of California. Once again, a state with $80 billion of budget surplus, a state that literally has launched initiatives time and time again, ballot measures time and time again that we voted on to ensure that we fill the coffers with adequate funding to create initiatives that are housing first policies. And yet he is so deeply in the pocket of real estate developers and homeowners associations in this state that he doesn't fight hard enough to solve the homelessness problem, and that's a very real problem that you can cut 1,000 hours of.
Like, it's fucked up because like Newsom did more than most governors did during the pandemic. They did like Operation Room Key, but it was just a temporary thing. I think it just ended, actually, if I remember correctly. You should follow Amy C3 for all the housing coverage and information. Amy C3. That's it. You right? Nope. Hold on.
The propaganda off of, if you were to ever run for president, don't turn everywhere into Skid Row, is what they would say.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty
It's why most national Democrats, I guess not most anymore, but oftentimes are from more conservative states. Like Bill Clinton is like the classic example from Arkansas. You know what I mean? It's like that. It softens the blow of being a lib a little bit.
I see that. Yeah, I see that. But
Oh, hi, Maku. What's up?
anyway, here he is just really dunking on DeSantis' dumbass here.
Doing that, and what is your strategy?
Well, I don't know if that's the right question. Why is he doing it? Is the right question. He's running, I think. I'm not sure after tonight. But currently he's running for president of the United States.
And you think he's still going to be? You think he'll still be a candidate on November 30th?
That's an open-ended question. Part of me wonders if, the fact that he took this debate, the fact that he took the bait in relation to this debate, shows that he's completely unqualified to be president of the United States. That's my humble first.
Why is that? You're baiting him with the debate offer?
Of course. I mean, why is he debating a guy who's not even running for president? When he's
The debate bait. I baited him with the debate. And he took the bait.
The Reagan Library, hollowed ground, and he puts out an ad today,
He ran an ad
to promote a debate against the governor of.
Dude, he ran this ad, and I guess it's too late to back out. Look at that, they got.
Nothing is real.
I don't think that that gruesome is right. I think that Ron DeSantis is doing this because, like, the American, at least in the hearts and minds of like the voters that matter, right? People that are living in the suburbs, which can go in either direction right now. The reality is that the point of contention exists between California liberals and California moderates versus Florida Republicans and Florida moderates. It's the idea that, like, do we want an anarcho-capitalist dystopia like we do in Florida, where it's just like the state is sinking, or do we want a supposedly communist, but actually just like a neoliberal, aesthetics-focused?
You think it will help him potentially in his campaign?
What?
If he does, you think it might help his campaign?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. If he did well, but he's not going to,
No,
so it's not going to help him at all. It's going to look horrible
It's
for him.
going to be great for Newsom, I think.
Yeah, Newsom is going to destroy him, and I think that's going to be just funny to watch.
That's the only outcome. I'm going to watch this shit, though. They're going to get the ratings, boy.
Oh, yeah. I will watch the fuck
I'm
out of it. And
there.
Sean loves Gavin Newsom.
He does?
He does.
Oh.
Yeah. He thinks Gavin Newsom is hot.
Johnny boy.
Cool. He does go on Hannity a lot, which is interesting.
Yeah.
In fact, Hannity was interviewing him last night after the debate.
Oh, this is going to be phenomenal. This is fireworks.
Yeah, I think
he's a low-key stan.
I think he should stick to fucking being the governor of a massive state that is like the economy, like the 14th largest economy on the planet, and fucking do his goddamn job.
Right? Listen, pretty boy, can you focus, please?
And actually fix homelessness.
He can do a debate. I'm in.
Reappropriate.
Let him have his fun
He's just
for
like,
me.
but the point is, he doesn't give a shit. Like, and there's no alternative because this is a deep blue state. So there's no genuine primary opposition. There's no interest. There's not enough money. These are like New York and California are like the headquarters of institutional democratic power, which is sad because these are the states where we could be making genuine gains in the right direction to show the rest of the country that we do have a method of a successful method of moving away from this insane late stage capitalist hellhole.
I mean, we are doing more than other states, but I hope that we can do even more than that. You know, like something as simple as like guaranteed maternity leave is something California just enshrined in law, which nobody else has done.
Yeah,
It's
there's
crazy.
stuff like that, which I, of course, always appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, the minimum wage in California should be like $25. Like, it's insane. Like, it's so impossible to live there, dude. Delicious late stage. Tasty.
Yeah,
and passed some new gun laws last week too, didn't they?
I don't recall that.
Yeah, where our gun laws are sometimes a little crazy
This is
and
awesome.
silly, but
Sometimes they're
oftentimes-
silly, but I mean,
but oftentimes is like very productive and healthy, and have kept our gun violence much lower than the national average, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But on the front of like offering material benefits to the working poor in this state, we are horrible.
That's a far cry from like housing people, which is what I think we'd all like to see happen.
Yeah, because nobody wants people to fucking live on the streets, okay? I don't want that. Like, what the fuck? Nobody wants that. That's insane. And it's weird that like we just
You would hope nobody wants that.
have to act like that's not a thing that's happening all the time. And there's only two ways out of that. You either like continue applying pressure to homeless people and like brutally suppress them, kill them,
Got our city's minimum to 18 and it's not enough. Yeah. It's wild, man.
draw them, push them into camps outside of the city borders, like Rick Caruso was suggesting, or you house them. and start the process of healing these people that have withstood a tremendous amount of trauma.
Doesn't seem that hard. I feel like you can make like so many of these little.
But the housing market, Ethan.
It's not, it wouldn't even be. I feel like it wouldn't even participate. You're not you're making these little like. Not even. It's like half a studio, but it's got all you need. It's got like the AC.
Reappropriating hotels. Microwave. Reappropriating hotels.
We do that in LA, don't we?
I know. That's actually one of the many initiatives. The Project Room Key is what it's called. It's a great idea, except the fucking Chamber of Commerce despises it because they think that no hotel will ever recover from this. We rarely ever utilize eminent domain. It's very frustrating.
I don't give a fuck. How many fucking embassy suites do you need? You know, how many fucking Super 8 motels do you need? For real. Like, seeing McDonald's posting entry positions at 19, that is very, very strange. I cannot relate.
There are so many hurdles in front of projects like that, and especially.
But we have the money to be like.
We do.
I'm saying I don't think it's that expensive to build like a tiny little abode with like the bare minimum necessities so that you're not dying and starving.
The Californian economy does not have a money problem at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm so confused about.
We have. You
could probably build one of those for like $10,000, maybe even less.
Bro, we've literally put billions of dollars aside that people have voted on. Okay,
the housing is there. It's just fucking Airbnbs and shit. Like,
specifically implement these initiatives. The problem is the money gets put in a fucking the money gets put in a wallet and it just sits there because you can't even launch these initiatives because every single time you try to like build even a homeless shelter, which is like an inadequate solution to begin with, right? It's not even a good solution. It's demonstrably a failure in America. Even then, people lose their fucking minds. You do these like, look to any.
Do you want to live next to a homeless shelter? That's what you always hear.
Yeah, and for me, the alternative is like, what? It's better. It's still better than fucking having dudes live outside of your house and like shit on your fucking front yard. Like, what are you talking about? It's like so cruel. And
like, that's how all real estate is. There's some places that are more desirable than others, and you can move. You don't like it.
But that's oftentimes what it comes down to is like local community groups protesting it and saying, no, we don't want this in our
neighborhood. I feel like you could get...
like everybody wants the shelter, but nobody wants to live near it.
There's got to be like a huge plot of land somewhere on the outskirts of Los Angeles.
Okay, now you're talking about the camps like Rick Caruso was. Chill.
But I don't know if people would want to live that far. I don't know how that works either.
No, that's not how you solve this anyway, because there's always new people becoming homeless, because people don't become homeless because they're bad people.
You have like an office or a program where people can say, hey, I don't have a place to live. And then you take them to a place where they have a shelter. It doesn't have to be in the heart of the city.
But there's also the other side of the issue, which is something that people always forget. There's two different problems here with homelessness, okay? On the one hand, you have the existing homeless person on the street. How do we solve that problem? How do we heal? How do we help that person? On the other side, you have people that are also becoming homeless right now. Both of these problems can be solved by decommodifying housing, okay? Taking the necessary initiatives to make it as expensive as possible, as humanly possible, to be a landlord and to own multiple residential real estate properties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do not need to have 20, 30 Airbnbs where you make the people who stay clean it for you. So you literally just don't do a goddamn thing. Like, fuck you. No, fuck that.
Providing adequate social housing as well. Mm-hmm. Because you need to make sure that people aren't getting priced out of the housing market so that there aren't new homeless people every day that are becoming homeless and living on the streets. So we're not doing any of that, though.
I agree.
We're not doing that. And that requires you to build new units and not new units specifically like as luxury condominiums that are going to sit empty for fucking a decade. You know what I mean? While you wait for some Saudi sovereign investment fund to come in and purchase the rest of the units. I mean, like, immediately build social housing. We have the money, but that would depress the housing market in California.
I don't see how. This is.
What do you mean?
There's not people who are buying property. There's people who can't afford a place to live.
It depresses it because now you have an alternative. You have an alternative.
I don't think people are going to be like, I want to live in public housing instead of like
You should. Why? Why not?
an apartment, because if they have the means, I don't see that.
Why would you prefer to pay like $2,000 more potentially every month? Why would you prefer to do that than to have subsidized housing? Literally, why?
See that happening a lot.
No, it's scarcity. Scarcity is part of the reason why the housing market is the way it is in Los Angeles and in these big real estate markets.
Yeah.
Scarcity, Airbnb, for example, is yet another reason as to why there's more scarcity, because it's not being used as long-term viable real estate that, you know, houses families. It's now being used as a substitute for hotels. So now you have scarcity because there's only a limited amount of land, and utilizing the land in a specific way, or at least zoning restrictions that they've created in these real estate markets, is one of the many different reasons as to why this situation is completely unmanageable. I'm not like one of those YIMBY weirdos who's like I'm not. I debated Larry Elder on this issue literally, and he is like a libertarian YIMBY who wants to just like keep pumping investments and keep building new housing, new developments all around Los Angeles. But the right way to do that is by making sure that we have mixed income housing that can handle the density of the population. We have zoning restrictions, single family
For
homes.
sure. The zoning restrictions in LA are nuts.
Yeah.
Dude.
That make it impossible to overcome.
There's like a couple square miles where you can build tall buildings.
And that's by design. That is specifically designed so that you can't make a mixed income neighborhood.
Yeah. For residential. But yeah, I mean, listen, on both ends it's crazy. I mean, the fact that giant investment firms can buy up 30% of all houses on the market, which is what was happening a few years ago with like BlackRock.
Yep.
Is
can we
last year too?
Just
nuts.
Can we just say you can't do that anymore?
I
Like,
think
doesn't that
that's
just
fine.
seem like obvious to everyone?
Or at least like
I almost feel like that should be bipartisan. Like obviously not
Yeah.
developers and like people that directly benefit from this, but I feel like you could even easily get Republican voters on board with like.
Yeah, I mean, housing, literally everyone needs it. You can relate to that. Like, and everyone knows what it's like to have just like a shitty ass landlord that like what you've never even met, or is just like a property management firm or whatever. Like, no one likes that, you know.
Like, hey, BlackRock shouldn't own 30% of your town.
And it's like
it just seems so like obvious.
Well, and it's like this is benefiting like 5 dudes who like own BlackRock against the interest of like whatever 10 million people that live in Los Angeles.
I think it's more complicated than that. I think that the reality of the situation is that there are in the United States of America, housing is seen as the most viable way to develop generational wealth.
Okay. Yeah.
And it is to a certain degree true. This is why redlining was so significantly discriminatory towards black people in the Jim Crow North, for example. And the problem is, because of that, a lot of middle class, working poor, or upper middle class individuals who have their houses for generations now, due to prior policy initiatives that were very helpful in home ownership and boosting home ownership, A lot of people do have a vested interest in maintaining their housing values. So the people that do actually go out to vote, those who have more capital than the prior generation or than the upcoming generation, they are the ones who do check the housing market, the real estate market pretty regularly.
They think that because BlackRock is buying every house on the market, their property value goes up.
Well, because it's not just BlackRock. I'm saying that, like, no, this would genuinely to like take a chunk of the net worth from not just BlackRock, obviously, but like legitimate single family house owners.
I'm not opposed to people having like 2 houses, like in the situation where you're like, we have this house.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about people who own one house.
I don't see why I would necessarily devalue it.
Well, if there's more supply.
We're just
like
talking about
if you own a house and you have the equity in the house, even if it's just one, like you're benefiting
about
from the fact that
supply. We're just talking about saying BlackRock, you can't own 30% of the houses in LA.
That won't legitimately. I don't. That'll put a dent. It's like Airbnb. That's a good initiative. The BlackRock thing that you're suggesting, good initiative, but all of this is still working to boost the prices of the available inventory of houses, which many people have taken loans against, many people have taken mortgages against.
Yeah.
Right. So like, if their value declines, all of a sudden they're in a tricky financial situation that will cause them to have a reactionary pushback.
I can see why mass public housing could reduce the value, but I don't understand the limiting how much houses somebody can own reduces the value of the properties.
just as far as well, because a lot of those houses.
Well, because if all the properties aren't being hoarded by a few property management firms, if it's distributed, like normal things should be, where like person might have 2 houses or something, then it's a lot more affordable because there's more supply, right? It's not like artificially fucking choked out of existence.
To sit empty, right? It's not necessarily that BlackRock owns a shitload of houses, it's that they just buy up a bunch of houses and let them sit and appreciate in value so that they can flip them for a profit after a while.
So it's just it's just that they own.
It's that they
drive the price up.
They're playing the real estate market for a profit,
They
right?
increase
And like Hassan said earlier, it's about long-term decommodifying shelter.
I wonder if there's a way for the
we
government.
shouldn't necessarily let these people be doing this with this fundamental
I don't think healthcare is the only thing that is susceptible to the market forces of being an inelastic demand good. I think housing should be categorized under a similar in a similar fashion, because
when they
without
do
shelter you die. You have to get shelter.
When you do gun bans, you buy the guns from the people. I wonder if there's a way to compensate single families who are
right. And I guess that's why it's so hard to see movement on this, because it is like the domino effect of all of these things is.
There's got to be a way to.
I'm fully cognizant of how difficult of an endeavor this is why I always go back to like talking about the average voter that owns like the average voter, chatters that are watching right now, their parents, let's say, who've had their house since like the 60s, 70s that they're sitting on. That
Yeah, their house they paid like $8,000 for.
property value has skyrocketed over the course of those years. You might even have paid off all of your, you might own the house fully. And then maybe you took out a mortgage on it, right? Took out a loan against your house. If the value of that diminishes, all of a sudden your net worth is going down. So now you feel like your nest egg is actually in a perilous situation. You're going to react to that. You're not going to want that to happen, which is why like it is somewhat authoritarian. My assessment of the situation is like, build more housing. Don't fucking tell the public. Just do it. Ironically, Chinese Communist Party style, just like build housing and be like, no, we just built it here. Shut the fuck up.
Well, another thing you can do is like starting now. You
Whoops, who put these houses here?
can't do it anymore.
grandfather it in kind
Just
of
say,
thing.
yeah, you don't do it retroactively. Just like starting now, you can't. Anyone who already owns it, we're not gonna touch. But going forward, you can't buy more than like whatever 2 properties per entity.
Yeah. Oh, I like
than
that.
nothing,
Well,
right?
then you're giving a massive layup to those who already own multiple units, though.
Right,
Like,
but it's better than nothing.
I think the better solution overall is to tax it so much that it is literally not viable to own multiple units beyond like the nest egg that you have that is like your second house that you're using as a vehicle for capital accumulation.
Saw the people in the chat suggesting that we should just heavily tax empty units specifically.
That's a great idea because empty housing makes no sense. It's disgusting. It's like freak shit to just have an.
It is pretty gross.
Yeah,
that would be a great.
There's a massive warehousing problem in New York, for example. They make it. They use. I mean, these guys are real predatory. They use every legal move in the positive direction to their benefit. You know what I mean? Like, there'll be like rent stabilization in certain areas, and if you have a rent controlled building, then you sit on it and you try to make sure that every single person living in those rent controlled units eventually leave, right? If you have a holdout, you're kind of fucked, but most people don't want to live under like shitty conditions where the house is like not being your unit is not being fixed or whatever, right? And then they just sit on it and they wait and they warehouse that unit or make it impossible to rent because there's like mixed income housing restrictions that you have in places like New York where you build a skyscraper, a certain percentage of that, I think 10%, has to be like affordable units specifically. They usually have a second elevator for the poors actually. If you're lucky enough to be able to get into one of those units, as a matter of fact, because there's a lottery for it. But what they will try to do is like if there's new available rent controlled units that are in the market, they make it almost impossible to get the unit because they put like the fattest of down payments. Like you have to put like a down payment that's like 3 months rent, which if you are looking for affordable units,
Insane.
Mm.
you don't have that kind of fucking money to begin with.
Yeah, that should be illegal alone. Like, a deposit should not be 4, 5, 10 times your fucking rent. Like, what are we doing here? What are we? Where do you think I'm gonna just pull out an extra $3,000? Like, how? What?
So they use every initiative to their advantage and engage in regulatory capture, but that's not, you know, surprising.
All the people I know in LA that live in rent-controlled houses are like, I would say, doing extremely well and don't need it. Do you know that? Have you seen that? Like, I know people that live in rent-controlled houses and they're like,
you know personally somebody that has that? And
they've lived there for like 5 to 10 years.
you just stay there forever, yeah.
Oh yeah, they got more money.
They're probably making a combined income of like, you know, over 200,000.
I think that's pretty funny because like.
Okay, but like, I think it's worth noting what were they making when they moved in? You know, how much did their affordable rent have to do with their ability to make money?
Like when you, it almost feels like when you take away one of the financial burdens of like the most significant financial burden, which most Americans dump half of their salaries into immediately.
Uh-oh.
Bones, I am rectangular. I feel no hope.
I wonder what he said. These are all so good.
Off of those, oh god, that was such a nice conclusion of the conversation too. And then
we
had
were
to
saying,
button
he
that.
says we need to decommodify housing. I said I totally agree.
Okay.
Then I said we need to blank.
Nope.
It's funny because like there's a clip of me talking to my friend at the time who was a fucking landlord out there from like 5 years ago, and people always point to that and he's like, he's a radical, and it's like, no, it's always the same dynamic of like constantly saying, well, what about if people don't comply with the law? Well, then yeah, the state needs to enforce the rule of law. Like,
What are you, a tanky?
we do that every fucking day for the working poor. Why can't we do that for rich people ever?
All right.
Which is, by the way, I wasn't the one who said anything.
He just said that backwards. Oh no,
Think about
Hassan.
landlords. He was.
Yeah, no,
I just
I
want to
said
point that
let's-
out.
Why can't we do anything for rich people ever?
I said let's take them out. Here, this is what I want to do to landlords.
Take them out to dinner and ask them to be reasonable with us and find a solution that's amenable to all parties.
Hold on. Landlords watching this right now.
Oh God, here we go.
Dude, come on. I'm not saying.
Me, a landlord watching this episode.
We gotta go. It's 12:30.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for playing. Spot the Socialist. That's right. We'll be sending government officials to their house later today to re-educate them.
Hell yeah.
So that we can
rehabilitation, baby. I think it's very good.
Re-education, reintegration here today at the Leftovers
Rehabilitation.
podcast.
Stop.
Watch out, Uyghurs.
Stop it.
That's right. We got our eye on you.
I can't.
All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you to Hassan. We didn't get to the auto strike. We were having too much fun, guys. Too much fun. But we'll see you next week for Leftovers. See you tomorrow. Everyone else on
Much better
Friday.
episode tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
I don't actually know what's going on with the strike. I haven't checked in a few days. Last I heard, there was like more places joining the strike, but I don't know how all that's going. All right, it's time to make fun of my alien guy. Let's fucking go. Doink time.
I could offer you my opinion right now, but Jackie, in all honesty, it would probably be a bit of disservice because we frankly don't have enough information yet. We're just now getting to the point as a government, as a society, because at the end of the day, we don't know what we're dealing with. And frankly, all options have to be on the table until they're no longer on the table.
I don't want to get into that, but I'm not going to really get into that here. I don't want to get into that kind of stuff. I can't say who they were, but no, I just can't tell you who it's from. Okay. And I was saying some other crazy shit that I can't repeat. That's the
I just can't tell you, bro, but trust me, bro.
shit I can't tell you. You don't know what I know.
Right. Well,
Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grusch, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. I can't get into the specifics in an open environment.
Have you seen the spacecraft?
You know it's real because of the creepy music in the background.
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
It's a secret, but yeah,
That's
I'll tell
something
you, bro.
I've not witnessed myself.
Trust me, bro.
Bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
If you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring.
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
You're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Right.
Oh my god. Okay, so he thinks they're bullshitting, but in a different direction than I do. He thinks they're, like, not revealing everything or something. They've been silenced.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. So today,
I want to cover a topic that has been much requested by you guys. I've been wanting to cover it myself, but have shied away for a little while because I just pretty much wanted to see what happened. And I'm, of course, talking about the recent UFO whistleblower news, that of Mr. David Grusch, his claims about aliens and UFOs, his meeting with Congress, some new revelations that have just hit the web, and a whole lot more. So let's kick things off by diving headlong into the enigmatic figure of David Grusch, who, if you don't know or you've been living under a rock lately, Grusch is a 36-year-old retired Air Force intelligence officer. Not exactly someone you'd consider a fringe conspiracy theorist, but he served as an advisor to the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, which is obviously a resume that would definitely make you want to sit up and pay attention. But what exactly is Grusch claiming? What has he claimed? And well, this is where the story starts to blur the lines between a Hollywood script and real-life events. So Grusch testified before Congress recently that he had inside knowledge of a decades-long secret program by the US government to reverse engineer extraterrestrial aircraft or spacecraft. He also spoke of...
First, trust me, bro. No, I haven't seen it firsthand. But I have heard about it. So trust me, bro.
Quote, non-human biological material recovered from purported UFO crash sites. He even went so far as to accuse the government of employing, quote, administrative terrorism to silence those who want to disclose the truth. These are bombshell claims that, if proven, could rewrite the history books.
I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony.
Which you can trust me on, but I cannot show you. Just trust me.
To myself and my various colleagues. I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Point of modern propaganda isn't only to misinform or push an agenda, it is to exhaust your critical thinking, to annihilate truth. I mean, that's true.
Bear with me, because we've been here before many times, especially if you followed the channel, but I'll do my best to lay it all out for you. So here's where we hit our first roadblock. It is a fact that Mr. Grusch, despite all of the media coverage as of late, openly admits that he has never seen any of this extraordinary evidence firsthand himself. His entire narrative is built on secondhand accounts. He told the House Oversight Committee, quote, "I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust in both my military and civilian capacities." So he has security clearances, but no firsthand evidence at all to share, which to me is very intriguing, to say the least. So that's first things first, if you didn't know, and to bring you up to speed. Mr. Grusch, from all appearances and from what I've seen, did serve in the military and does have a pretty admirable record. However, some new light was shined on that just in the last couple of days when The Intercept put out a new article digging a little deeper into Mr. Grusch's past. And so in this new article, which I will link down below, journalists obtained police records under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, revealing some troubling aspects of Grusch's past. On October 1st, 2018, Grusch was committed to a mental health facility, partially due to a report that he had
Drama. The hogs are infighting. Oh my god, bro.
made a suicidal statement. This episode was triggered when his wife accused him of being an alcoholic and suggested that he seek help. The complainant in the police report stated, quote, that her husband asked her to kill him and that he was, quote, very angry and that the guns are locked up, end quote. And this can all be found right here on the article.
Yeah, that's not drama. That's dangerous. Oh fuck. Oh god. That got serious so fast. Holy fuck.
Via the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. The article also states that Grusch did not respond to a request for comment, but on this past Tuesday evening, a man named Ross Coulthart, an Australian independent journalist who covers UFOs and has interviewed Grusch, posted a statement attributed to have come from David himself, which stated, quote, "It has come to my attention that The Intercept intends to publish an article about two incidents in 2014 and 2018 that highlights previous personal struggles I had with PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, along with grief and depression." Grusch's wife, Jessica, did not respond to several requests for comment. The article further states that a former colleague of David's expressed shock that he was able to retain his security clearance after the first 2014 incident, which was also documented in public records obtained by The Intercept. His wife had again contacted the sheriff's office to report.
What do you mean? A military guy? Caught being abusive and making threats of suicide, and he was allowed to keep his security clearances? Shocking. I'm shocked.
That Grusch was, quote, drunk and suicidal. She told him that he was an alcoholic and he needed to get help, and that he replied to her by saying, quote, "I've just been waiting for you to kill me." The report also stated that the man referring to David, quote, could be violent and very strong, with the case report further describing law enforcement officers having to detain Grusch under an emergency custody order, taking him to a local emergency room where a mental health specialist decided to ask a magistrate to issue a temporary detention order. And that's what happened. An officer transferred David to Loudoun Adult Medical Psychiatric Services, which is an inpatient program, and this incident is very similar to what had occurred previously in 2014. So you can go and read the
Curious, like, what relevance this has? Like, this is all very sad and bad, but what does this have to do with his testimony? Is he saying that he is lying about his security clearance?
full article. I'll post a link down below. Now, to make matters more complex, Ross Coulthart, the Australian journalist I mentioned earlier, and who had interviewed Grusch previously, defended him, saying that these incidents should not tarnish Grusch's credibility, then suggesting that someone inside the intelligence community leaked these records to The Intercept. and it adds another layer of conspiracy to an already convoluted story.
Shortly after he testifies, get this, he's contacted by a news organization, The Intercept, asking about his mental health records dating back some 5 years earlier. Coulthard told me he believes the government may have leaked those files in an effort to discredit the whistleblower. Take a listen.
The only other place that had this information is the intelligence community, and somebody
that's the
inside the intelligence community leaked it. For anyone to seek to use the suffering of veterans, people who are dealing with PTSD, is utterly reprehensible. It's contemptible and it should be exposed. There should be an investigation into how a sensitive file like this was so obviously leaked within the intelligence community to try and discredit a good human being.
I mean,
Was it?
It could have been any number of the people who he said, like, silenced him or told him not to speak up or threatened him or etc. I don't know. He talked a lot of shit in that hearing.
Was it about his mental health? Why did they start to look into his mental health? Did it just randomly occur to this genius journalist? Or were they tipped off? Now, look, they have every right to publish this, especially if they got it by a public records request. But are they doing it for the right reasons? What is the goal in reporting on his health? Do you need to know that he had a bout of mental illness that he got treatment for and moved on, so much so that the government never changed his classification status in terms of his ability to see confidential and secret information? So why would you bring it up? What good reason could you, because you need to know? Suspicious at best. Back with us tonight.
You know, I just have to pause here and say that I find it quite comical that Chris Cuomo, of all people, the former newsman and head of mainstream news propaganda over at CNN, the man who was fired from CNN due to multiple cover-ups and scandals involving himself, as well as covering things up for his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, would sit here and talk about the ethics of news reporting or doing background research on someone, which of course he is only doing and is only attacking the Intercept story on Mr. Grusch over because the very interview that David did with Mr. Coulthard was for the very network that Chris Cuomo now works for, which is News Nation. Go figure. Can somebody say conflict of interest? Can somebody say that Chris is a bit biased here in his attacks against the Intercept for doing absolutely standard text?
Okay, this isn't like a fact check about anything that was in testimony, though. Like, I'm so confused about the article. Like, do I have to read this thing?
Book background research on David Grusch, and through easily found public information via a FOIA request, revealed, some very troubling information about Mr. Grusch's recent past. Information that is very pertinent to this story, and that speaks to his mindset, it speaks to his character. Alright,
let's see what these fuckers had to say. Okay. Guess we all know this, the non-human biological matter. Security clearances of the sort Grusch has held are subject to strict requirements, including regarding psychological episode and substance issues. Grusch has used the high-level clearance to shore up his credibility, telling the committee, "I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments in a position of extreme trust in both my military and civilian capacities." Okay. But police records obtained by the Intercept under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act revealed that on October 1st, 2018, Grusch was committed to a mental health facility based in part on a report that he made a suicidal statement after Grusch's wife told him he was an alcoholic and suggested he get help. Oh yeah, that's right, it was FOIA, so it wasn't necessarily a leak. That's just a FOIA. You can just do that. If you're a journalist, you can just request information. Okay, we went over this. The guns are locked up. Blah blah. Did not respond to request for comment. There's his. Okay. So Tyler read this. Already. Former colleague of Grusch's expressed shock that he was retained his clearance after the 2014 incident, which was also documented in public records obtained by The Intercept. I think it's like any insular group. Once you're in, they're generally protect their own, said the former colleague, who asked not to be named because they feared professional reprisals. The former colleague said that the 2014 incident was known to Grusch's superiors, a claim that Colthart appeared to confirm in an interview on News Nation. Okay. The intelligence community and the Defense Department clearly accepted there was no issue because he was allowed to keep his security clearance. Okay. It seems like this is very egregious. I mean, I already kind of thought he didn't have credibility because he's like trying to like sell a book, I think, and is doing like the whole talk show circuit. I just find that suspicious on its own. You know, I don't know. I don't really know why we needed to do this. Like all the details. Like I don't really care that much, you know. Fucking weather balloons. Shut up about the weather balloons. Stop it. Project Mogul? Mogul Mail? What does he know? Wait, what does he know? A top secret Air Force program designed to detect Soviet bomb tests? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ludwig is a vampire. Yeah, this doesn't seem like anything really. Weird.
His radical behavior at times in the past, and, you know, speaks to what is, in my view, without a doubt, legitimately important stuff to the very essence of who David is, and to me, and I would think to all of you guys who are searching for truth out there, what The Intercept did here was completely and totally legit in terms of looking into this man's background, especially seeing as David Grusch isn't just some average Joe that The Intercept decided to pick on or pick out of nowhere. We are talking about a man that has placed himself, or rather been placed, onto the world stage by none other than Jeremy Corbell and his mentor George Knapp, who have been behind a lot of the UFO/UAP stuff that's been happening lately, although many of you probably wouldn't know that, but you can no doubt see them sitting directly behind David during the entire congressional hearing, and with Jeremy likewise looking very nervous at times with some of the answers that Mr. Grusch was giving.
Okay, so Tyler thinks this is a psyop. I guess. I don't know. I do think it's a waste of time. Like, I don't know why they held this hearing, but I don't know.
To the congressman. But again, they didn't just pick David out of nowhere to pick on or anything of that nature. David Grusch is a man that is making what many, I think, would agree are some of the biggest claims in human history. And because instead of running with David's entire fantastical story at face value, like most of the media right now, and wanting to dig a little deeper into David's past, like a good researcher, that they are somehow, and by they I mean The Intercept, attacking him. They are somehow attacking David Grusch simply by looking into this
Oh my god, this is fucking Ken Klippenstein. Oh my god. Of course. Of course it was. Yeah.
What disturbing history. And I'll put it to you guys this way. With the amount of pure hatred, slander, and online
And of course, fucking Ken would focus on the substance issues and not the abuse, the physical abuse, and threats and stuff. Like, I think that would have been the headline. You know? Like, you don't get put on a psychiatric hold for just being on drugs or whatever.
bashing that I myself
I mean, not usually.
have gone through over the years with any and every little hiccup or personal issue or event that I've personally gone through and that has been plastered all over the web, which continues even to this day. If someone like me is going to be held to the fire like I have over personal things that have occurred in my life, me being just some YouTuber and UFO research hobbyist, then I think that same standard should be held to a man like David Grusch, who decided to sit in front of Congress and the world and say the
Wait, and I think it said in the article too that it was weed. Wait, I'm gonna go back through.
things that he has, made the claims that he's made, without being allowed to cry foul when, God forbid, someone looks into his past, which has only occurred as a direct result of the attention and media frenzy he himself has created. However, what David is going through is not an attack. It is simply part of the research process for a man who is making the claims that he is making under oath in front of Congress regarding alien visitors coming to this planet. We all go through issues in life, and I see nothing from the Intercept article being spouted by people like Cuomo here that would tell me anything nefarious was going on with the Intercept or what they were trying to do. They were simply trying to do good journalism and not just simply be a yes man like everyone else using this story for clicks or to increase their own brand and celebrity and so forth and so on. But again, guys, that is just my take. You're either for being a critical thinker and getting the full scoop and background of someone, or you are against it. Can't be both, in my view. So what are we left with? A man with impressive credentials, making groundbreaking claims, but with zero first-hand evidence. Throw in a couple of personal struggles that came to light, and we've got a story that's as compelling as it is frustratingly elusive. It is strange that information like this that would go...
Oh, the substance use was just alcohol. Oh. Okay. I read something in passing that was about people have been denied clearances in the Biden administration for having used weed, even when it's in a legal state. Lame.
Go to his mindset, especially across many years, was not brought to light before he was paraded, in front of Congress and through every international news type interview or documentary out there known to man. I mean, this is some pretty, serious stuff. The guy had to be locked up in a psych ward. But as always, you guys make of that what you will. So what do we know so far, despite all of the media coverage?
Again, I'm not so concerned about the psych ward as the way that he was talking to his wife.
David Grusch, while seemingly a very, cool-headed, nice guy, definitely has a rocky past that is on file, and we know for a fact that nothing he has said, even to Congress, has been firsthand witnessed by him. It has all been essentially hearsay, or things told to him by other people that have basically remained nameless. And despite the continued news coverage and no matter how many more interviews, that's pretty much the full scoop on him. Compelling credentials, sensational claims, but alas, no smoking gun. And, the list goes on. David Grusch is not an isolated case and is part of a growing group of individuals such as Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, Jeremy Corbell, and others who have all risen to
Oh, I didn't know about these other guys.
prominence with tantalizing claims about UFOs. Lou Elizondo once held the reins of the Pentagon's UFO hunting program.
Oh, wait. No, yeah, I remember this video. Okay, yeah, no.
Who has released declassified videos and pilot testimonies that have certainly ignited public imagination. However, none of it constitutes definitive slam dunk evidence.
I mean, we should go back and watch his video. Fucking Tyler shows this clip all the time. All the time. One of his favorite clips. I'm pretty sure he was like, this is compelling. He always says this is compelling.
Of extraterrestrial visitation. Now, before we get further carried away in the whirlwind of modern-day UFO whistleblowers and self-proclaimed UFO experts, I believe it vital to remember the cautionary tales of the past. Throughout all of this that I've been watching over many, many years and reporting on, one name that should ring a bell is a guy named Richard Doty. For those not familiar, Doty was a government agent, a disinfo agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations in the 1980s, and this man orchestrated an elaborate disinformation campaign that literally drove a UFO researcher by the name of Paul Benowitz to the brink of insanity, and that is no over-exaggeration. He drove a man insane, and Richard Doty didn't stop there. He also deceived several other individuals, feeding them
Why does he look like the Riddler?
fabricated stories about government cover-ups, secret bases, and alien technology. The aim? To divert attention from classified military projects and to muddy the waters of UFO research. His tactics were so effective that they cast a shadow of doubt over the entire field, a shadow that, to some extent, still lingers today. Now, why am I bringing up the ghosts of UFO past in a discussion about today's figures like David Grusch or Louis Elizondo? Well, the answer is simple yet alarming, because history has a knack for repeating itself, especially when it's convenient for those who wish to deceive. Given the lack of hard evidence and the ever-changing claims emerging from these modern figures that we're seeing in the news, skepticism isn't just recommended, it is essential. And we need to ask ourselves some hard questions. Could today's whistleblowers be the Richard Dotys of our time? Or perhaps are these whistleblowers being manipulated by a new generation of Dotys lurking in the shadows of government agencies? Either way, the absence of conclusive evidence should serve.
I knew it. I knew it. I called it. Like, 5 minutes in, he's like, oh yeah. This is just all a psyop. All being orchestrated by this man. Scary music.
As a red flag. Whether it's David's constantly evolving narrative or Elizondo's carefully parsed statements, we should all be cautious. People like Richard Doty showed us how easy it was to make the untrue appear true and to turn lies into commonly accepted facts. His action.
I mean, I don't know if anybody really believed this shit. Like most people, you know?
Revealed that the agenda of some individuals might not be disclosure, but rather deception, whether self-imposed or orchestrated by others. So as we navigate this new era of UFO revelations, or lack thereof, let's not forget the lessons learned from the Richard Dotys of the world. They remind us that we should be cautious in who we trust, skeptical of what we hear, and critical of what we see. Otherwise, we risk falling into the same traps that ensnared many.
Do your own research.
Before us, led astray by disinformation and false prophets. In the search for extraterrestrial truth, the greatest enemy might not be the government or even the skeptics, but disinformation, whether it comes from a government agent or a charismatic whistleblower. Now, a few other notes that I have here about David, and these are purely my own thoughts, opinions, things that, I've noticed about him or other past whistleblowers like him.
The good stuff.
I guess the first to start off with would be with Mr. Grusch's conviction. So what do I mean by that? Well, I've recently watched at least 15 different interviews, 10 or 15, with David Grusch, and I have to say, something felt a bit off. Now, don't get me wrong, Grusch comes across as,
first of all, vibes off.
A very kind, soft-spoken individual with a respectable background in the military. However, when it comes to the substance of his claims about UFOs and ETs, I found his presentation less than compelling. His demeanor, while gentle, almost veers into a sort of a childlike naivete. He uses some scientific terminology, sure, but the way he articulates his points leaves you wondering if he fully grasps the gravity of what he's claiming. It's not that I'm saying he's lying, but there's a noticeable disconnect between the magnitude of his assertions and the conviction with which he delivers them. And this raises questions for me. And would someone like Grusch really be the go-to individual for the government's most tightly guarded?
Yeah, I mean, he's bullshitting, yeah. I'll say it. He's lying. Yeah.
Secrets on this subject. Color me skeptical, that's totally fine. I'm just playing devil's advocate here and trying to think critically, which is something that I have instilled in you guys since I started this.
I think he's lying, and he also doesn't want to be called crazy,
channel. And look, folks, I want to tackle another common misconception head on, which is the idea that the military background of someone automatically equals credibility in the realm of UFOs and extraterrestrial claims. A solid military career is commendable and offers certain expertise, but it doesn't make you infallible. It doesn't mean that you're immune to exaggeration, misinterpretation, or even disinformation. And let's take Mr. Grusch or Commander Fravor, for instance. Both men have impressive military backgrounds, and I 100% respect their service. But let's also be honest, a military career doesn't necessarily make you an expert in identifying unexplained aerial phenomena or UFOs. You are trained to identify enemy aircraft, sure, but extraterrestrial spacecraft, that's not exactly in the basic training manual. Having a military background might make you more accustomed to handling classified or sensitive information, but it doesn't automatically validate the veracity of your claims, especially when those claims are as extraordinary as recovered alien technology or secret government programs. Mr. Grusch claims that he knows the locations of alien spacecraft that we have recovered, and that the government also has unearthly biologics. In other words, alien bodies as well. And again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, not just an extraordinary resume. And let's not forget the human element here. Military personnel, like all of us, are susceptible to biases, errors in judgment, and yes, even the...
It is crazy that, no one else has come forward since, not that I've heard of, at least. You would think somebody would say something.
The allure of the spotlight. So before we canonize anyone as the ultimate truth bearer based solely on their service record, let's remember to apply the same scrutiny and skepticism that we would to any other witness. Switching gears here, but also linked with this whole story today, I want you guys to take a look at a recent report from NASA, which is being likewise reported on by mainstream news online after a rigorous months-long investigation involving a team of 16 scientists and experts, including retired astronaut Scott Kelly. NASA came to a clear conclusion regarding their study into UFOs, stating, quote, "At this point, there is no reason to conclude that existing UAP reports have an extraterrestrial source. The majority of these UFOs or UAPs could be explained through known terrestrial phenomena or occurrences." So essentially, NASA just came out and said, yeah, after months of study, everything we have seen or looked into has nothing to do with aliens. And so, again, we have conflicting information coming out, as we do every week, every month, and every year. It seems like NASA and the government flip-flops almost every other day on whether UFOs are of an alien nature or nothing at all and completely explainable. So I will post the link to this interesting article down below as well. So, that's pretty much the scoop on David Grusch. He has no doubt, as the people that have come before him, brought, more attention to the UFO phenomenon, but we've had that for many, many years. I just have to say, I wish that whistleblowers like Mr. Grusch would actually have some concrete evidence instead of just
anything. A blurry iPhone pic. Anything. I'm desperate. I'll take anything, Otherwise, why are you wasting our time?
well, I was told this by someone else, and I didn't actually see it myself whatsoever. That's the basic definition of hearsay, and it does not help us. So he can do all the interviews he likes and all of the talks in front of Congress, but the fact still remains, straight from Mr. Grusch himself, that he has seen absolutely none of what he has claimed, much like a lot of the past whistleblowers that have come forth, which is exactly why I've been hesitant to even comment on it, because I felt like I knew exactly where it was going, and it is. This is not a matter of me hating on David or anyone else or being jealous. This is about accountability and critical thinking and
Being jealous? Who was gonna say that?
and rigor in the pursuit of truth. And while Secure Team 10 may just be a YouTube channel, we have reached over 1 billion people, released 10
It is a little bit of a better analysis than I expected from Tyler. But, I don't think it has to be a psyop for this guy to be a little out there, and I don't know, want to make money off of some crazy grift. That's not outside the realm of possibility. Why he went to Congress? I don't know. I don't know, man. Life is weird.
Tens of thousands probably by now of pieces of UFO footage, imagery, and data, which although it may not be definitive all of the time, it's something tangible that you guys can actually see or listen to and make up your own minds on. But anyway, you guys tell me what you think of Mr. Grusch. I'm on the fence. I've tried to present the more skeptical side and view of this media storm lately surrounding him. Just to make things equal, and he may be telling the truth about every single claim he's made, and if so, that's awesome, and I can only hope that some evidence comes of it, but again, we've been here before over many, many years, and so if my faith isn't, going through the roof, then you can forgive me and understand why. Today's video is simply a call to uphold the integrity of UFO research. And as always, it's an invitation for each one of us to be discerning, to question, and to seek the truth relentlessly. Because at the end of the day, the quest for truth isn't about who gets to take the credit. It's about getting closer to the answers that have captivated humanity for generations. So I want to thank you guys for being part of this incredible journey thus far, and as always, give me your opinions down below. Like this video if you found it informative. Stay tuned, follow me on all of my social medias, support the channel on our Patreon page or our merch shop. We have some good new merch up. It really helps, as you know, and when it comes to UFO footage and new information that you can see with your own two eyes, that is coming in my next video as always. So you guys stay safe, stay tuned, and I'll see you back in just a bit.
I can't say something about how he played all the time as like a classic example of like a good footage.
All right, let's play this last one because this is pretty funny. This is how this works, folks. Hey, let's have our show meeting. We're going to send out a stringer to Seattle. We want to do a story on all the rampant crime there. So head out on the street, Bill, and get us some men on the street talking about how horrible the crime is. So Bill goes out on the street for a couple hours and comes back and he's like, you're not going to believe this. I couldn't find anybody who was complaining about it. What? Well, I couldn't find anybody. I tried. Honestly, I tried. What do you mean you tried? Where did you go? I just walked around downtown. We were there for like 3 hours and we couldn't find anybody. And we had to come back in because we got to get the package going. Well, we have an empty spot here. What are we going to do with it? Oh, I know. Let's make it about how deluded the people are in Seattle about not knowing that there's so much crime.
Jesse sent Johnny to the progressive hellscape where residents mocked the idea that the city is spiraling out of control.
I've never seen any crime in Seattle. I've never seen any of it. I've seen fun and laughter and fun.
I don't believe that number.
Was that Louis C.K.?
People, they're, getting robbed out here, carjacked.
I've never heard of anyone getting robbed.
Crime is a social issue that could be solved by giving people their basic needs.
It's not a thing that happens just on the street. People don't just come up and try to rob people on the street. Do you walk around every day like someone's gonna rob me every second?
What, are you scared? You walk around scared every day?
Seattle decriminalized drug use, and then they criminalized it again.
Oh my God, who are you getting these facts from? You're from New York. Apparently you're listening to the wrong people.
I saw a lot of people shooting up on my way down here.
Oh, did you? Okay. And they were bothering you?
I was in a car, but, people...
Oh, no, you're in a car. Oh, no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh, no.
They were hurting you so bad. I love her. Oh, no.
That's all this is. Like, and it's so interesting on like TikTok or Instagram to watch these people that they're clearly never in a city except in a car, and they'll drive past one of these areas where there's a lot of like unhoused people and take a video out of the slow moving car and be like, look at what's happening to the city. It's like
I had this conversation. Remember, I went on that Nation cruise, and I went off the boat and went on some like food like tour or something, and there was a lot of people not on the Nation cruise. In fact, I was the only person there, and I ate, had a couple of drinks with this couple. They seemed, nice. I mean, they were, I think, conservatives, and they were from, I think, Portland. And they're like, oh, we love New York, but we wouldn't go there now. And I'm like, why?
Literally safer than it's ever been in your lifetime.
It's like, why? You can find, like, because you have like maybe a 6% better chance of getting a Broadway ticket, maybe, or something like what? Like, why? Why wouldn't you go there now? And they thought, from everything they had heard, that it was like a hellscape.
Yeah. No, I whenever I call
They just believe everything that Tucker said. Classic.
home and call, like, especially like my parents get it now because but like my grandparents would be like, yeah, is it, do you still walk to work? Are you like getting mugged? Like, you dodging like assault attempts? And it's like, no, it's a city. There's a lot of people here, and with a lot of people you get like higher crime numbers than say North Dakota. But if you look at per capita, like these cities are way more safe than say like cities in the South, like Memphis or Omaha even. Like those places have a lot higher crime rates than a place like New York.
Yeah, it's crazy. But that's pretty funny. I love how the fact that they had to like we have to run the package.
They couldn't find enough to edit those people out and then run with the people.
Right,
who
they're just making it
concerned.
like, look how deluded they are.
Yeah.
They don't even know what's going on in their own city. Residents in blue cities are embracing the decay, it said. All right, folks, we'll take some IMs and then get out of here.
I've never seen that. I've never seen crime here. Like, well, I just saw it. Oh yeah, where? Did they hurt you? Oh, well, I was in a car. Oh, good.
Sorry, didn't have time for calls. Cannot believe we did not get out of here early because we got to get. This is like the first show of the day for us. We're doing multiples. Frank Bluntz. I'm sure Tim Pool has a lot to say about the quality of sushi at these grocery stores. George from Belgium regarding discussion about the news coverage of the strikes. Gore Vidal's book about the 1920s Hollywood details how the major newspapers of the day, as well as the burgeoning movie industry, were virulently anti-communist, anti-union, anti-strike. All the major sources of information and entertainment were owned by the elite Democratic and Republican whose views got chugged out as propaganda.
Interesting.
Saul Cedar. Hello, Fresh is fat pig approved. I didn't even hear what Saul called me that. I just like...
What? Okay. Okay. Yeah, Cody Co on the button. I wanted to get to that for sure. There's a lot of fun stuff. We can just do fun day tomorrow. Fun day? Fun day
Austin
Saturday?
says that it's a red flag. Girls that change their hairstyle too often.
Through my experience, if they're coloring their hair
very
often, it's not really.
What?
Oh, you were too slow.
Is it? Is that a red flag? I mean, that's kind of dumb, honestly. Like, I don't think that actually tells you anything about a person.
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
In this episode, we have a special guest who's going to be voicing me.
I'm Button fan, critic, aficionado, Cody Co, here to voice it for the first time.
This is The Button.
Let's go.
Oh, I think the voice is still deep.
Whoops. Sorry.
I like this. This is fun.
They're pulling the first people.
You're in first. Oh, I'm nervous.
She's like, I'm nervous. I'm nervous right now.
How are you?
It's like kind of meta. Usually he's just reacting, but now he's like there. Whoa, dude.
So good. This is Satan.
Welcome to hell.
No, I'm playing. This is The Button. Welcome.
Please flirt now.
Emil.
Oh my god.
Emil.
Yeah.
Flirt
Jalen.
now.
Jalen. Pleasure.
Okay, go ahead. How old are you?
26. How old are you?
How old do I look?
You look 25.
Ooh, you about to say what?
I was.
You say 25 or 35?
Well, I said 25.
Uh-oh.
You know, Emil had a court date recently. What was that for?
You're a troublemaker. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
No, probably like a parking ticket. Yeah.
Probably.
That doesn't sound convincing.
Did you ever been to court?
Man, what do you mean, probably? Did you? How many times do you go?
You like the gym? It was nice to meet you.
It's okay.
Did you think they had any chemistry?
No.
No.
Right?
How
Definitely
are you?
Miss Banco, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Banco.
Banco.
Yes.
Wow, I see you work out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Woo. Woo, buddy.
What do you do?
I work as an admin.
Admin?
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm a personal trainer.
Oh, you're a personal
I love to work out. Do you work out?
I do, but you can help me work out a little bit more. Boy, you better.
I would. Get you in shape.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I need. Shoot. But it's okay. Yeah.
Ayo.
So, what do you like to do besides work out? Is that all you like to do?
No, I like to go to the movie.
I'll work you out. I mean, I'll work out with you.
I like to get a drink sometimes.
Do you guys like smoking weed or what?
Yeah, after workout, I can hit a joint.
That's what you do after you work out?
Yeah. Relaxes the muscles, yeah.
Okay.
Jai, what do you think about bald dudes?
Yeah, bald. His bald head, he got no hair. Boy, how come you're bald?
How come you're bald? You can just ask someone why they're bald.
How come you're bald?
In my culture, everybody's like that. In Bulgaria,
Alright.
usually guys shave their heads, yeah.
He got a lot of muscles though. Woo, you look like you can crush something. Yeah?
And why did you reject him?
He muscular, and he looked at me like he said, "Oh, she chunky monkey." It's okay though.
Jai, what are your red flags?
And he looked at me. Oh.
I don't really want guys that smoke, drink, who full of themselves.
What are you thinking so far? How is this?
It's good. It's
Okay.
hard. It takes a while to get used to like the coordination, paying attention to what they're saying, and also trying to figure out like how to butt in. You know.
Hello. Hi. What's your name?
EJ, how are you?
EJ. Good. So what's up with your tattoos?
What do you want to know?
I see you got multiple.
I do.
You got kids?
I got 2 kids.
What do you think about kids, Jai?
I love kids. I used to work at YMCA.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that your real eyes?
Maybe.
You lying. Is it really?
I don't know, is it?
Contact. I guarantee you.
Yeah. It is, it is.
Okay.
Could you see them matching?
Maybe.
Maybe ask them if they're attracted to each other.
Are you guys attracted to one another?
I could say he's not, but
No.
yeah, it's okay. I said you look like a
seem good
homie.
people.
Yeah,
I
like,
appreciate that.
Yes, about that life.
Yeah, yeah.
So, oh, damn, I'm slow this time.
Damn.
DJ,
Nice
I
to meet you.
appreciate
Already.
Was that true? Were you not attracted to her?
Was not.
I appreciate the honesty.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm EJ, by the way.
Oh, I'm Shen.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a painter.
Oh, word,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
What are you guys' types?
Someone who's self-aware and taller than me.
EJ, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay.
Yeah.
How tall is that? I'm 5'6", so
Okay, a little bit taller than you.
yeah,
Just
a little bit. Yeah.
Do you want them to like get close and peer into each other's eyes?
I can't.
But what's your type?
Family oriented, has to be good with kids.
Do you want kids?
I have 2 kids.
Okay.
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, I never really thought about like how this works, you know, behind the scenes. Like who's normally sitting there asking those weird ass questions?
No, I don't have any kids.
Is that a red flag that he has kids? A red flag.
I don't want kids, so
Sounds like a match made in heaven then.
beautiful.
Show a picture of your children, and she has to press the button while looking at a picture of your children.
EJ, do you think there's any convincing her?
That dating a person with kids is actually a good thing?
It actually really is, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like for me is a hard like line.
Yeah, okay, go red then.
Kids, and I have seen. Oh my God! You're so fast. It was so nice meeting you. Yeah.
So are you looking for a
you know?
stepmom or?
And it's good to be honest about that early, you know? It's a good question.
What's good?
If the match is right, you know.
Are you looking for a stepmom for you or for your kids?
Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I like your hair. Thank you.
How long you guys been single for?
Oh. Ladies first.
2 years.
Okay.
Yeah. How about you?
Since May.
That's like 4 months.
Yeah, pretty much 4 months.
What happened?
I was getting cheated on.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long were y'all together?
10 months.
Yeah, go red.
I kind of set myself up there. Oh.
Oh my God!
Is it because he got cheated on?
That wasn't a no.
Why'd you reject him?
It was not my type.
What is your type? What are you looking for?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, yep. That's why I asked it.
Someone tall?
Short guys are cool too, though. I mean.
Yeah, they're totally cool for someone who's into that. Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you
Who's
doing?
into that?
Fantastic.
That was aggressive. What's your name?
My name is Austin.
Austin.
Austin!
Anya, how often do you change your hairstyle?
Every day.
Every day?
Ooh.
What does that mean?
Austin, are you into that?
I mean, is that color in it? Are you just doing different
No, I have a bunch of wigs.
flows? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Diversitile.
Yeah.
Shit.
What do you know about Austin?
He said it's a red flag. Too frequent haircuts / style changes. Usually indicates that she's a wackadoodle.
Austin says
A wackadoodle. Wow. That's such a silly word.
that it's a red flag.
Did you really say
But
that?
this is a wig. That's different. Like, it's a little different if you're coloring your hair like every month, but this is a wig.
I'm throwing this dude under the bus.
Wait. How is that different? Oh, it's not your real hair? So it's fine? I'm so confused.
What does that say about people if they're coloring their hair every month?
Usually means they're going through some shit.
Okay.
Through my experience, they're coloring their hair very often. It's not really.
Oh, you were too slow.
Oh no.
Why did you press it?
You're just not physically attractive.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Oh, you got me. You got me.
It's alright.
Oh, it's okay.
What are you looking for?
Not that.
Oh my god.
Jesus. What does that mean?
Damn. Holy shit. He's ruthless.
You're pretty brutally honest, huh?
That wasn't that bad. How you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah. It's a little early, isn't it?
It's a little fucking early. I'm like, I cannot look hungover.
Yeah. I got Drake tonight, so.
Are you going to Drake? So am I.
I might.
What's your guys' favorite Drake song?
No kidding.
Jumbotron. Wow, that's an aggressive.
Austin, what's your favorite?
That's an aggressive slap. You have really soft hands.
I moisturize.
Wow, good for you.
Is there some sparks flying right now?
I'm just, honestly, I'm just vibing with you. I think you're just fun. That's it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fun too.
You got seats too, or are you like in the pit?
I have backstage passes.
So you're sucking
Damn.
dick? Oh my god.
No, absolutely not.
Jesus. Dude, what the fuck?
What did he just say? Alright, so you're
What?
sucking dick?
Oh, you're going backstage, so you're sucking off Drake directly, right?
That's why I probably won't get invited next concert, because I won't suck dick.
Sorry.
I just got gaslighted.
Oh my god.
Wait, why? Why did you reject her?
Dead ass.
She's
Because
fun.
I'm going backstage.
I don't know what that mouth did.
Wow, he's an asshole. I hate him.
It's like he felt one up by her for having backstage passes, so he had to.
I think so, yeah. It's rough, dude.
Hello, Austin.
Ouch!
Oh my god.
Sorry, I like bumped it.
Why
I
are you
didn't hear
beating
your
the
name.
fuck out of the butt?
Ow! Ow! Stop touching
Oh my
me.
god, okay.
Just wanted to make sure.
Really? Can I ask you a hypothetical?
Hypothetical. Go ahead.
Okay. I always say that when I get engaged, I want my fiance, I want to peg him the night we get engaged. Are you open to that?
Pegging.
But like only
Wow, she just opened with that. Holy shit.
Pegging.
Austin, have you ever been pegged before?
No, I can't say I've had the pleasure. I don't know if I could do it wedding day.
No, not wedding
Would I
day.
be
Engagement night. Engagement night.
Oh, I'm on my knees, and then I'm on my knees again.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
You guys should get engaged right now.
I got no ring on me.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
it's all
sorry.
good.
Okay.
Why'd you reject him?
I don't feel it like that. I feel like we're both so like bitchy and crass.
Sure.
That it's almost too much. This doesn't work
Hey,
out.
you missed out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, slay.
Slay.
I'm sorry he hit you.
That's okay. Still recovering. Ow! Ow!
Oh. Ow, in a good way or in a bad way?
Maybe both.
Okay. Do you want me to do more?
Damn it, I'm doing the horny thing. Damn it.
Can I do ASMR on you?
Sure, actually. That might feel nice. Ugh.
Oh, you like that? Can you moan again?
Can I, me?
No.
Because I will. Okay.
Oh, you will?
Give her a moan.
Coming out hot.
Cody, do you know this man?
Oh yeah, he's a legend.
You
I
interviewed
him actually.
You're an animal person?
I like cats. I want a cat
Cats
specifically.
are better than dogs.
I like it. Yeah, yeah.
better
I like
than
it. I had one crawl on me, and it made me feel. I was scared, and then it made it go away when it crawled in.
Were you
on
like
me.
cracked the fuck out?
Like,
Because that's
cracked out?
You're giving me like crackhead energy, which is not bad. One of my cats.
What do
has
I do
crackhead
about it? How do I
energy.
fix it?
You're giving
What? She's all over the place. Wow.
crackhead energy.
Why am I cracked out? What do I do to fix it? I'm frightened. It's not
Why
cracked.
are you frightened?
Are you not frightened?
I'm like disassociated.
Guys, are there any sparks here? What do you feel? How are you feeling right now?
I feel like there's something. I don't know what it is.
Is
It's
it
definitely
anxiety?
interesting. No, I mean, I feel like I'm having more fun with you than I've had with anyone else, for
Oh,
sure.
cool.
What are you feeling right now?
I think you're beautiful.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah, and I like the way that you talk.
How do I talk? Elaborate.
It makes me more relaxed.
I like the way that you talk.
I sense something's happening here. Maybe.
What's happening? Tell me what's happening.
I need Adderall, man.
I have some in my backpack. Unprescribed. I just like
I'm
how it feels.
prescribed, but we got the national shortage going on right now.
For Adderall?
Are you guys doing a drug deal right now?
It's live on cam.
No, I mean,
I would give it to her for free.
I'm prescribed, so it's not even like.
Oh yeah, me too. Why are we talking about that? What do you like creatively? What is your
I like you, but you have the same name as my brother, and that's fucking with my head. He's a Wasian man named Jesse, which is the exact same thing as my brother is. Even though we're vibing, I could never, you know what I mean? But like, if you had a different name, I would not have.
It's such a common name.
Like, I swear on my life.
I'll give you another chance if you guys want. Jesse, maybe you just want to like change your name or something.
I'm not sure because like I enjoy talking to you because I think you're like a fucking psycho in a good way, but like you still have the same name as my brother.
Wait, let's.
And my brother's like one of my least favorite people to ever exist in this world. Like literally.
Well, maybe we can work through.
Guys, I'm gonna light up red
Just go by your middle
one
name.
more time, and you can make the decision. See if you can see past his name.
Okay, well it's her call here.
How do you spell your Jesse? Is it different than my
It's
brother?
different than your brother. It's spelled with a Z and an X.
All right, congrats.
You won.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
What? Wait, she believes that? A Z and an S? No way. There's no way.
All right, guys, get out of here.
They're like, get the fuck out.
Cody, like, what was that like? That was awesome. That was a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. But I feel like it went well.
In doing this, has anything
This was the best.
changed your perspective of the how hard it is to make this?
I should be nicer to you guys.
It does seem hard. And I'll be honest, I never really thought about it, but the questions could be a lot less weird and exposy. I didn't know he made music.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. One of my subscribers found this weird thing in the ocean.
What is that? What is that? Is that a sea slug? What is it?
Wow. Ay, grabe.
Oh.
Oh my god!
The cat's getting zooted.
This guy made his own super strong.
What?
This guy made his own super.
He just touched it with his hand.
This guy made his own super strong Spider-Man web.
Can we make the spider donut?
Oh my god, let's go! Spider-Man, real!
Even though I have severe arachnophobia, and then pretty much all you need to do is just add this little.
This dog knows how to fish using a piece of bread as bait.
They are right inches below.
Smart dog. Why he's so smart?
You
That dog is so smart. Oh my god.
What's wrong with this kid?
I don't know.
This guy was trying to propose to his girlfriend.
Oh no.
Everyone knows that if you put Mentos into Coke, you get a massive explosion, but if you add some oil, you get a cool lava lamp effect.
Whoa.
This guy decided to make his own sea salt from the ocean.
Oh, that's heavy. Okay.
It has officially started boiling. It looks like mashed potatoes. Sea salt, straight from the sea.
Wow. Incredible. I wonder how much, if it was really just like that 1 gallon? That's kind of cool. Oh no. Why?
The army painted some new parking spots, but don't know how to spell army.
Whoever's doing the paint job maybe should have gone to college.
He's been fed. He's been out. There's nothing on his list of needs that have to be taken care of except for this. He just needs to be held.
This poor guy doesn't have any bones in his body. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm Brittany. Today, we're...
Okay, alright, y'all. I think that's gonna cut it for me. Thank y'all for stopping by, hanging out. I'm gonna try and be back tomorrow, but I have a whole lot of cleaning to do for the good old annual election. Fun. Good fun times. I love that. So I'll see you either tomorrow or Sunday. Have a great night. Take care of yourself.